So how many years would it take before she was actually born? Maeve, her mother, had even depleted her divine body to give birth to her. Judging by the context, she needed to rest and couldn't work, relying solely on subsidies to get by. Was her financial situation okay? Would that little bit of subsidy be enough to last her for over 100 years? Ying couldn't help but worry about Maeve's finances. She didn't know what rank of god her mother was, what her previous salary had been like, or whether she had any savings. Counting her previous lives in the last trial world, this was the first time in 3 lifetimes that she'd had a living mother. Just hearing her mother's voice made Ying feel especially warm. She definitely didn't want anything bad to happen to her before she was even born. Despite all her worries, as a mere little black dot, Ying was completely helpless. A wave of irresistible drowsiness swept over her, and Ying drifted into sleep. Even as she slept, she could vaguely hear Maeve's voice from outside the eggshell now and then. She didn't know how long she slept, but when Ying woke up, she found that she had changed from a tiny black dot into a little ball of flesh, soft, pink, and round. Her egg seemed to have been placed somewhere. There was a shadow beneath the shell, and she couldn't hear Maeve's voice anymore. Instead, she could hear the wind and the calls of birds. Then she discovered that the item conversion function was now available. Inside the egg, there were now things she could convert into real objects. Divine Fetus Eggshell. Function: the complete eggshell of a god's divine fetus, extremely difficult to break from the outside dot. Item conversion: source energy. Item effect: a complete eggshell, extremely difficult to break from the outside. Source energy conversion: not convertible. Divine fetus egg fluid. Function: egg fluid that nourishes the divine fetus's body and soul. Item conversion: source energy / ounce. Item effect: egg fluid that nourishes the body and soul. Source energy conversion: not convertible. Divine fetus body. Function: the growing body of the divine fetus. Item conversion: source energy. Item effect: essence of flesh imbued with faint divine power, can enhance physical quality. Source energy conversion: not convertible. Divine fetus soul. Function: the growing soul of the divine fetus. Item conversion: source energy. Item effect: soul power imbued with faint divinity, can enhance soul quality. Source energy conversion: not convertible. For items that could be converted into real objects had appeared all at once. In summary, everything in this egg, from the shell to the egg fluid, even her own soul and body, could be converted into real items. And except for the eggshell, which was just hard and didn't have any other function, the egg fluid, divine body, and divine soul all had excellent effects when converted. Ying figured that if she converted them, they'd all be great items for boosting attributes or personal strength. If this were the last trial world, she definitely would have converted them. But now she couldn't. Once something was converted, it would no longer exist in the trial world. Not to mention the eggshell, if she smuggled out even a little of the egg fluid, she was afraid she'd end up malnourished from not having enough. And both her character's divine body and soul could be converted into essence imbued with divine power and soul power with divinity. But converting them now would be far less worthwhile than waiting until she'd grown stronger. If she converted everything now, her trial character would be gone. She had to maximize her gains. At least one thing was certain: the gods of this world were indeed a powerful race. From birth, their bodies were imbued with divine power and their souls with divinity. This meant that the power level in this world was probably even higher than in the real world. Any extraordinary items she obtained here and converted into reality would definitely give her a huge boost in strength. Ying couldn't wait to grow up and break out of her shell to see the outside world. There was one more thing. Ying realized she couldn't find any display of exploration progress for this world. In the previous 2 worlds, even though there wasn't a specific way to increase exploration, there was still a progress display. But here, there was nothing. Then she thought, since there was no 4th trial world, what was the point of exploration progress in the 3rd one? Maybe it really didn't exist anymore? Without exploration progress, Did that mean she could explore the third trial world however she wanted, without having to look for anything or grind for progress? Ying decided she'd better ask around and see if anyone else's trial world had a race like the gods. She quickly ended the trial and returned to reality. She didn't know how long she'd slept, but it was still night outside. Checking the time spent in the trial, only 2.5 hours had passed. She turned her attention to Multiverse City. Last time, when she'd walked to the trial center, she'd seen a lot of shops along the way. Right next to the trial center, in the best part of town, there was a shop called the Everything House. To Ying, the shop had a bit of a classical Chinese vibe. The signboard read, "The Everything House knows all things." It was probably an information broker. Every time she entered Multiverse City, her location was random. This time, using her black-cloaked character appearance, she spent a bit of source energy to teleport right outside the Everything House and quickly drifted inside. After all, time in Multiverse City was synchronized with reality. Every second counted as trial time, which was the same as source energy. She, too, had become one of the many hurried figures in the city. The Everything House was big, and even bigger inside. Clearly, the space had been expanded. Inside was a square-shaped building, and if you looked up from the central courtyard, there were layers upon layers, with no end in sight. In the courtyard stood 4 golden osmanthus trees. According to the sign in the center, the golden leaves of these trees were unused question rooms. If you had a question, you just picked a golden leaf, and you'd be guided to a specific room to ask your question. Standing in the courtyard, you could occasionally see shadows suddenly appear in front of the golden osmanthus tree, pluck a golden leaf, and then vanish within a few breaths. Those who actually walked in through the main entrance and lingered in the courtyard were mostly first-time trial takers like Ying. Ying didn't waste any time and went to pluck a golden leaf herself. In the blink of an eye, she found herself outside a corridor. Who knew how many floors up? A golden thread dangled from the leaf in her hand, drifting gently and connecting to a door ahead. She pushed open the door, and the golden leaf in her hand vanished completely. This was an empty everything shop. It was a small room, furnished with just a table, a chair, a teacup, and a lamp. As she entered, the lamp flared to life with a bright flame, illuminating the spotless tabletop, which was dotted with water stains as if something had been written there. Ying closed the door and sat down at the table to take a closer look. Dip your finger in the tea, ask your question on the table, pay the price, and all will be revealed. This everything shop had quite a poetic flair to it. Could the owner's trial world be based on ancient Xia kingdom or something? Ying thought the whole style of the everything shop felt very Chinese. She brushed her sleeve across the table to wipe away the tea stains, then reached out to swirl her finger in the teacup, ready to write her question. Suddenly, she realized that her current black cloak avatar didn't have any fingers, just a patch of air wrapped in black cloth. She stirred the tea with her air finger and found that the tea didn't soak into the cloak at all, and writing on the table was perfectly smooth. Is there any exploration progress in the third initial trial world? Price: 5 source power. As soon as she finished writing her question, new words appeared on the table, displaying the price. 5 source power, really cheap. Ying wasn't surprised by the low price. After all, her question wasn't particularly secret. Anyone who had entered the third trial world and compared notes with others would know the answer. But 5 source power was even less than she'd expected. Affordable and discreet, no wonder the everything shop was so popular. She transferred the 5 source power. A reply appeared on the table. No. The third trial world is completely freeform. Just as she'd guessed. She wiped away the tea stains and wrote a new question. What should I be aware of when fusing special bloodlines from the trial world into my real body? Price: source power. Ying. That was a bit steep. She couldn't bear to spend that much source power. She rephrased her question. What should I be aware of when integrating divine-empowered physical essence and divinity-infused soul power from the trial world into my real body? Price: 500 source power. That was more reasonable. Ying figured it was because her question was more specific. The previous one was too broad. Answering it would require a huge amount of information. She already knew from the Book of Worlds that bloodline fusion wasn't guaranteed to succeed. There was a risk of failure. When she'd fused the Green Witch bloodline before, she'd been ignorant and fearless. Fortunately, the Green Witch bloodline was highly compatible with her, so she'd succeeded by sheer luck. But this time, with the fusion of a divine body and soul, she didn't dare to be reckless. So she couldn't save on this 500 source power. She paid up, and the original words on the table vanished, replaced by the answer. Your real body and soul must be baptized by the rules and become divine before you can safely fuse and assimilate them. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand the fusion of divine power and divinity. Also, these items are extremely rare and highly coveted. Gods are watching. Be sure to keep this secret. That 500 source power was well spent. It saved Ying from a major disaster. So, the transformation of divine body and soul from the third trial world could only be considered after she became a god in reality. For now, her top priority was to keep improving her strength in the third trial world. After all, the stronger her trial character, the better the physical essence and soul power she'd be able to extract later. She'd originally wanted to ask about the gods, but after reading that last line, Ying realized there was no need. If even gods were coveting these things, they clearly weren't common. There probably weren't many people in the third trial world with experiences like hers. Maybe it was best not to reveal the name of her third trial world at all. The words all gods were just too conspicuous. Luckily, when she'd talked to her friends at the trading fair about her third trial world, she hadn't gone into much detail. She'd have to think about how to gloss over it in the future. She couldn't let anyone else know about the gods. But that wasn't hard for her. Her experiences in her previous life weren't just for show. She had plenty of templates to draw from. Still, she didn't plan to make up a world from scratch. She'd base her story on the real All Gods world, just lower the power level a notch, and mix truth with fiction for better concealment. The only place she might have leaked information was here in the Everything shop, with the question she'd asked. But since the shop's answer specifically warned her to keep it secret, it probably wouldn't leak any sensitive information. Even if it did, she'd used her black cloak avatar with no personal features at all, so it would be nearly impossible to track her down in reality. Ying left the Everything shop and Multiverse City, returning to reality. She was still pondering the power level of her third trial world must be extremely high. The gods there really were on par with the gods of reality. And she was still just a level 9 druid, a long way from level 20. She didn't know exactly how much benefit those things could bring to a god, but the fact that they were coveted said enough about their value. The compatibility screening of the multiverse trial worlds was truly genuine, not just for show. Ying figured that the compatibility of the initial trial worlds was probably even higher than those later worlds with time limits. After all, according to the Multiverse Trial Guide, in those later trial worlds you entered by spending source power, you only had the right to use the trial character, not to own it. And there was a rule for materialization. You could only materialize things that belonged to you. So even if someone later entered a god race character's body, they wouldn't be able to materialize that character's divine body or soul power. In that sense, bloodlines from the trial world weren't easy to obtain either. In a way, bloodlines were similar to the divine body and soul of the god race. They were all intrinsic to the character. Anything that could be sold was either incompatible with the seller's real body or, like Ying, they'd obtained something like the Book of Worlds and could reproduce it by other means. Ying had never felt so grateful to have been born a blue star human in her first life. That was the real reason she seemed to have a script in hand and such smooth sailing in the multiverse trials. The most urgent task at hand was to figure out the time difference between the world of myriad gods and the real world, so she could properly arrange her trial time and real-life schedule. Otherwise, like now, never knowing what time it would be when she returned from a trial, day and night all mixed up, it would only mess up her cultivation in the real world. Anyway, she still had plenty of trial time saved up, so Ying decided to continue staying in her egg in the world of myriad gods, and only make plans after figuring out the time difference. As an egg, Ying spent most of her time asleep, only waking up occasionally. When she was awake, most of the time all she could hear outside the eggshell was the tinkling of spring water, the rustling of wind through leaves, and the chirping of birds. Mother Maeve seemed to be out a lot. Mooing rarely heard her voice, and even when she did, Mooing was often asleep. She could vaguely remember what was said, but not the details. The one who kept her company most often was another voice. That voice would often wipe her eggshell, sing to her, or tell her stories. Mooing never really caught the whole story, but they were mostly about Mother Maeve. That voice called Maeve Mother Goddess and referred to her as Divine Maiden. It sounded like Maeve's subordinate or attendant. It was also this voice that told her about Mother Maeve's outings. So, during the long period when she grew from a tiny black dot to a little ball of flesh, then a bigger ball, then stretched out into a small embryo with vague limbs and organs, she still knew nothing about this world. As she grew bigger, she started sleeping less, though she was still very sleepy. One day, she suddenly heard Mother Maeve's voice say, "I finally got the last type of pure spring water. Once I condense these 9,999 strands of pure spring water into divine water threads and weave them into a divine water dress, our little girl can hatch. I can't wait to see you twirling on the water in your dress. Oh, and I've moved our divine realm to a small world with stronger natural laws. The people at the Divine Birth Bureau said this kind of world is better for your growth. I've also found a job here as a lake goddess. The pay is lower than being a spring goddess in the big world, but at least the divine rank is higher, which helps with my promotion. In about 100 years, after you hatch, I'll take up the post. When you start working, I can try for a minor river god position in this world. At least I'll get a low-ranked god salary, and I'll be able to buy our little girl lots of pretty dresses. This world is also a good place for your first internship, and I'll be able to look after you." Listening to this, Mooing drifted off to sleep again. Afraid she'd sleep too long and get groggy, she quickly exited the trial world. Mother Maeve used to call her baby, but now she was our little girl, and even the gift prepared for her birth was a little dress. Mooing realized that the gender check had already happened. She'd hoped to use that chance to calculate the time difference. She must have been asleep and missed it. Now she could only estimate. From the time Mother Maeve brought her home until now, only about 5 days had passed in the real world. 5 days versus at least 100 years. This meant that 1 hour in the real world equaled at least a year in the world of myriad gods. That was a huge difference. By this calculation, she'd only need about 5 more days in the real world before she hatched. Besides that, Mooing was also intrigued by the spring goddess, lake goddess, big world, and small world that Mother Maeve mentioned. From the sound of it, Mother Maeve used to be a spring goddess in a big world, but resigned during her pregnancy, and now her next job was lake goddess in a small world. And being a minor river god would earn a low-ranked god salary, which seemed like a big deal for Mother Maeve, suggesting she hadn't even reached low-ranked god status before. Jobs, salaries, promotions. If you took away the word god, this all felt way too familiar. Was this a world where even gods had to find jobs and work like corporate drones? Mooing was dumbfounded. Even gods had to work? For whom? Who paid their salaries? Suddenly, the world of myriad gods seemed a lot less mysterious. And it seemed like her mother wasn't doing all that well. The maternity subsidy for bearing a divine fetus was calculated at the mid-ranked god level, but her mother's current salary wasn't even at the low-ranked god level. Low-ranked gods were obviously below mid-ranked gods. In her mind, Mooing couldn't help but picture a single mother working hard to earn money while raising a child. It felt a little heartbreaking. Children from poor families grow up fast. She needed to grow up quickly, hatch soon, and find a job to support the family. So, she hurried back into the world of myriad gods to sleep in her egg. Actually, while the world of myriad gods was running, time was also passing in the first trial world, the block world. In theory, she could enter the block world without affecting her incubation progress in the world of myriad gods. That way, her body in the world of myriad gods could keep growing, while her consciousness mind in the block world, not too boring, and she could earn more source energy. But to be safe, She didn't take advantage of this. Because after every nap, she'd check her divine fetus, and both her body and soul had grown. Her body was easy to understand, but she didn't know if entering the block world would affect her soul's growth in the world of myriad gods. If it did, and she ended up with a strong body but a weak soul, how could she work hard, get rich, and support Mother Maeve? So, she decided to just stay put. As time went on, Mooing was awake more often, and her body grew stronger. But as her body grew, her vision became limited. When she was a tiny black dot, she had a 360-degree view. Now, with eyes and surrounded by egg fluid, she couldn't see anything. All she could do was feel around with her hands, trying to figure out what she looked like. 2 hands, 2 legs, fingers and toes just like a human. Mooing felt she was no different from a human baby, except she was growing in an egg. She wondered how intelligent newborn gods were. Were they like human babies? The time for her to hatch was getting closer. How was she supposed to play the part of a god baby? Swimming in the egg fluid, Mooing pondered these things. Suddenly, the egg wobbled with a thud and rolled a little. "The divine maiden is moving again," an excited voice exclaimed. Mooing calmly rolled along with the movement of the eggshell for a few rounds before being stopped by an external force. A moist, gentle energy wrapped around the shell, leaving her unable to move. Phew, thank goodness, the shell is still intact. Nico, don't worry. The nurturing manual says that babies at this stage are supposed to be active. Not even divine power can break the eggshell, so a little rolling is fine. Just watch her and make sure she doesn't roll too far. Yes, Mother Goddess. I'm not quite worthy of being called Mother Goddess yet. Just call me Master for now. You created me, so you're my Mother Goddess. But I haven't yet gained the ability to create more of your kind and let you all reproduce independently. When I can do that, you may call me Mother Goddess. Yes, Master. It was rare for both Mama Maeve and the other voice to be present at the same time, and only then did Mooing learn the other voice's name, Nico. It sounded like a girl's name. So it was Mama Maeve who created her. No wonder Nico always spoke of Maeve with such admiration and dependence. Mooing kept rolling and rolling, not because she was mischievous, but because if she didn't move around, who knew when she'd be able to break out of the shell? She'd heard before that the shell of a divine fetus was nearly impossible to break from the outside. Why only from the outside? Didn't that mean it was easier from the inside? This wasn't her first time rolling around. She'd bumped into things plenty of times, but she'd only ever managed to break other things, never cracked her own shell. It was just that Nico was always so careful, which was why she worried every time. The first time Mooing moved, she bumped into something hard, and the top of her egg got hit by something. From Nico's startled cry, she realized she'd rolled into the oldest blue apple tree in the divine realm, and a blue apple had fallen and hit her. She grew while sleeping and exercised when awake. Only then would her arms and legs grow strong, and her little fists pack enough punch to break the shell. The first time she rammed the shell with her head, she knocked herself out. Now, she could bump and thump as she pleased, and barely felt any pain. But she still wasn't strong enough to break the shell. When she grew strong enough to crack it, that would be her moment to break free. As her body grew, she was now about the size of a human toddler over a year old. Her little arms and legs were strong. The egg, which used to be spacious enough for her to somersault inside, now felt much more cramped. She had to be careful even turning over. If she got any bigger without breaking out, she might suffocate in there. So she worked hard at exercising. The blue apple tree that dropped apples was her favorite, because other trees might break if she hit them, but the oldest tree was sturdy and gave the best impact. At most, it would drop a ripe blue apple, which Mama Maeve could collect to brew apple wine, one of her side incomes. Mooing hadn't even hatched yet and was already helping Mama Maeve with chores. Once she regained her freedom, she expertly rolled left and right to her favorite spot to exercise, using every part of her body, head, fists, feet, back, to bump against the shell, using the blue apple tree to absorb the impact. Bang! She waited a second. Nothing happened. Mooing shook her head. Not even an apple fell. Clearly, she'd been asleep too long and lost some of her strength. Again. Bang. Blue apple tree. Still nothing. Again. Bang. 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 Crack. The divine girl cracked the blue apple tree. The divine girl's shell cracked too. Blue apple tree. Mooing? Mooing rubbed her dizzy head and carefully felt around the shell. Cracked? Where? She couldn't open her eyes yet, so she couldn't see, but after hundreds of years inside, she knew every inch of the shell's inner wall. If there was a crack, she'd notice right away. She felt around for a long time, but everything was still smooth. Suddenly, she felt the whole egg lift up. Someone was touching her egg. Mama Maeve's voice came, mixed with the sound of flipping pages. A fine little crack, but it hasn't gone all the way through the shell. That's right, this is the sign of hatching. In another 10 or 20 years, the baby will be able to break out. Mooing! She quickly pushed at the shell. Let her try again. Haha, what a lively baby. But you can't keep bullying that one blue apple tree. If the tree spirit gets mad, it might not bear fruit for the next 100 years. Mooing? Did she really crack it? She'd thought the tree was sturdy, and only used it so as not to damage anything else and make their already poor household worse off. But if the blue apple tree stopped bearing fruit, that wouldn't do. What would she hit next? If she punched, the egg would just roll away, dissipating most of the force. Too inefficient. Don't worry. Using external help to break the shell isn't a good idea. Let's take it slow. Mama Maeve's words reminded Mooing right. If she used something else to steady the egg, it would take less strength to break out. But if she hatched that way, would her divine body be up to standard? The shell was also a form of protection, ensuring her proper development. So Mooing stopped struggling to find hard things to bash against, and instead worked to steady the egg herself, then punched and kicked, or rolled and bumped as she went. When she got tired, she'd fall asleep, and when she woke up, she'd continue her battle with the shell. She still couldn't open her eyes, otherwise, she'd aim right for that crack. But every time Nico cried out in alarm, Mooing knew she'd made progress. The cracks on the shell grew more and more numerous. In the real world, another 10 or so hours passed. Mooing could now stand up inside the egg. She braced herself with her little legs, then pushed upward with all her might. The big egg on the cushion bounced up and down. Sometimes it toppled over, but quickly righted itself and kept bouncing, like a rubber ball, tireless and happy. No one knew how many times she jumped. Crack! This time, the sound of the shell splitting was even clearer. Come on, baby. You're almost out. Mu Ying's heart leapt with joy. She gathered her strength and kept going. Bang! Bang! Crack! With a sharp sound, Mu Ying felt the resistance above her head suddenly vanish. The liquid enveloping her body seemed to disappear in an instant. Her little legs no longer slipped, she stood firm, and it felt like a breeze was kissing her cheeks, cool and refreshing. Instinctively, she fluttered her eyelids, and this time, it worked. She opened her eyes for the very first time. A small piece at the top of the egg, covered in divine runes, was pushed open, revealing a pair of emerald green eyes, sparkling with curiosity and a hint of delight. The eggshell sat on her head like a little hat, while a few strands of damp, dark green baby hair clung to her chubby, smiling face. Her coloring was mostly green, accented with blue and brown, and a few nearly invisible golden divine patterns flowed into the center of her brow, slowly condensing into a divine mark. My name is Mu Ying. The soft, milky voice had barely left her lips when Mu Ying reflexively covered her mouth. At first, she had been captivated by the beautiful woman in front of her, whose aura felt so familiar. She guessed this must be her mother, Maeve. While hesitating over how to act like a normal divine infant, her mouth had spoken on its own before she could stop it. At the same time, the divine mark finished forming and sank into her skin. The remaining white eggshell cracked all over and, in an instant, shattered into sparkling white powder at her feet. Mu Ying, Sigma A. She was still completely naked. Oh no! The second time in her life she'd been fully exposed with memory, her fair skin instantly flushing a rosy pink. She had longed for this moment of hatching, but never expected to suffer social death the moment she emerged. Nico. God, little master, I'm Nico," an excited voice called out. Though she was a bit horrified by her own baldness, she was, after all, a woman in her 20s, able to control her emotions. She just couldn't quite manage a smile. Giggle giggle, Nico's whole body shook with laughter, scattering droplets everywhere. Through the water mirror, Ying saw her character's appearance in the world of myriad gods' trial. Just as she felt a chill, a shimmering pale blue dress appeared on her body. This was her mother. She finally had a mother. She had already spoken her name in a childish but clear voice, could stand or squat steadily, and had exposed everything there was to expose. No need to worry about how a normal divine baby should behave. "Ying Ao, I'm your mother." Maeve hugged her, pinching her chubby little hand. Ying guessed that this divine water dress probably had the same shape-shifting function as the Thousand Faces robe, and those little water people must be style references her mother had found. She was familiar with this. A blue handkerchief with 2 beady eyes? The tiny dress even included matching underwear. But Maeve didn't seem to find anything strange about any of this, as if this was exactly how things should be. So she was laughing tears of water. What a strange creature. Those little water people looked like miniature versions of her, especially the sparse hair, which was exactly the same. This aura was a new sensation Ying had gained in the world of myriad gods. Just like the language she'd spoken unconsciously, it had been with her since she was in the egg. Maeve waved her hand, and a water sphere appeared in front of them. With a flick of her finger, the sphere burst into countless droplets, which transformed into little water people upon closer inspection. In the mirror, Maeve had ankle-length, flowing pale blue hair, eyes like clear springs, skin as white as snow, and a faint blue radiance shimmering around her. She had simply found divine life too boring, and, envious of how adorable other people's young gods were, had chosen to bear a child on her own while still young and penniless. The moment Maeve saw her baby, she felt her heart melt. Her Ying Ao was cuter than any young god she'd ever seen. Ying had no intention of resisting. Being in her mother's arms was just too comfortable, like being wrapped in warm, gentle water. Not even her sparkling green eyes, rosy lips, and chubby limbs could offset the destructive power of her baldness. She reached out a chubby hand and poked, so bouncy. Poked again. Blue handkerchief wasn't quite right. Maybe more like gummy candy? But there were no shoes. The little water people's outfits were far more varied and elaborate than the simple blue dress Ying was wearing now. After cuddling her fill, Maeve remembered her main task. "Ying Bao, Mommy has collected lots of styles for little gods' clothes, even matching mother-daughter sets. Let's try them on." As for her, she was just a little bean sprout with a few dark green curls on her head, so sparse her scalp was visible, and the baby hair was still wet and plastered to her head. The dress she wore now must be the divine water dress Maeve had mentioned earlier. In the blink of an eye, a water mirror appeared before her, and a high stool formed from flowing water lifted her up to sit in front of it, with Maeve standing behind. Maeve tried each outfit on her one by one. Ying was endlessly curious. The gods in this world really could create things. Maeve might not be a particularly powerful god, yet she could create a lively being like Nico. Amazing! The fantastical scene made Ying forget all about her baldness, staring in awe. Maeve's aura made Ying feel as warm and safe as she had in the egg, and she relaxed without realizing it. A gentle stream of water, like a little cradle, lifted her up and delivered her into Maeve's arms. This one's nice. Let's try another." In a flash, she was wearing a new outfit. She and Maeve looked nothing alike, one a bald little green witch doll, the other a curvy blue witch goddess. Maeve couldn't help but touch and cuddle her baby, loving the soft, squishy feel. The little water people spun in the air, showing off their outfits. Seeing her baby so shy, Maeve seemed to remember something. With a flick of her finger, a cloud of icy blue mist enveloped her. Ying suddenly relaxed. "Mama." Maeve, seeing her dazed, laughed. Nico's ticklish, poke her, and she'll laugh nonstop. With just a gentle pat on her shoulder, Ying's dress changed to match the chosen little water person's exactly, even looking more textured thanks to the material. Ying turned to look. Everyone was meeting for the first time, but their voices were already so familiar. Aringao is so cute. She glanced at her mother, barefoot on the grass in the mirror. Maybe gods just didn't wear shoes? After Maeve dried her baby's hair, things were only a little better. Ying's fingers froze, crying. She looked at her own glaringly bald head. Maybe she could find an outfit with a hat, weld it to her head, and not take it off until her hair grew out. But no matter how she searched, all the little water people had the same sparse little curls, yet none of them seemed bothered by it. Suddenly, all these pretty clothes lost their appeal. Only Maeve was still happily trying new outfits on her. On her very first day out of the shell, she was her mother's miracle firefly, played with to her heart's content. After insisting that Ying try on every single divine child outfit she had collected, Mother Maeve finally relented. There were thousands upon thousands of dresses, in every imaginable style. Yingbao looks adorable in every single one. Mother Maeve couldn't pick a favorite no matter how hard she tried. Why don't we just have you wear a different one each day? I'll make you a little wardrobe too. She waved away the water mirror, then carried Ying over to a tree formed entirely of condensed water. The branches were hung with tiny swings, and on each swing sat a little water figure in the likeness of Mother Maeve, gently swaying back and forth. At the base of the tree, a row of small water saplings suddenly sprouted up. Clearly, these were meant for little ones like Ying. The saplings were about the height of a small child, no taller than a shrub. Compared to Mother Maeve's great tree, these little saplings were like children standing next to a giant. Water figurines shaped like Ying gathered in small groups, holding hands and settling into their new homes among the saplings. From now on, we can come here together to pick out outfits, Maeve said, delighted. Today, let's wear these matching mother-daughter outfits. Maeve's dress transformed into a form-fitting gown of watery blue, embroidered with tender green floral patterns. Ying's outfit became a puffy dress of fresh grass green, with layers of blue wave-patterned embroidery at the hem. Though the styles weren't identical, they perfectly suited their individual temperaments and appearances, echoing each other beautifully. So pretty! So pretty! Nicole darted about in excitement, her blue handkerchief now adorned with delicate green floral patterns. With her bald head, Ying looked the same in anything, so her attention drifted to her surroundings. Before she hatched, she'd heard the sounds of wind, water, and birdsong. Now she realized the birdsong was actually Nicole's happy chirping. There wasn't a single bird in sight. Everywhere she looked, it was all water, the depth impossible to judge. Only behind them, where they'd just walked, was there a patch of grass like a green carpet, divided into sections by pools and streams of various sizes. The largest patch of grass, the one they were standing on, held 7 trees. None had green leaves. Instead, their branches were covered in clusters of deep blue flowers. The biggest tree was so thick it would take 4 people to encircle it, but its blossoms were sparse. There was a shallow hollow at the base of the trunk that looked oddly familiar to Ying. Judging by its location, this must be the blue apple tree. No wonder she hadn't been able to knock any apples down recently. Apple season was over. Water, grass, blue apple trees, this was the entirety of Mother Maeve's divine realm. It was almost excessively simple. There were no buildings resembling houses or dwellings, and certainly no furniture. Even the tree with the little water figures was made of condensed water. Here, it seemed everything could be shaped from water, and there was no distinction between day and night. The most eye-catching things were those blue apple trees. As if sensing her gaze, one of the blue apple trees gave a barely perceptible shiver. A cluster of deep blue flowers drifted down, leaving the already sparse canopy even barer. Ying padded over on her little bare feet, crossing the damp grass to stand beneath the blue apple tree where the flowers had fallen. A cluster of blue blossoms should have stood out against the green grass, but after searching through the thick turf for ages, she couldn't find a single petal. Maeve watched her little one searching with great interest, even stopping Nicole from helping. Having a curious little divine child in the divine realm made everything more interesting. At last, tired from searching, Ying plopped down on the grass. Maeve, as if just noticing what she was doing, pointed to a small puddle in front of her. That's the flower that just fell from the tree. Mooing looked from Maeve to the unremarkable puddle, reached out to poke it, but it was still just an ordinary puddle. Nothing about it resembled a fallen flower. So, the flowers from the blue apple tree turned into water when they landed? She was about to ask, but stopped herself. She'd only just hatched, should she even know what a tree or a flower was? Luckily, Maeve explained, this is a blue apple tree, a divine tree especially suited to divine realms dominated by water power, with some wood and earth power as well. Its blossoms are pure water element divine power. Its fruit, soaked in the purest water and sealed for 1,000 years, can be brewed into blue apple wine, sweet, mellow, and restorative. A single jug can sell for 100 divine power crystals. Unfortunately, even though I have affinities for water, wood, and earth laws, my connection to wood and earth is weak, nowhere near enough for the corresponding divine roles. I've had to accumulate it slowly over thousands of years, and all the wood and earth power I've managed to gather is just enough to grow these few blue apple trees. But you, Ying, are much stronger than Mama. Just looking at your divine markings, you have 4 basic law affinities. 3 of them are clearly strong enough for divine roles, and the 4th is faint but promising. Whatever it is, you'll have far more choices than Mama ever did. What's a divine realm? And what are divine power, divine roles, divine power crystals, laws, and affinity talents? This time, Mooing didn't have to worry if her questions sounded like a normal divine infant. Neither her newborn self nor her original self knew what any of these things actually were. Maeve patted her little head. Don't worry. Once we go to Central City and test your law affinities and receive your inheritance seed, you'll understand. The inheritance will give you the most accurate answers. Inheritance, like the one Shireen had? When can we go to Central City? Mooing asked. We'll have to wait until you're a bit older, until your law affinities stabilize and your divine body and soul are strong enough to withstand the baptism of Central City's laws, Maeve said, pinching her cheek. How long will that take? Mooing wanted to know her own talents. When you're 100 years old, it should be about right. It'll be soon. From Maeve's tone, 100 years sounded as quick as 100 seconds. But Mooing could swear on her long life as an egg 100 years was anything but short. Even if she'd spent most of it asleep, she was still keenly aware of time passing. She still wasn't used to the divine race's sense of time. Based on her earlier experience, if this was a 24-hour trial in the real world, it would only be 4 or 5 days here. The exact time ratio wasn't clear yet. That thought made her feel a bit better. Maeve, seeing Mu Ying's impatience, seemed to see her own childhood self reflected in her. Before that, Mama will take you to the Creek Forest Minor world. That's where my new job is, and the laws there are more complete than in my divine domain, much better for your growth. Maeve's plan to go work in a small world was something Mu Ying had already heard about back when she was still in the egg. How do we get there? She asked. Mommy's divine domain has already moved to the Creekwood small world. Maeve cradled Mu Ying in one arm, and with a gentle tap of her finger in the air, a watery scroll unfurled before them. This is the Creekwood small world. In Maeve's hands, water truly became a thing of wonder. If the Blue Witch was a master of water, then Maeve was its very origin. The scroll depicted a vivid map of the small world, mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas, all painted in different hues of water. With this map, one could take in the entirety of the Creekwood small world at a glance. Although not every detail was shown, it was still impressive, almost like a modern satellite map. The most detailed areas were those with water, especially the lakes, followed by springs and streams, and then rivers and oceans. Now, Mommy is the lake goddess of Creekwood small world, in charge of the water laws governing all lakes here. I can travel to any lake in this world at will, and if anything changes in these areas, I'll sense it immediately. That's the privilege of being a law holder. Actually, with control over these water laws, I can access other water domains too, especially those without a presiding deity. But if I enter a domain already governed by another god without notice, it could alarm them. It's best to send a formal greeting first. It's only polite. When you become a god in the future, it'll be the same. For areas under the same elemental law, you can visit places without a god, But once someone is in charge, it's best to get their consent before entering, to avoid misunderstandings or disputes. Maeve explained all this patiently, then pointed to the largest forest on the map, deep among the mountains, where a great lake lay. This lake will be our base in Creekwood's small world. The divine water robe you're wearing will let you move freely in any water here, so you don't have to worry about being harmed by ordinary water. While I'm working, you can play on the lake. There's also a little island on the lake that I think you'll like. To get there, you have to cross the water, so it's quite safe. The island isn't too big, and it's surrounded by water, so you won't be intruding on any other god's domains. Ying looked closely and finally spotted a pea-sized green patch on the map, nestled within a bowl-sized lake. Ying, are you ready? We're leaving the divine domain now, Maeve said. Ying nodded, gripping Maeve's arm tightly, her eyes full of anticipation. The map of Creekwood's small world rolled up, and an irregularly shaped water gate appeared before them. Maeve carried her through. Water enveloped them, dimming their view a little, but Ying didn't feel uncomfortable at all. It was just like when she was a little turtle swimming in Moon Lake. But this water felt different from that in Maeve's divine domain. The divine domain's water was purer and more vibrant, almost unreal in its beauty, while this water was more like the kind Ying had seen before. They were already inside the lake, and the water gently pushed them up to the surface. Compared to the divine domain, Ying actually felt much more at home here. The bowl-sized lake on the map was, in reality, quite large, about 2 hectares by her estimate. It must have been summer. The sun was warm and bright, the lake sparkled, and the distant mountains and forests were lush and full of life. The lake was indeed big, but thinking about it, if a bowl-sized lake on a 5-meter-long map was this large, then this world really was quite small. No wonder it was called Creekwood's small world. As Ying was taking in her surroundings, Maeve set her down. Her little feet landed on the lake's surface, sending out 2 ripples. She stood steadily on the water, just like using a walk-on-water spell in the real world. Maeve stepped forward, formed a seal with her hands, and a surge of water appeared in her palms, gathering on the lake ahead and forming a small house. Sunlight glinted off it, making the palace shimmer as if gilded in gold. To Ying's senses, the water forming the house felt just like the water in the divine realm. All done. This will be my abode in Creekwood's small world. I've placed a portal to the divine domain here, so even if I'm not around, you can come and go as you please, Maeve said. Mommy, is this water from your divine domain? Ying asked curiously. Maeve nodded. You could say that. In fact, it's a manifestation of my divine power. The divine domain itself is an embodiment of divine power. Ying understood now. The divine domain was made of divine power. She followed Maeve into the abode. The whole place looked like a giant European-style garden pavilion. The water-blue walls seemed to flow with currents, but when touched, they felt smooth and solid, like jade. Inside, there was only a single large hall, open and undivided. At the center stood a watery portal, probably the gateway to Maeve's divine domain. To the east were 2 water beds, one big and one small. To the west, near the outer wall, was a swing, also formed from divine power. Other than that, there was nothing else, almost excessively simple. Ying yawned, her eyelids drooping, even though she still wanted to explore. Ying, sleepy? It's good for young gods to sleep more. I'll need to rest too, to take over the lake laws of Creekwood's small world. The first time is always a bit troublesome and takes a while. If you wake up before I do, you can play anywhere within the lake, including the abode and the little island. But don't go ashore while I'm not around. If you get tired, come back here to sleep. I'll have Nico keep you company. Seeing her little one already struggling to stay awake, Maeve hurried her instructions, but before she could finish, Yingbao's eyes closed. Maeve quickly caught her and laid her on the small water bed. Nico, keep a close watch on Yingbao. If she wakes up before I do, go with her wherever she wants to play and protect her. Also, remind her not to go ashore. If she wants to, tell her to wait until I'm done with the laws, and then I'll take her to visit the nearby mountain god. Maybe she'll even find a playmate. Yes, mistress. Nico obediently settled beside Ying, draping over her like a small blue blanket. Maeve took one last look at her beloved daughter's sleeping face, reluctant to part, then went to her own bed. Unlike her usual posture, lying flat with hands folded over her abdomen, this time she lay on her side facing Yingbao and closed her eyes. The abode of the lake goddess fell into peaceful silence. The drowsiness that overcame the young deity came on so quickly that Ying wasn't prepared at all. Both her divine body and soul fell into slumber. Who knew how much time had passed before there were any signs of awakening? Her large emerald eyes stared blankly at the ceiling of the residence. Still a bit dazed, her memories gradually returned. Once she realized what had happened, she hurriedly exited the trial world and briefly returned to reality. Since she hatched, another 9 hours of trial time had passed. Back in the world of myriad gods, Ying rubbed her eyes and sat up. The blue blanket covering her immediately floated up with a swish, nervously shaking off a string of water droplets. "Little mistress, you're awake?" It remembered well what its mistress had instructed, afraid it hadn't done a good job. It quickly said, "Mistress said you're free to move around within the lake area. Nicole will watch over you." Ying nodded and beckoned Nicole over. "Nicole? Come closer," Ying whispered. Nicole hurriedly floated to her side. Ying glanced at the opposite bed, where Mother Maeve was lying on her side facing her, and continued in a soft voice, "Is Mama asleep too?" When she was overcome by sleep earlier, she vaguely heard Mother Maeve say something, but she hadn't caught the details. Nicole didn't know why her little mistress was whispering, but she did her best to cooperate, replying in the same hushed tone, "Yes, Mistress just took over as the lake goddess of this little world. She needs to accept the laws of this place first. The laws of the lake are much more complex than those of the spring, so it'll take more time. Oh, Mistress also asked me to tell you that you can't go ashore until she wakes up. Once she's awake, she'll take you to visit the nearby mountain god and find you a playmate. Then you'll be able to go ashore." Ying didn't really mind not being allowed on shore. Mother Maeve was probably just worried she'd get bored and sneak off, so she said she'd take her to visit the mountain god and find her a playmate once she woke up. She wasn't truly a newborn deity who'd never seen the world, and besides, it was only temporary. She understood that Mother Maeve was just looking out for her safety. Within the lake, Maeve could fully protect her, but outside, who knew what dangers might lurk? As a newly hatched young deity, it was best to listen to her mother. She could explore those places when she was older. Compared to going ashore, Ying was more curious about Mother Maeve's work, what it entailed, and how it was done. Compared to the previous 2 trial worlds, the world of myriad gods felt much more unfamiliar. So far, she hadn't found anything closely tied to her past life's blue star culture. "Nicole doesn't know. Everything I just said was what Mistress told me. This is the first time Mistress has changed jobs since I was born, so I don't know what it was like before either." Nicole sounded a bit regretful. She resolved to ask Mistress about it once she woke up, so she could answer her little mistress next time. Ying nodded and continued, "How long did I sleep?" "That I know. You slept for 9 years," Nicole replied confidently. 9 hours of trial time had passed, so 1 hour in reality equaled a year in the world of myriad gods. By that calculation, in just over 3 more days in reality, less than 4, she'd be 100 years old and ready for her talent assessment. Now Ying understood why gods had such a different sense of time. A short nap, and several years had gone by. It felt just like sleeping for a few hours. If she could sleep like this, 100 years would pass in no time. With Mother Maeve still asleep and not wanting to disturb her work, Ying climbed out of bed and left the residence. Outside, it was still the height of summer, just as it had been when she fell asleep. Standing on the lake, she looked down at her reflection. She still had tiny arms and legs, not much different from before she slept. Maybe she'd grown from 1 year old to a year and a few months, but not by much. But what she cared about most was her hair. "Nicole, did I lose some hair?" She tugged gently. Her hair was so tight and sturdy. How could it fall out? "It didn't fall out, you absorbed it." "That's a good thing," Nicole explained. "What do you mean?" Ying didn't understand. Being bald was so ugly. Nicole had read the nurturing manual with Mistress and was something of a childcare expert. These questions were no problem for her. A young deity's hair before 100 years old isn't real hair, it's leftover nutrients from the incubation process that weren't fully absorbed. The less hair you have at birth, the better you developed during incubation. In this respect, you're especially outstanding, little mistress. Once all the hair is absorbed, a young deity's divine body and innate power will stabilize. That's when it's best to do the talent assessment. After the assessment and absorbing the inheritance seed, a young deity will slowly grow real hair. After hearing this, Ying pictured a group of bald little kids in her mind and felt conflicted. She didn't know whether to be sad about being bald for another 91 years, or relieved that she wasn't the only one. Every newly hatched young deity was bald and would only get balder. Shaking off those thoughts, she led Nicole toward the small island at the center of the lake. From the lake, the island looked densely forested, with undergrowth and brambles everywhere. Aside from the chattering birds, there were no other signs of animal life. As a druid, the first thing to do in a new world was to see if there were any new or interesting plants. At first glance, the plants in this little forest all seemed like common species from before the apocalypse, but Ying still wanted to take a closer look. She carefully parted the brambles and undergrowth and slipped into the woods. After just a few steps, she noticed something different. Her delicate, tender little body moved through the brambles without a scratch. When the thorns brushed her skin, it felt like feathers, no marks at all. The dead branches on the ground snapped crisply under her feet, but her little soles didn't feel a thing. She realized that the physical strength of the gods must be extraordinary. To test it further, Ying found a dead tree on the island and punched it with her little fist. The tree toppled instantly. Ying was startled. Was the tree completely rotten? How could it fall so easily? Her hand barely hurt at all. She found a large rock and punched it. Now there was a small dent in the stone. Nicole patiently watched her move around. Little mistress is so energetic. After circling the island, Ying quickly lost interest. There was nothing special about the place. She found her own body much more fascinating. So she went around the island, punching here and kicking there, gleefully testing her newfound strength, never tiring of it. It wasn't until the novelty wore off, and she fully accepted that every member of the god race was basically a powerhouse, that mooing finally stopped. Then she ran back toward the lakeshore. When she was still 100 meters from the bank, she obediently stopped, showing no intention of sneaking ashore. She hadn't found any interesting plants on the little island in the middle of the lake, so she wanted to check the forests along the shore to see if there was anything special there. Maybe she could figure out whether the natural resources of the Creekwood mini-world had any value for material conversion. As far as the god race was concerned, Ying felt that the civilization of the Pantheon world was highly advanced and prosperous, with plenty of things that could be converted into real objects, and the range was vast. So far, she hadn't come across many god race-related items that could be converted. Aside from her own divine body and soul, there was the egg liquid and eggshell from before, the divine water dress she wore, the branches and leaves of the blue apple tree, and the clothes Maeve wore. But none of these things were easy to convert. Everything from the god race was infused with divine power. Once converted, they'd all be at the artifact level. Plus, the price for converting these items was generally very high. The source energy required was always in the tens of thousands. If she really wanted them, she could save up source energy and convert them, but Ying gave up on the idea. Because once something like that was converted, it would be almost impossible to hide. Take the nature bracelet she wore, for example. The bracelet itself could be hidden inside her body, but even so, Grandpa Shom had seen right through it. He even guessed what kind of artifact it was. And Grandpa Shom was just a legendary druid. He hadn't even ignited his divine fire yet. If he could see through it, what about demigods or gods? They'd definitely see through it too. If a mysterious artifact suddenly appeared out of nowhere, even a fool could guess it came from the Myriad Worlds trial. Would she be able to keep the secret of her third trial world then? Even though she was Corellan's daughter and had the elves as her backing, the person she trusted most was always herself. She didn't want to put herself in danger and rely on others for protection. So, until she was strong enough to defend herself, she absolutely couldn't convert anything infused with divine power. Besides, she wasn't facing any major threats at the moment that would require the help of these items. Still, even though she'd given up on items with divine power for now, there was no problem with other things from the Pantheon world, like specialties from this Creekwood mini-world. Unfortunately, after searching the island and checking the lakeshore, she hadn't found anything at all. Every plant and animal she saw was common on Deep Blue Star, just as they were on her previous life's Blue Star. She immediately lost interest. Boredom washed over her. She didn't know what to do to pass the time. Ying returned to the camp, sat on the steps, propped her chin on her hand, and sighed. Nicole floated beside her. How about going back to the island to play? Ying shook her head. If she weren't a powerhouse, maybe she could have built a house on the island for fun. But now, with a gentle pat of her little hand, she could topple a tree, one stomp, and she could crack a stone. Any house she built from the island's wood or stone would be as fragile as paper to her, nothing compared to the camp Maeve built with divine power. What interested her more than that was Maeve's past. Nicole, why don't you tell me about Mom's past? How old is she now? Was she always a spring goddess? Where did she work before? Once Ying started, she couldn't stop, firing off a string of questions. Nicole had accompanied Maeve for over 10,000 years. When she spoke of Maeve, her voice was full of admiration and excitement. Master is only 35,309 years old now. She got her first divine post at 15,000, working as the well goddess in the Ripplewater mini-world for 3,000 years. She got top marks in all 3 evaluations, and her divine power rose to apprentice second class. After that, she became the well goddess of the Thousand Isles macro world, serving 5 terms there and reaching apprentice 4th class. At 23,000, she was promoted to spring goddess of the Thousand Isles macro world, serving 12 terms, 12,000 years, and reaching apprentice 5th class. At 25,000, she resigned to prepare for your birth. 100 years later, when your divine fetus was born, Master brought you back to the divine realm, made you a divine water dress, and then chose the Creekwood mini-world, becoming the lake goddess here. Ying was stunned by those numbers. Maeve was actually over 35,000 years old, and from Nicole's tone, that was still considered young for a god. She had even more questions. Nicole, at what age do gods usually start working? Usually between 10 and 20,000 years old. Applying for a divine post is really strict. Just reaching apprentice-level divine power, Master said. If you don't have the law's blessing from work, you'd have to save up on your own for 10,000 years. You also have to pass all sorts of ability tests for the job, and there's so much to learn. It's really hard. Nicole said. Ying did a quick calculation. Based on her 3 hours of trial time per day, 10,000 years in the Pantheon world was 10 years in the real world, and that was a conservative estimate, since she also had to go to the witch world. So, in real-world terms, it would be at least 10 years before she could apply for a divine post? That was way too long. It was only the 3rd year of the apocalypse now. She was already level 9, and not far from level 10. Level 18 was legendary, 19 was demigod, and 20 was when you ignited your divine fire. What level would she be in 10 years? Even thinking in real-world time, Ying still felt it was so far off she couldn't imagine it. She asked Nicole about the classification of divine power, salaries, and terms of service. The god race's divine power levels corresponded to god ranks: apprentice, lesser, intermediate, and greater god. No one was sure if there was anything higher. Each rank was divided into 9 grades. Actually, before apprentice god, there was another stage, young god. When a young god's divine power naturally grew to apprentice level, that was when they officially came of age. There was no set age for this, but it was usually around 10,000 years, give or take 1,000. This process had to be experienced. There were no shortcuts. From apprentice god onward, divine power would no longer increase naturally. It could only be improved through work, by managing laws and receiving their feedback. The feedback from the laws came in the form of divine power crystals, which could be absorbed and converted into one's own divine power. These crystals also served as a kind of currency among the gods and could be traded. Salary was calculated based on 4 factors: job level, world tier, evaluation results, and work experience. It was settled at the end of each term, with each term being 1,000 years. If you did well, after a few terms you could get promoted. If you did just okay, you could transfer to a similar job. If you messed up, you'd be demoted. Of these, job level was a bit more important than world tier. From being the spring goddess of the great world to the lake goddess of a small world, Mother Maeve's position technically got promoted, but the world's level dropped. All in all, it was a slight step up. But since it's a small world, her salary is probably even less than what she made as the spring goddess in the great world. Still, she's treating it as a way to build up her experience. Listening to Nicole's explanation, Ying felt even more that the gods were basically born to be the ultimate wage slaves, and her own family was really poor. Gods are naturally attuned to the laws of the world, able to wield and maintain them. Their starting point is incredibly high. Even the weakest young god is stronger than the top experts of any other race. Yet despite being so powerful, the lives of gods are actually quite dull. Most gods work tirelessly to save up resources, striving to improve their standard of living. There are countless worlds and dazzling civilizations out there, and the gods' diligent work contributes greatly to these worlds' vibrant diversity. After all, the laws are the foundation of a world's operation. Gods don't need to eat, but they do have a sense of taste. Fine food and drink are pleasures for them, too. Gods' bodies are so strong they're unaffected by any extreme environment, and they don't need comfortable homes. Still, they have an appreciation for beauty and seek out comfort and lovely residences. Thanks to the gods' maintenance, each world develops in an orderly way, never lacking in fine food, beautiful scenery, or wondrous creatures. But the gods themselves can only look at these things, they can't actually enjoy them, because their power level is too low. It's kind of like how, before the apocalypse, people played with dollhouses. They look exquisite, but you can't actually live in them. If gods want to enjoy fine food and drink, they have to spend divine power crystals to buy them, or use up their own divine power to cultivate and make them. Beautiful scenery and homes also require slowly building up divine power to create. And from the moment you become a trainee god, the only way to increase your divine power is to work for the laws. Mother Maeve has worked for 20,000 years, and her domain, the divine realm, is still just water and a few patches of grass, nothing else. She only has 7 blue apple trees for brewing wine. And even then, she can't drink much of the wine herself. Most of it has to be sold to help cover household expenses. Everything they use is made by condensing their own divine power, like their residence, for example. The divine realm is special. It's a manifestation of divine power, tied to the total amount of power, and only gets better as your divine power grows. It doesn't require ongoing divine power to maintain. But for everything else, planting trees, opening portals, building residences, even sustaining life, it all costs divine power. So you have to be frugal when making things with your divine power. You can't afford to waste it. Although spent divine power does slowly recover, there's only so much of it. It's not an exaggeration to say they're dirt poor. Gods can die too. From the moment you become a trainee god, your divine power no longer grows naturally. In fact, it starts to decrease over time, and the longer you live, the faster it dwindles. When the rate of loss outpaces your salary, gods gradually weaken and die. At that point, most gods prepare to retire, living off their savings until they're gone, and then they return to the world, leaving nothing behind. Mother Maeve's parents retired 10,000 years ago. After working diligently for 500,000 years, they returned to the world within 10,000 years of retirement. Of course, if they'd used up all their saved divine power crystals, they might have lived longer, but they left those crystals for their children. Mother Maeve also has a brother, about 400,000 years old, who's a river god, and a sister, about 200,000 years old, who's a swamp goddess. Gods can have children more easily than witches. There aren't so many restrictions. They can even reproduce alone, with no gender limitations. But if two gods have a child together, it's less taxing, and they can have one every 200,000 years. If you go it alone, you have to wait 400,000 years before you can have another. It was only because her parents were gone that Mother Maeve wanted to have a child herself, to have new family. Originally, Ying had been full of longing for the power of the gods, even thinking that the innate gods of this world were on a grander scale and had a better system than the gods of her own world. Now she just felt the gods were tragic. Their lives might be long, but there's not much they can enjoy. Their whole existence is working for the laws, trying to get promoted and earn more, and if your pay isn't enough, you'll slowly be eliminated and die out. Resigning basically means accepting death. There's not even a chance to slack off. Slacking off is as good as suicide. Gods work for the world's laws. The laws give them a bit of divine power, and when the gods can't keep up and fall, everything they earned dissipates back into the world. The gods lose out, but the world always wins. Ying could already see the end of her own trial in the world of myriad gods. She figured that once the divine power she earned from working couldn't keep up with the rate of loss, and her total divine power started to drop, it'd be time to convert her divine body and soul to strengthen her real-world self. No point thinking about having a child as a god either. Even though there's a hefty subsidy equivalent to a mid-level god's term, raising a young god to the point where they can work takes 10 to 20,000 years. The cost is probably even greater. Turns out, she hadn't come to the world of myriad gods to enjoy a divine life. She'd come to work herself to the bone. But at least when she finished working, instead of giving everything back to the boss, she could take her earnings and run. That wasn't so bad. Once Ying realized that gods and non-divine races and materials were fundamentally incompatible in the world of myriad gods, she understood that there was no way her trial here could be relaxing or fun. She'd just have to work hard, try to get as far as possible, and take as much as she could when she left. Her expectations for this world suddenly dropped a lot. She wasn't tired yet, but she didn't want to keep asking questions. "Nicole, I want to go back to sleep." "Tired?" "After a young god's first slumber, you should be able to stay awake for at least a year," Nicole said, a little worried that something was wrong with her young mistress's body. Ying shook her head. "I'm not tired, but I want to sleep so I can grow faster." "Didn't you say that divine power is digested more quickly during sleep?" Anyway, everything she wanted to know would be in the godly inheritance package she'd get in 100 years, from the inheritance seed. All this general knowledge would be easy to learn and master then, and in more detail. No need to ask everything now. She'd rather use the time to sleep more. If sleeping helped her body grow faster, maybe she could use up the divine power in her hair before she was even 100 and get to take the talent test early. "Really not tired? Don't want to play a bit more?" Nicole double-checked. Ying nodded, walked into the residence, lay down on her little waterbed, and drifted off to sleep. A few months later, Maeve finally finished taking over all the water laws in the lake section of the Shileen's small world and hurriedly woke from her slumber. This was the fastest she'd ever managed to take control of a law, but she just couldn't stop worrying about her precious baby, who had only recently hatched. She estimated that Firefly's first slumber should also last about 9 years, maybe a bit shorter than hers, but not by much. After waking, she'd have at least 2 or 3 years of energetic playtime. Maeve was afraid that Firefly might wake up before her, get bored of playing in the lake, become curious about the outside world, and wander ashore. Even with Nico looking after her, Maeve couldn't help but worry. But as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw her little one lying obediently on her tiny waterbed, breathing softly. Still asleep? Thank goodness. Maeve let out a sigh of relief and got out of bed to check on her. Nico, hearing the movement, immediately floated over. "Master, you're awake?" "The little mistress just fell asleep 5 months ago." "What?" "Firefly already woke up," Maeve asked in surprise. "When did she wake up?" 5 months ago. She was only awake for half a day before going back to sleep, Nico replied. She was very well behaved, didn't go ashore, just played a bit on the island in the middle of the lake, looked at the shore for a little while, then asked me to tell her stories about you, master. After that, she asked to go back to sleep. The nurturing manual said that before receiving the inheritance seed, everything was new to a young god, their curiosity and thirst for knowledge were intense, but their divine power was weak and they didn't know how to use it, so they needed to be carefully protected from danger. So why did her own Firefly's curiosity only last half a day, and she even asked to go back to sleep? Maeve conjured a water mirror with her divine power and replayed Nico's memories from that time, watching closely. At first, everything seemed normal. Firefly played on the island, poked at rocks for some reason, and was lively and curious, just as a young god should be. Then she listened to Nico's stories about Maeve, clearly curious about her. Finally, when Firefly said she wanted to grow up quickly and that sleeping would help her absorb divine power faster, and then, upon waking, immediately looked in the mirror and asked about her hair, Maeve understood. Firefly really is a little cutie who loves being pretty. She wanted to finish absorbing her divine power and grow her hair out faster, so she rushed back to sleep. Maeve laughed. She'd heard that there was a young mountain god in the mountains around the lake, about 20 years older than Firefly, and had thought about introducing them so Firefly could have a playmate. That way, when Maeve was busy with work in the next 3 years, Firefly wouldn't be too lonely. But now, there was no rush. This time, Firefly would sleep for at least 18 years before waking up. By then, the mountain god's child would probably already be in their third slumber, and their waking times likely wouldn't overlap. In her deep sleep, Muing was completely unaware that Maeve's plan to arrange a playmate for her had been ruined by her early return to slumber. 18 years passed, and Muing slowly woke up. The first thing she saw was her mother, Maeve, gently swinging on a swing. Maeve had stayed at the outpost all year, waiting for her to wake up. Now, seeing her awake, Maeve conjured a stream of water to bring her into her arms. This is something I learned from humans. It's called a swing. Human children love it. Let's play together. Hold on tight. Swinging by herself was boring and slow, but with her daughter, Maeve's excitement soared. The swing went faster and higher. Muing clung tightly to her mother's arm, her face tense, wind whistling in her ears, forcing herself not to cry out. This time, Muing found she had a rough sense of how long she'd slept, not like before, when she'd wake up with no idea what year it was. She'd slept 18 years. Other than losing a few more strands of hair, she was still a tiny bean sprout. She couldn't resist when her mother wanted to take her on the swing. She wasn't afraid of heights, but since she couldn't protect herself yet, she was wary of dangerous activities. She just lacked a sense of security. Even though she knew Maeve would definitely protect her, and nothing would go wrong, she still felt uneasy. Especially since the swing's ropes were super long, and Maeve was holding her with one arm and the rope with the other. It always felt like if Maeve lost her grip, things would end badly. Haha, Firefly, isn't this fun? Want to go even higher? Maeve said excitedly. Muing really wanted to say it wasn't fun, but Maeve was clearly so happy. Even though she'd only been awake a short while after hatching, she'd spent hundreds of years as an egg, always surrounded by Maeve's presence. That unconditional bond had made her deeply attached to her mother. So she forced herself to say, haha, it's fun. Ready? Here we go. Maeve let go, using her divine power to push the swing even higher. The two of them, one big and one small, shot through the air like cannonballs, tracing a huge arc across the sky. Muing couldn't help but scream. Though she screamed, the fear only lasted a moment. She trusted Maeve, her mother would definitely catch them with divine power. But this time, they swung so high and far that they actually flew all the way to the lake shore, and it looked like they were about to crash into the forest. Maeve still hadn't done anything. Now Muing was truly scared. A moment later, Maeve rolled with her through the woods, then let go. The two of them sat on the ground, completely disheveled. So, wasn't that fun? Maeve asked enthusiastically. This is a new game I invented for gods. Muing sat there in a daze, patting her little body, then Maeve's, her mind buzzing. She was sure Maeve hadn't used any divine power. The impact when they landed was pretty strong, but they were completely unharmed, not even a speck of dirt or a leaf on them. She finally realized that a god's body was even tougher than she'd thought. Falling from that height and distance was nothing at all. They weren't hurt in the slightest. It was her past life as a human that had misled her. All her fear vanished, her eyes sparkling. "Mom, I want to do it again." "I knew you'd love it." Maeve happily patted her head. "The mountain god nearby is pretty friendly. From now on, you can play in the lake and the nearby mountains and forests. Even if I'm not around, Uncle Mountain God will look after you." He even made a big swing for his own daughter. When she was awake, she loved playing on it too, often swinging all the way over the lake. "I wanted to introduce you too, but you went back to sleep too soon. Next chance to meet will be in 60-some years, when she turns 100. Why do we have to wait so long?" Ying didn't really understand. If you miss one chance to meet, do you really have to wait years for the next? For little gods under 100 years old, their sleep cycles are fixed. There are 4 in total. The first is not long after hatching and lasts 9 years. The second is 18 years, the third is 27, and the fourth is 36 years. After each awakening, there's about 3 years of wakefulness. Generally, after each sleep, a little god will have 3 years of high energy. The second sleep happens at age 12, the third at 33, and the fourth at 63. They wake at 60, sleep again at 63, then wake at 99. After stabilizing for a few months, they can go test their divine power right at 100 years old. Xiaodian is following the schedule. She's 20 years older than you and is currently 14 years into her 3rd sleep. Ying thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, "So if you go back to sleep soon after waking, could you stabilize your divine power and talent by age 90 and go for the test then? Would that affect your body?" "It won't harm your body," Maeve replied, "but the sleeping process is really boring. Little gods usually fall asleep passively, rarely by choice." As she finished, Maeve felt complicated. Was Yingbao thinking about going back to sleep already? Sure enough, she heard, "I'm not like other little gods." "Isn't the swing fun? Don't you want to play a few more years, Yingbao?" Maeve coaxed gently. "I'll play for 3 days." "No, 3 days is too long. 1 afternoon is enough." Ying decided extravagantly. Maeve regretted telling her that early sleep wouldn't hurt her. She pinched her chubby cheek. "Don't you want to spend a few more days with Mom? It's boring being a god all alone." "Mom, don't you need to sleep?" Ying asked. "Once you become an apprentice god, your divine power stops growing, so you don't fall into passive sleep anymore. Only when you're working, taking on law authority, or absorbing divine crystals do you need to sleep, but that's voluntary and very short," Maeve explained. "Have you finished absorbing your divine crystals, Mom?" Ying asked again. "No, I've already used up most of what I earned from work. What's left is the maternity allowance and the little god subsidy after you hatched 20,000 divine crystals in total, which I haven't touched," Maeve said, feeling the conversation was getting odd. "Then if you sleep with me, you won't be bored. I'll digest my divine power, you'll absorb your crystals, and Nicole said if your power gets strong enough, you can even get a raise." Ying thought this was a great idea. The sooner you use your divine crystals, the better. Spend them early, boost your power early, and the higher your level, the higher your starting salary. It's a virtuous cycle, and it can delay the decline of your divine power. Maeve. For the first time, she realized her Yingbao was really different from other little gods. She didn't know what word to use. So young, yet already thinking like those gods tens of thousands of years old, focused on improving her power, not interested in enjoying life or having fun. Still holding onto a sliver of hope, she asked nervously, "Yingbao, do you want to digest your power quickly and grow your hair out to look prettier? Is that why you're so eager to sleep?" Ying shook her head decisively. That was an important reason, but she'd never admit it. "I want to digest my power early, take the test early, then study hard, get a god job, and earn divine crystals." "Mom, you have to work hard too. If you get crystals, absorb them." "I won't," Maeve said, stroking her head. "Those 20,000 crystals are for you." Once you become an apprentice god, you can quickly build up your power and get promoted to a lower-ranked god sooner. I don't want them. Ying was touched. Divine crystals are essential for gods above apprentice rank to boost their power and extend life. Giving them away is like giving away your own life. It would help her, but she didn't want that. That's compensation for you raising me. It's yours. You should use it up early. If your power goes up, your salary will too. If you let them sit for 10,000 years, you'll lose a lot. More importantly, I want you to be with me for a long, long time. Use your crystals. If I want something, I'll earn it myself. Finally having a living mom, Ying didn't want her to have a short life for her sake. She'd already lost a lot by raising her alone. Her divine power might have dropped a level. When Maeve heard her say she wanted her to be around for a long, long time, her heart melted. She thought of when her own parents returned to the heavens. It hurt so much. She'd almost lost the will to live. If she hadn't seen other people's little gods and decided to have Ying bow, she might not have made it. Now her motivation was to save up divine crystals for Ying bow, to give her a better life and an easier future. But putting herself in her daughter's shoes, if she didn't work on improving herself, and one day she returned to the heavens, leaving Ying bow alone, how sad would that be? And since she'd chosen to raise her alone, having another child would take another 400,000 years, basically impossible. Her divine body couldn't take another round of childbirth, and her life would be even shorter. That day would come eventually, but she should try her best to stay with her longer. Suddenly, Maeve felt a surge of determination. You're right, Ying bow. I should work hard to boost my power, live as long as I can, and spend more time with you. But those 20,000 crystals, half are a reward for me, half are for you. We'll split them. After 3 days of playing, I'll go to sleep with you. Ying finally nodded, but secretly decided that once she started working, she'd earn lots of divine crystals to support her mom in her old age and help her live even longer. She needed to test her talent soon, accept her inheritance seed, and find out her level. Then she'd know how to work hard and get promoted and get a raise quickly. Alright, little gods shouldn't always be thinking about old god stuff. You should be carefree and play, that's your job. Let's go swing. Maeve tapped her daughter's slightly furrowed brow and picked her up. Since she'd promised to play with Mom for 3 days before sleeping, Ying decided to have as much fun as possible. Mom, can you make another swing? Let's have a swinging contest. Maeve's eyes lit up. How do we compete? We'll use about the same amount of divine power to push and see who goes farther. But I'm lighter, so you'll have to push me a bit harder, Ying said. The lake, surrounded by mountains, echoed with laughter as the swing soared high into the sky. This time, Ying wasn't afraid at all. She stood on the swing, relishing the sensation of flying high above the ground. At the highest point, she let go, allowing herself to be flung through the air, as if she could really fly, embracing the sky. It was incredibly liberating. Maeve was having a great time too. The laughter of the two, one big, one small, rippled through the mountains. The bored mountain god noticed their fun and joined in as well, swinging down from the mountain and landing on the lake. The powerful bodies of the gods were truly fascinating to Ying. The thrill of falling from such heights without the slightest worry of injury was amazing, and she instantly fell in love with swinging like this. But from morning till night and night till morning, they kept at it, repeating the cycle for 2 or 3 days. Even if her body wasn't tired, no matter how fun an activity was, after playing for so long, the excitement inevitably faded and it became routine. But that was just her. Maeve and Uncle Mountain God were still going strong. Now that she'd dropped out of the competition, Maeve and the Mountain God were still at it, swinging farther and farther each time. Ying sat on a swing at the camp, gently swaying as she watched them. It was obvious, the lives of the gods were dreadfully dull. Such a simple game, and they'd been at it for 3 days without getting bored, just like 2 overgrown children, despite being tens of thousands of years old. Ying stroked her chin, her little face serious. She couldn't help but feel that it wasn't Maeve taking care of a child, but rather her taking care of her mother. Maeve had promised Ying they'd only play for 3 days, and she kept her word. When the 3rd day ended, after one last swing, She stopped herself from continuing, saying, "No more playing. I'm going to slumber with Yingbao. We'll play again when we wake up." Yingbao just woke up and she's going to sleep again? Little gods should play when it's time to play and sleep when it's time to sleep. Don't be too strict with her. "The happiest time in a god's long life is when they're young," said the mountain god, Ying, disapprovingly. Maeve nodded in agreement. "Exactly. That's what I think too. But Yingbao just isn't interested. Even playing for 3 days was because I insisted. She originally only wanted to play for half a day before going back to sleep. She even wants me to slumber and absorb God Force crystals, to work hard and improve my power." "Really?" The mountain god Ying nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Maeve nodded. "Absolutely true. I always feel like our Yingbao is different from other little gods, not that interested in playing around." Ying had noticed it too. Compared to his own little Dian, Yingbao was far too quiet. What a strange child. Maeve raised an eyebrow, indignant. "You're the strange one. Our Yingbao is so sensible. She thinks further ahead than either of us, and we've lived for tens of thousands of years." She heard from Nicole that if a god's power isn't strong enough, they'll return to the world's origin, so she's urging me to get stronger, just so I can stay with her longer. How thoughtful is that? If you ask me, you should think about it too. You also have a child you raised alone. Don't you want to be there for Dian, to be her support for as long as possible? The children are working hard to grow, so we can't slack off. While Dian is slumbering, you should work hard too, or slumber and absorb God Force crystals. Don't let the kids surpass us and end up having to take care of us." The mountain god Ying frowned, lost in thought. There was no doubt how important Dian was to him. He was still young and had never thought so far ahead, but now that Maeve mentioned it, he found it hard to accept. After a long silence, he said, "I'll go slumber too." 27 years later, when Ying awoke again, Maeve had already absorbed 10 God Force crystals and had even inspected every lake in the Creekwood microworld, identifying those in poor condition and making careful records. She was now thoroughly familiar with her new job. In the past, her first inspection of all her territories would have been leisurely, usually taking over 100 years, and even then, she was considered an efficient goddess, always earning top marks for her work. But this time, she finished in just 20 years, and with more care and attention than ever before. She'd even started using her power to restore the lakes in poor condition last year. She'd worked as if there were twice as many hours in a day, always in a hurry, an efficiency she'd never dreamed of before. As soon as Ying woke up, she heard Maeve proudly recounting all she'd accomplished in the past 27 years. Ying herself had only slept for 5 years before absorbing 10,000 God Force crystals, not only restoring the power she'd lost during childbirth, but even breaking through to apprentice level 8, just one small step away from a lower-ranked deity. Maeve said that if she did well as the lake goddess and earned top marks, she could be promoted to river goddess next term and receive a lower-ranked god's salary. When Maeve told her she'd spent the past 20 years rushing between lakes day and night, never resting for a moment, and had done a century's worth of work in just 20 years, Ying was stunned. "Mom, don't wear yourself out." Although Maeve looked no different than before, apart from a change of clothes, there was no sign of fatigue. Ying couldn't help but worry. "Tired?" Maeve shook her head. "You mean the kind of physical discomfort those who can't touch the laws feel after long labor? We're a race born from the laws themselves. The laws are always at work, and so are we. We never feel physical discomfort, except for fatigue from losing God Force. Otherwise, we never get tired." Ying was at a loss for words. Born from the laws? Were they created by the world's laws just to do its work? No need to eat, no need to sleep, incredibly long lives, and only slumbering to absorb God Force. If gods aren't the ultimate chosen workers, who is? Mom, you don't have to push yourself so hard. Work is important, but so are friends. Don't suppress yourself. Working hard is for a better life. At the very least, after working for a while, you should give yourself a break. Work-life balance will make you happier, Ying said, worried Maeve was overdoing it. For the next month, why don't you take me around to all the lakes in Creekwood? Let's relax and have some fun. It was a pity that gods could only eat food produced in the divine realm, Otherwise, she'd have tried to find some tasty treats to cheer her mother up. For now, all she could do was help her unwind, or come up with some fun games to enrich her daily life. She'd have to think hard about this. There were plenty of fun things in the real world, but recreating them here in a way that suited the gods wasn't easy. At the very least, making anything required God Force, and Ying still had no way to use the God Force within her. After a month of traveling, Ying had gained a general understanding of the Creekwood microcosm. The Creekwood microcosm consisted of only one continent, rich in natural resources, with traces of human civilization. Humans lived mostly in the plains and hills of the southern part of the continent. Few humans ventured into other regions. In the south, hundreds of city-states dotted the land where humans lived. Each city-state governed itself independently, with severe class divisions. The noble slave owners controlled most resources, commoners struggled to survive, and slaves had no rights at all. Wars frequently broke out between city-states over slaves, population, and resources. But these were all fought with cold weapons, and since each city-state had limited numbers, the wars mostly just consumed population and didn't really damage the environment. When she heard that two city-states were about to go to war, Ying's feelings were complicated as Mother Maeve took her to join the crowd of gods gathering by a small lake near the battlefield. It was only recently that she learned, in the world of myriad gods, only gods could perceive the laws of the world or borrow their power, no other race could. Humans were the most special among them. They looked much like the gods, were extremely intelligent and creative. Even though physically weak, in most worlds they were the dominant species on land. It was much like the deep blue star before the apocalypse. Humans used their intelligence to create tools, arm themselves, and conquer nature and other races. But the gods existed outside the world itself. When gods walked among mortals, they were like invisible people. Humans couldn't perceive divine traces, though divine power could still harm them. But all the gods were diligent workers. Unless someone interfered with their duties, no god would act rashly, because interfering with the world's development without reason would get their pay docked. For gods, pay was life itself, so they were all very cautious. But not interfering didn't mean they couldn't watch. In the gods' long and often boring lives, spectating human affairs had become a favorite pastime. If a god noticed humans up to something big, they'd spread the word, gather friends, and come watch the excitement together. Why did Mother Maeve manage to finish 100 years' worth of work in just 20? Wasn't it because, back then, she spent most of her time watching the show instead of working? Why do these humans insist on fighting all the time? Wouldn't it be better just to live peacefully? They only get a few decades of life. Why not cherish it? Exactly. I heard it's all about grabbing land and people. But I haven't seen them gain much, just a lot of people dying. The humans in my last microcosm were more united. They lived farther apart, so there was less conflict. Listening to the lively discussions of the gods around her, Ying glanced down at the two small city-states locked in a bloody battle. If these humans knew that every time they went to war, a bunch of gods would come to watch, laughing and chatting, she wondered what their expressions would be. Ying couldn't help but think, in reality, when humans go about their lives, are there invisible beings watching them too? The world truly is full of wonders. During this month-long vacation, Ying accompanied Mother Maeve as they visited nearly every lake in the Creekwood microcosm, spending most of their time near human city-states. For us gods attuned to the laws of water, this is so convenient. Humans always like to live by water, which makes it easy for us to watch the fun. When I was the goddess of wells, I was even closer to them. Don't underestimate these humans, they may be weak, but they come up with ideas even we gods haven't thought of. Their lives are full of hardship, they get tired and hungry, but sometimes it feels like their lives are more colorful than ours. Whenever Mother Maeve talked about watching human lives, she became endlessly chatty, eagerly sharing all her tips on how to slack off at work and sneak off to watch the fun. Everything Ying knew about humans in the world of myriad gods, she learned from Maeve. Unfortunately, aside from the gods, there were no other races capable of using supernatural powers, nor were there any plants different from those in the real world. This meant it would be hard for her to find anything in these microcosms with real-world conversion value, a bad sign. She'd probably have to tell others that her third trial world was a source energy type world, even though she still hadn't figured out how to obtain source energy here. The month passed quickly, and Ying reluctantly dragged Mother Maeve, who was still fascinated by the human world, back to their base. Now that Maeve no longer needed to sleep to absorb divine crystals, Ying suggested she work for a while, then take breaks like this, instead of working day and night as before. After that, Ying began her fourth period of slumber. 36 years later, when she woke again, she immediately noticed something different. Her head was now completely bald, not a single hair left. "Mom, does this mean I can take the aptitude test now?" she asked, touching her head. "In theory, yes. But you're only 90 years old. Normally, the test is done at 100. You haven't really had time to play these years. Why not enjoy yourself for a few more before testing?" Maeve hugged her daughter, who had finally woken up, with a hint of complaint. She hadn't gotten to enjoy raising her daughter at all, because her precious child was so diligent. At 90 years and 1 month old, she'd already spent 90 years asleep. While other gods played with their children, hers was sleeping. While others cleaned up after their kids, hers was still sleeping. "Is there a rule that says you have to be 100 to take the test?" Ying asked. Maeve couldn't lie, so she said, "No, as long as you've finished absorbing your divine power, you can take it." "Then let's do it early. I really want to know what law I'm attuned to and get my inheritance seed. Then, when you're out inspecting the lakes, I can study alongside you. Didn't you say the Creekwood microcosm is perfect for my first assignment? If I get familiar with it early, I can land a godly post and start earning divine crystals," Ying declared with ambition. "My little Ying, you'll definitely go further than I did in your divine career." Maeve stroked her daughter's little bald head. She seemed so passionate about work, something many gods lacked. As a good mother, she should support her baby's dreams. "I'll put in a request to the law for a little time off and take you to Central City for the test." Ying nodded vigorously. "I want to earn divine crystals to support you, Mom." "All right," Maeve replied, eyes full of tenderness as she kissed her precious child. After submitting her leave request to temporarily depart from the Creekwood small world, and while waiting for the approval of the laws, Maeve began telling Ying about the Central City. Central City is the birthplace of all the world's laws, and also the origin of our divine race. All young gods are nurtured there. Back then, I gave birth to you at the Division of Divine Nurturing in Central City. Only after your divine soul was born did I bring you back to the divine realm. Ying recalled when she first entered the egg from that dark, shadowy world. It turned out that was the stage when her divine soul was born. "Mom, what is Central City like? Is it big? What's there?" Central City isn't exactly big, but it's not small either. It's a floating island formed by the laws themselves, hovering in the midst of them, about the size of a small world. At the very center of the island are the 3 divisions, and beyond them is a bustling marketplace, the most interesting place for our divine race. "But over there, you'll need divine power crystals for everything," Maeve explained in detail, even condensing a map from divine power to show Ying what Central City looked like. To Ying, the entire Central City was basically a huge marketplace centered around the 3 divisions. The 3 divisions are the Division of Divine Nurturing, the Division of Inheritance, and the Division of Divine Offices. The Division of Divine Nurturing is where Maeve had nurtured her, and also where they received their subsidies. The Division of Inheritance is where Ying was headed this time, to test her affinity with the laws and receive her inheritance seed. The Division of Divine Offices is where one qualifies for divine positions and collects their quarterly salary. Although the 3 divisions are the largest buildings in Central City, they don't occupy as much space as the surrounding marketplace. However, Maeve said that the 3 divisions are where the power of the laws is most concentrated, and the space inside is much larger than it appears from the outside. The marketplace outside the 3 divisions is a trading area set up by the divine race, modeled after human markets. There are no fees for setting up a stall or opening a shop there. Any divine being can use their abilities to create a shop and sell things. However, the power of the laws in Central City is much stronger than in the small or large worlds outside, making it much harder for the divine race to manipulate. It takes a huge amount of divine power to condense a shop or stall in Central City. Unless you have a lot of goods to sell, opening a shop would only result in losses. So, only the truly remarkable divine beings, those with abundant specialties from the divine realm and strong divine power, can maintain a shop in Central City for the long term. For example, the blue apple wine Maeve brewed could only be consigned or sold through other divine beings' taverns. If she tried to open her own shop, she simply wouldn't have enough stock. While serving in a divine office, the divine race cannot leave their assigned world at will. If they need to leave, they must submit an application and can only take a short leave. Shops are usually looked after by subordinate races they've created. Maeve's application took over half a year to be approved. Getting to Central City is quite easy. Since all laws originate from Central City and are closely connected to it, you can simply use the power of the laws to teleport there. Maeve held Ying in her arms, conjured a water gate with divine power, and stepped through it. Perhaps because Ying also had an affinity for the water law, she didn't feel any discomfort. It just took a bit longer than the trip from the divine realm to the Creekwood small world, giving her a chance to see the water-like flow of the law of water during the teleportation. The closer they got to Central City, the denser and more viscous the power of the laws became. When they emerged again, they were already standing on a bridge made of multicolored flowing light. It was called a bridge simply because of its shape, like a rainbow, but there was no land on either side. This undulating, seemingly endless rainbow bridge was the main body of Central City, and it looked truly magical. On both sides of the rainbow bridge were all kinds of shops. The bridge started and ended at the 3 divisions. In other words, as long as you followed the rainbow bridge, no matter which direction you walked, you would eventually return to the 3 divisions. In Maeve's arms, Ying curiously looked at the shops on either side. Most of these shops were quite small, and from the outside, the goods displayed on the shelves looked pretty ordinary. The most common items were all sorts of food, fruits like blue apples, processed snacks, and drinks. Next were shops selling materials, wood, stone, metal, and other basic resources, all sourced from the divine realm. The weapon shops full of divine artifacts that Ying had imagined did exist, but there were very few of them. They were quiet and rarely visited, looking as if they were about to go out of business, quite a contrast to the bustling food and material shops. Come to think of it, she rarely saw divine beings carrying weapons, or even sparring or fighting. Previously, she could have chalked it up to not having seen many divine beings. But now, in Central City, surrounded by divine beings, hardly anyone visited the weapon shops. Clearly, such things weren't popular among the divine race to begin with. At the center of the Rainbow Bridge, the 3 divisions were 3 interconnected palaces, with the division of inheritance in the middle, the division of nurturing on the left, and the division of divine offices on the right, all shimmering with rainbow light. As they approached the division of inheritance, they saw more divine beings with children. The little young gods, held in their parents' arms, all had shiny bald heads, which made Ying feel much more confident about herself. 10 years was nothing to the divine race. As a 90-year-old young god, Ying looked just like the other 100-year-old young gods, a bunch of bald little bean sprouts. The law affinity test and receiving the inheritance seed were much simpler than Ying had imagined. Inside the division of inheritance, there were many floating, radiant little flower platforms. Ying saw the divine beings ahead of them place their young gods onto the flower platforms. Then, a divine mark would appear on the young god's forehead, and their divine power would be drawn out from the mark, forming a small cocoon on the flower platform. The young god's parents would wait by the cocoon. Looking around, Ying saw many cocoons of different colors in the division of inheritance, each one a young god undergoing the test. Ahead and to the left, a red cocoon had just dissipated. The young god inside woke up, was picked up by their parents, and left the division of inheritance while chatting. "Mom, how do you see the test results?" Ying hadn't seen any process for displaying the results. You can tell the general type of law affinity from the color of the cocoon. The more singular the affinity, the clearer it is. That little one just now probably had a pure fire affinity. But if there are multiple affinities, there might be some error, and you can't tell how strong the affinity is. In the end, only the young god who receives the inheritance seed truly knows, Maeve explained. Mom, what exactly is the seed of inheritance? Mu Ying asked curiously. Why is it that after receiving the seed of inheritance, a young god immediately knows what kind and level of affinity they have for the different laws? How can someone with a talent just instantly know what type and level of talent they possess? Isn't that usually something that can only be determined through external tests? Maeve was already used to her little one's endless curiosity and patiently explained, the seed of inheritance is condensed according to the young god's innate talents. For example, I have affinities for the laws of water, earth, and wood. So, aside from general knowledge, the inheritance in my seed only contains the powers of these three basic laws. At the same time, only my water affinity is strong enough to qualify for a divine vocation, so the knowledge of divine roles in my inheritance is limited to those requiring water affinity. We determine a young god's talents by looking at the types and levels of inheritance within their seed. Mu Ying automatically translated Maeve's explanation into something she could easily understand. Basically, the seed of inheritance is like a big knowledge bundle. Everything you're able to learn is packed up and given to you all at once. So, to see what you can learn, you just look at what's in your knowledge bundle. That's what's called a talent assessment. Alright, Yingbao, let's begin. Mommy will be waiting for you right outside. Maeve carried her over to an empty flower pedestal and set her down. Mu Ying nodded, sat on the pedestal, and closed her eyes. She could clearly feel something inside her being drawn out, and gradually she lost awareness of her surroundings, much like falling asleep. But unlike sleep, where her mental world was pitch black and she couldn't see anything, now, in the darkness, there was a seed shimmering with 4 colors of light. Each time it pulsed, it left a permanent streak of light in her spiritual world. The first was a faint gray glow. When Mu Ying touched it, she saw knowledge about the developmental stages of the gods. It described everything from divine embryo to young god, then apprentice god, laying out the characteristics of each stage in detail. Some of this she'd already heard from Maeve or Nicole, but some was new to her. Regardless, even a brief look told her this knowledge was invaluable. She went on to touch each new gray light, finding that each one contained a wealth of knowledge. Mu Ying quickly realized that these pale gray lights were the general knowledge contained within the seed of inheritance. The pale gray light covered the base of her spiritual world, followed by a light green glow. Mu Ying checked it out. It was the inheritance of the power of the wood law, including how to draw on its power and channel divine energy. The lights ranged from dim to bright, with the brighter ones containing more advanced knowledge, occupying a section of the lower layer of her spiritual world. Next came pale blue lights, similar to the green ones. These were the inheritance of the water law. After water came pale brown lights, representing her affinity for the earth law. After pale brown, there was a faint golden light. The first 3 Mu Ying had expected. Maeve had seen hints of them in the divine runes on her eggshell. But this last one, she wasn't so sure about. Mu Ying carefully examined the knowledge within. Law of fate? This was a somewhat unfamiliar law. In the world of the gods, a young god's law affinities aren't inherited. They're completely random, a matter of luck. Mu Ying's body in this world was a perfect match for her soul, a 100% fit, at least from her real-world perspective. Water, earth, and wood were all tied to nature, related to her elven bloodline, green witch heritage, and druid profession. These were all affinities she needed. But the affinity for the law of fate puzzled Mu Ying. After thinking it over and studying some of the knowledge related to the power of fate, she started to get a sense of it. The power of fate seemed to be connected to her curse and blessing magic. Compared to magic, the power of laws was stronger and more comprehensive. These 4 colors of light filled the lower layer of Mu Ying's spiritual world, representing the types of laws she was attuned to. Then a deep green light appeared. This was knowledge of divine vocations related to the wood law. Again, the lights ranged from dim to bright, indicating vocations from low to high level. This meant her wood law affinity was strong enough to take on related divine roles. Deep blue and deep brown lights followed, and finally a deep gold light. Ying was overjoyed. All 4 of her law affinities had reached the level needed for divine vocations. This meant she could earn divine power crystals from all 4 types, boosting her related divine powers. These single-law divine vocation lights were the most numerous, filling the middle layer of her spiritual world. Next came 3 dual-colored lights, green-blue, green-brown, and blue-brown. These represented dual-law divine vocations, occupying the upper layer of her spiritual world. There were only 3 types, but plenty of knowledge, and the systems were complex. Above these were streaks of green-blue-brown tricolored light, representing triple-law divine vocation knowledge. And that wasn't all. Above this, there were even some 4-colored lights, representing even higher-level quadruple-law divine vocations. After the last 4-colored light appeared, the seed of inheritance lost all color and vanished from her spiritual world. The lights that remained were all the knowledge Ying would need to learn in her divine life, nearly filling her entire spiritual world. Just looking at these knowledge-filled lights made Ying feel both fulfilled and pressured. Suddenly, she felt that even the long lifespan of the gods might not be enough. There was so much to study. Even tens of thousands of years might not be enough. With the disappearance of the seed of inheritance, Ying also gained complete control over her spiritual world. She realized she could leave at any time and wake up, or enter the space whenever she wished by sleeping. From now on, she would no longer fall asleep passively. She could decide when to rest. This meant she could control the timing of her trials, and wouldn't have to worry about being stuck in a trial and missing things in the real world. Her exploration of this trial world had finally gotten on track. She now had a clear plan: study hard, pass divine vocation exams, and earn divine power crystals. Ying didn't rush to study the inheritance knowledge. First, she wanted to wake up and tell Maeve the good news. Feeling the divine power around the cocoon growing thinner and thinner, Maeve knew that Ying was about to awaken. She watched the cocoon on the flower pedestal with anticipation. She wasn't worried at all that anything unexpected would happen during Yingbao's aptitude test. After all, while it was rare for a young god to meet the threshold for multiple law affinities, every young god could at least demonstrate a god-tier level of affinity for one basic law. There had never been an exception. The difference between good and bad aptitude was really just a matter of salary and promotion speed. No matter how talented, in the end, all gods would return to the world, just living a little longer if they were gifted. Few gods were truly obsessed with this. Of course, Yingbao cared more about it. She'd always wanted to start working and earning divine crystals as soon as possible. But even before she hatched, the color of the divine patterns on her egg already showed she wasn't a single affinity talent. As long as she wasn't single affinity, she was already considered a little genius. If she met the standard for 2 law affinities, she'd be a bona fide genius. 3 would make her a prodigy. No matter what, her own Ying was a genius, so Maeve just waited for her to emerge so she could shower her with praise. As soon as Ying awoke, she saw her mother Maeve's sparkling eyes. Before she could even share her good news, she was scooped up into Maeve's arms and kissed on the cheek. Our little genius is finally out. Ying wiped her little face. Mom, you haven't even asked me how many law affinities I tested for yet. I'm sure it's more than 1, Maeve replied confidently. Ying held up 4 short, chubby fingers. 4. Maeve wasn't surprised. Which ones reached the god-tier standard? Wood, water, earth, and fate. Ying listed them one by one. Maeve was truly shocked now. All 4 reached the standard? Did you get the knowledge for the corresponding godhood paths? Ying lifted her chin and nodded. Oh my goodness. Maeve hugged her precious child, her eyes full of delight. Yingbao, you're amazing. In all my tens of thousands of years, I've never met a once-in-a-lifetime genius with 4 law affinities, and one of them is fate, such a rare and special law. There aren't many godhoods for that, but the pay is very high. Ying grinned, showing her gums. Once I start working, I can take care of you, Mom. I don't need you to take care of me. Maeve patted her shiny little head. The more law affinities you have, the more divine power you'll need to advance a rank. Your salary might not even increase as fast as a single affinity god like me. You'll have to take on multiple jobs and godhoods to earn more. Sure, you'll live much longer than someone like me, but it'll be a lot more exhausting too. I'm not afraid of hard work, Ying said resolutely. Mom, let's go back to the Creekwood small world. I want to start studying as soon as possible and pass the godhood exam. She already understood she couldn't waste time enjoying life in the world of myriad gods. She was fully prepared to become the ultimate hard-working god. Don't want to visit the market outside? Maeve remembered that she'd been interested in the Central City market earlier. Ying shook her head. No, she still had a huge pile of knowledge to study in her spiritual world. She was curious about the market, but it would always be there. Once she mastered the laws of traversal, she could visit any time. There was no rush. Besides, she'd already realized that the things sold in the market weren't essentials for gods, just items to improve their quality of life. Back on Deep Blue Star before the apocalypse, it would have been like a department store, with goods for gods' clothing, food, housing, and travel. But it was different for gods. They didn't need to eat or drink like humans, and could live without these things just fine. Wouldn't it be better to absorb divine crystals to increase her power? Why waste time and resources on food and drink? If she really craved something, she could just finish her trial and eat in the real world. With that in mind, the market lost much of its appeal. Another thing was, her stockpiled trial time was almost used up. If she went back to the Creekwood small world early, she could use the last of her time to quickly review all the inherited knowledge and plan her future studies. Thinking of this, she urged, Mom, let's go back. You really are a handful. Maeve tweaked her little nose and took her straight out of Central City. Before long, they were back in the Creekwood small world. This aptitude test had taken a year, just 1 hour of trial time. Back at their base in the Creekwood small world, Ying went back into hibernation, spending 3 years to quickly scan through all the inherited knowledge, getting a rough idea of what she needed to learn. First was the Gray General Knowledge section, which included introductions to the gods themselves, the hierarchy and godhood system, and overviews of the world of myriad gods and its subworlds. You could say this general knowledge covered everything in the world of myriad gods except for law power and godhood inheritance. After reading some of it, Ying discovered a new ability of the gods, perfect recall of all non-law-related general knowledge. As long as she skimmed the gray knowledge once, she could remember it completely. The other sections didn't work that way. This meant that this part of the knowledge was the easiest for gods to master. Although the gray inheritance couldn't directly increase her power, it would help her understand the world better, so Ying put it at the top of her study list. The law power inheritance and godhood inheritance were both divided into stages, similar to salary grades: young god, apprentice god, low-tier god, mid-tier god, high-tier god, and so on. Currently, she could only access the young god stage of power inheritance and the apprentice god level of godhoods. She could only get a rough idea of the higher godhoods and only up to high-tier god. As for law power inheritance, she could only see her current stage. These two sections overlapped. Some godhoods required mastery of certain law powers, so she planned to study them together. After a young god reached 100 years old and advanced to apprentice god, she wouldn't be forced into hibernation anymore. Only when accessing inherited knowledge in her spiritual world would she need to sleep, not during practice. Ying quickly arranged her future study plan. With her accumulated trial time gone, from now on she'd only have 3 hours of trial time per day. She planned to spend 2.5 hours in the world of myriad gods, which would let her stay for 2.5 years each time, and the remaining half hour in the Emerald world, which would be about 3.5 days. She would progress in both worlds side by side. The world of the gods was now the main focus of Ying's trials, but at this stage, it brought her almost no direct benefit in the real world. The greatest value of this world lay in her trial character itself, in her divine body, divine power, and divine soul. But these could only be converted for maximum benefit when her trial character's divine power in the world of the gods began to wane, when she'd reached her peak. That would be the optimal time for transformation. Even though the time difference between the world of the gods and reality was as much as 1 year to 1 hour, it was still a considerable period. Moreover, for her real-world body to be able to absorb the physical transformation of the divine body, she'd need to reach at least level 20 and ignite the divine fire. There was still a long road ahead. How to become a god, what path to take, these were all issues she needed to consider. No matter what, she would make use of every resource available to her. As for the Emerald World, although she had already achieved perfect exploration, its remaining value had not yet been fully tapped. With the Book of Worlds in hand, her witch bloodline still had plenty of room for growth and development. This was something that could benefit her in reality right now, so she couldn't give it up. She had to devote some of her time to it. At last, she could stably allocate her time between cultivation in reality and her trials in the myriad worlds. When her trial time was exhausted, she woke up in her treehouse in the elven village. The first thing she did upon waking was check the time. The room was dim, a swath of silvery moonlight stretching across her quilt. Just like when she first entered the world of the gods, it was nighttime, as if she'd only just fallen asleep. But in truth, she'd already spent more than 394 years in the world of the gods. She'd spent 300 of those years as a divine embryo and about 94 years as a young god. Fortunately, after returning to reality, her memories of the trial world would be compressed. She remembered everything clearly, but it didn't affect her real-world memories, so she didn't feel unfamiliar with her real body. Still, after such a long stretch of continuous trials, she felt a bit out of place, as if she'd been away for ages. Even the once familiar sights of reality now seemed a little strange and novel. Ying lifted her quilt, walked to the bedside, and leaned out to look at the sky. The moon hung slightly westward. It must be the latter half of the night. Nimbly, she stepped onto the desk by the window, jumped out, climbed the tree, and landed on the rooftop. Her rooftop, like Felice's, was covered with a kind of grass that prevented water leakage. Standing barefoot on the grass, she felt a slight prickling. She'd run out here without shoes. The world of the gods had really left its mark on her. But feeling the grass under her bare feet, the faint prickling was oddly pleasant. After playing around for a while, she was reminded of her ascetic life during the trials and couldn't help but crave some good food. It was the middle of the night, no need to bother anyone else. She simply took out a small table, set up a portable grill, and pulled out ready-to-cook ingredients from her spatial ring, a chunk each of beef and lamb, and, of course, mushrooms. She also took out the necessary seasonings and cookware, all matching sets. Once everything was set, with a thought, a red thorny magic wand, Little Red, grew from her hand. She traced a gentle arc in front of her, and everything sprang to life. She poured herself a big glass of beer, chilled it with magic, and took a sip, feeling her whole body relax. Life without good food really was too bitter. In the quiet forest, the occasional elven song and harp melody drifted by, but up here on the treehouse roof, there was only the sizzle of roasting meat and Ying's contented sighs. She polished off both plates of meat and downed several large glasses of beer. She didn't bother with an anti-intoxication spell. Though she wasn't easy to get drunk, after so much, she was a little tipsy. From moonset to sunrise, the girl in a loose white nightdress, barefoot, sprawled ungracefully on the rooftop, snoring softly. A tiny black and white furball woke up inside the treehouse. Seeing the empty bed, it clambered up to the roof and nestled beside the girl to continue sleeping. Occasionally, passing elves would spot the scene, tiptoe over, and hold their breath to admire the rare sight of the little elf sleeping. Ying had only drunk a bit too much, and after such a long trial, her spirit was a little depleted. She hadn't slept long before she began to wake. Her eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes, just in time to catch a glimpse of a group of figures darting into the treetops, vanishing after a few leaps. Seeing the bent grass beside her, trampled but not yet recovered, Ying immediately understood what had happened. She took out a mirror, quietly wiped the corner of her mouth, and understood the elves' kind intentions in preserving her dignity, firmly burying this memory deep in her heart. With a wave of her hand, she used magic to clean up the mess from last night's barbecue on the rooftop. With another gesture, her nightdress transformed into an ordinary plain long robe. Though she wanted to stay barefoot, her current body wasn't as tough as a god's. Running around barefoot could really get her feet hurt. So she obediently put on her shoes, gave the black and white fur ball a couple of affectionate rubs, and said, rather disloyally, "We'll have breakfast separately today." She had no choice. Gun was too recognizable. She wanted to have breakfast in the territory without being recognized, so she had to abandon Gun for now. She took out a bottle of disguise potion and drank it. She didn't change her features much, just turned her hair and eye color black. Anyone who didn't see her often wouldn't recognize her. If it was someone familiar, she wasn't worried about being recognized anyway. Ying's figure disappeared from the rooftop. When she reappeared, she was already in the main territory. She'd picked the teleportation spot at random, with no particular purpose. She'd been so focused on her trials lately that she hadn't paid attention to territory affairs for over half a month. Yesterday, she'd been so happy eating and drinking that she hadn't even checked the territory's internal news network. Now, she just wanted to stroll around the territory like an ordinary resident, see what good food was available, and solve her breakfast problem. Ideally, she wanted a breakfast shop where she could dine in, so she could eat while listening to the townsfolk chat and maybe catch up on the territory's internal news. Walking along the aerial walkways, she passed one resident after another, some hurrying along, some calling out to friends, some animatedly gossiping. This lively yet peaceful atmosphere instantly grounded Ying in reality. Her heart felt lighter, and the ethereal detachment she'd felt in the world of the gods gradually faded, replaced by a sense of solidity. The trials in the world of the gods had definitely affected her state of mind. As expected, spending too long in continuous trials wasn't a good thing. Unless absolutely necessary, she couldn't let herself do this again. Not long after she set out, Ying spotted what looked like a newly opened noodle shop. The entire storefront was built into a treehouse, and it seemed to have been expanded a bit. Business looked pretty good. Ying went in and ordered a bowl of spicy and sour sweet potato noodles, then found an empty seat in the small shop and sat down. She hadn't been sitting long when two people came in. "Boss, 2 bowls of beast meat noodles for us, and make it quick. We still have to go to the testing house after we eat." "All right, I'll add a couple extra slices of meat for you. Here's wishing you great results on your test. Hope you make it onto the rankings." "Haha, thanks, boss. Making the rankings is a bit of a stretch for us. So many top dogs have already taken the test. It's not easy to get on the list these days. We're just going to see how far off we are from the big shots." The two who came in after Ying chatted with the boss for a bit, placed their order, and sat at a table a little behind hers. They were clearly both warrior types, big, burly adults with booming voices. Their conversation could be heard throughout the whole shop. They also seemed to be regulars here, not only familiar with the boss, but also with the people at the table behind them. Even though there were empty tables, they decided to join their friends. Ying sat alone at her table, quietly listening in on the gossip. All the top players on the global level rankings have taken the test at the testing house, and none of them went anonymous. So far, even among the top dogs, class weaknesses are still pretty obvious. Looks like teamwork is still key. Who says the weaknesses are all obvious? Our lord is super balanced. Balanced? Come on. Even though she's our lord, we have to admit her shortcomings. Her level is the highest, but her overall combat power isn't that great. Before, when she was only compared to people within our territory, she looked pretty good. But now that all the global elites have taken the test, the gap is obvious. Her attack stat is clearly her weak point. Don't even compare her to Dragon, Adam, or Maz. She's only ranked 15th in attack. She's even a notch below Corner, who's 18th on the global rankings. And that's with a level advantage. Our lord is level 9, while Corner is only level 7 with 5% progress. Defense is supposed to be a druid's strength, right? But she's still not as good as Dragon, only ranked second, and that's with a higher level. Her support stat isn't as good as Li Luoxia's now. As for speed, she can't beat Adam or Veronica. Looking at it this way, our Lord's level advantage is getting less and less significant. The Druid class is still pretty limited. Early on, it's easy to level up and you have lots of tricks, like you can do a bit of everything. But once you get to higher levels, it's just not enough. You can do everything, but you're a bit worse than everyone else at everything. She doesn't have any glaring weaknesses, but there's nothing outstanding about her either. Feels like a class that's strong early on but gets weak later. The only real advantage left is leveling up fast. And lately, who knows what our Lord has been up to, her level progress hasn't budged in over half a month. Dragon's about to catch up to her. Hey, why are you always boosting others and putting down our own? Did you memorize all the trash talk about our Lord from the World Forum or something? Just hearing it pisses me off. I have to admit, they have a point. Our Lord's combat power really isn't that great. But didn't our Lord take out all the vampires solo before? The testing house just spits out dry numbers. It can't be as bad as you say. Maybe the vampires weren't that tough to begin with? Now it's not about fighting vampires. It's about competing with geniuses from all over the world. The argument got more and more heated, and neither side realized the person they were talking about was sitting right there, quietly slurping her noodles. Muing was intrigued when she heard that so many top players had gone to the testing house. She decided to finish eating and then go find Little Stone to check out the test results recorded on the testing steel. Although the testing steel only displayed rankings for each category and the overall ranking, all the testers' data was actually recorded. Aside from the testers themselves, Muing was the only one who could see the detailed stats. That was the whole point of her setting up the talent rankings, to collect information on players' strengths. But as the conversation went on and turned into an argument, Muing felt a little dazed. Still, she wasn't really angry. She just quietly kept up her disguise as a passerby. I mean, if you're going to talk about the Lord's ranking on the talent list, shouldn't you first figure out when she actually took the test? And when did the others take it? As far as I know, the Lord only tested once, before the testing house was even officially open. I remember the cross-regional teleport arrays weren't even built yet. What level was she then? Was she even level 9? Suddenly, a new voice cut in, and the shop instantly fell silent. Muing found the voice oddly familiar. She turned her head, and sure enough, it was someone she knew. Edwin, Dragon, and Shessen. Wait, Adam was there too. He was so low-key she almost missed him. The four of them had really formed a team? Even Adam was here? No, she wasn't level 9. See, I told you it wasn't like you said. The person who'd been blindly confident in Muing finally found some evidence to argue back. The player who'd been saying Mu Ying's combat power was lacking and that druids were weak late game fell silent. He'd clearly overlooked that point, and besides, he couldn't afford to offend the newcomers. They were all top players in the territory. When Muing looked up, Edwin and the others recognized her immediately. He winked at her, then turned to the boss and said, "Boss, 4 large bowls of beast meat noodle soup, please." After ordering, they walked over to her table. Seeing that she'd changed her hair and eye color and was dressed plainly, Edwin pretended not to know her and cleared his throat. "Hey there, mind if we share your table?" Muing nodded. Good thing they knew each other. If it had been any other girl, she'd have been scared off by 4 guys crowding around her table. In the end, the strangers didn't keep up the act for long. They hadn't seen her in ages, and she hadn't shown up in the group chat either. It was like she'd vanished. Edwin lowered his voice and asked, "You done with your retreat? Everything go okay?" "Pretty much," Muing replied. "I think I've got a lead. It might be a source power type." She just didn't want to be recognized and have her meal interrupted. Without her signature hair and eye color, she felt much safer. She didn't have to hide too much, and since she'd already eaten most of her noodles, she wasn't worried. If things got rowdy, she could just slip away, so she answered honestly. Hearing this, the others realized she didn't mind revealing her identity. "Are you planning to retake the test at the testing house soon? There's been a lot of talk about your combat power on the forums lately," Shessen reminded her. "Yeah, I'll head over after I finish eating," Muing said. She was curious to see where she stood now, too. There were always long lines of people waiting to register at every testing chamber, but Ying didn't need to queue up obediently, nor did she have to cut in line. She glanced at the dungeon interface. Testing chambers, 2023. During this period, the maximum number of testing chambers had increased by 3. After finishing her noodles and parting ways with Edwin and the others, Ying first teleported to the plantation to check on Little Stone's main body. While she was there, she had it build 3 more testing chambers, then teleported herself to testing chamber 21 to start her project tests. Crystal Dungeon, Adventurers Plaza, testing chamber area. Jing Jiang had just finished registering at testing chamber 20 when he turned around and saw a deep corridor had suddenly appeared nearby. He was about to head to the tomb exploration area for treasure hunting, and the sight startled him. If it weren't for the bright lights from the lamp vines on the corridor ceiling, he would have thought the place was haunted. Looking closer, he realized 3 new testing chambers had opened up. Feeling lucky, he was about to cancel his registration at Chamber 20, but before he could, the people waiting behind him had already rushed over to claim spots at the new chambers, leaving him further back in line. In no time, the registration numbers for the 3 new chambers had already reached 5 or 6. He only managed to get number 7 for Chamber 21. Still, that was a pretty good spot. He'd only have to wait a little over an hour for his turn. He decided to wait here, eager to see if his recent training had paid off. The first participants for Chambers 22 and 23 had already gone inside. The person second in line for Chamber 21 poked the one in front. "Hey man, what are you spacing out for? Go in. Didn't you notice I'm number 2? There's already someone inside." "Wait, weren't you supposed to be the first? How come Chamber 21 already had someone inside from the start? I didn't see anyone go in just now." He wasn't the only one who hadn't seen it. Everyone else was sure the door to Chamber 21 hadn't opened, since the stone door makes a very distinct sound when it does. For a moment, everyone stared intently at the door. Could someone have teleported inside? "I thought you could only teleport out of the testing chambers, not in. So, who do you think could break the rules and just appear inside a testing chamber the moment it opens?" A certain name was on the tip of everyone's tongue. This time, Jing Jiang learned his lesson. He immediately dashed out to the plaza and found a good spot where he could see the genius rankings, eyes glued to a particular name. 10 minutes later, that name moved. First. The Lord is first on the overall rankings again. Jing Jiang shouted. But by now, he wasn't the only one watching that name. His voice was drowned out by the crowd. 4th in attack, 1st in defense, 2nd in support, 2nd in speed, and 1st overall. Who said druids fall off late game? I wish I could fall off like that. Her defense is higher than the top barbarian, her support is only a bit lower than the top priest, her speed is just under the top rogue, and even her weakest stat, attack, is still 4th, just a hair behind the best attack classes. Falling off my foot. Even in the attack category, her physical attack is only a bit behind Dragon and Adam, and her spell attack is just under Maz. But only our Lord ranks near the top in both physical and spell attack. In a real fight, who knows whose attack would be stronger? The Lord's level hasn't changed, which means she's been at this level for a while. The rumors were true, the previous data was already outdated. I really want to see her detailed scores. Are all her subcategories this impressive? Haha, all those naysayers on the forums must be eating their words now. I've noticed something. At the same level, except for defense, the Lord's other 3 stats can't beat the top-tier player's best stats, but overall, she still has the highest comprehensive combat power. Even the top barbarian, whose advantage is defense, has to be a level higher than her to beat her in defense. That means the Lord's strongest stat is definitely defense. She's built for tanking. Are druids really the best at defense? There's a kind of druid called Ying. Speaking as a regular druid myself, the average druid stats are attack B-, defense B-, support B-, speed B-, each one weaker than the top classes by 1 or 2 grades. But when you add them all up, they're about even with other classes at the same level. So, There's no single best class, it's just different strengths. Ying had finished her tests and was now floating above the Adventurers Plaza on her magic carpet, comparing her results with those of the top players on the Genius rankings, all while listening to her subjects' praise. Ying, level 9 Druid. 1. Attack. Physical 43 A 4th, Spell 43 A 4th, Overall A 4th. 2. Defense. Physical 56 SSS, 1st, Spell 56 SSS, 1st, Overall SSS, 1st. 3. Support. Healing 45 A+, 2nd, Detox 41 A 2nd, Strength 38 B, 3rd, Constitution 38 B, 3rd, Agility 41 A 3rd, Intelligence 38 B, 3rd, Perception 38 B, 3rd, Charisma 38 B, 3rd, Flight 41 A 1st. Overall B+, 2nd. 4. Speed. Movement 46S, 2nd, Attack 46S, 2nd, Overall S, 2nd. Comprehensive Combat Power Score, 648 1st. Current level Comprehensive Combat Power Rating, S+, 1st. Note, total combat power score is out of 1,500 points. Each category maxes at 100 points. Max Comprehensive Combat Power Score for a level equals level X5 by 15. Max Category Score for a level equals level X5. Rankings for each category are in parentheses. Compared to last time, her biggest improvements were in defense and support, the former rising from SS+ to SSS-, the latter from A+ to S-. The other stats had only increased slightly due to leveling up, with little change in their ratings. Ying wasn't too surprised. The boost in defense was thanks to her constant patrolling of the forest. Her guardian's armor had grown even stronger there. Her speed improvement was due to training with Felice and Layla, developing her own physical talents. With just her elven body and speed-enhancing support spells, her speed was now only a bit lower than Adam, the top rogue. Adam's movement speed was also 46s-, but his attack speed was 2 points higher at 48s. Adam was now the same level as her level 9. As players advance, each new level requires much more experience, so higher-level players seem to level up more slowly. The top 6 players were all level 9 now, and the top 18 were all above level 8. Players like Dragon, Veronica, Adam, Maz, and Luasia all had excellent natural talents in their main classes, with top subcategory ratings. For example, Dragon's physical attack subcategory in attack was S-, and his defense was S. Veronica's defense was S. Adam's specialty was speed. Maz's spell attack was S, and Luasia's support was S. Previously, she hadn't really compared herself carefully, but now, looking at the data side by side, Ying realized she was much stronger than she'd imagined. According to Ying's understanding, normally, every class had its own strengths and weaknesses. For example, warriors excelled at physical attacks, mages at spellcasting, barbarians at defense, rogues at speed, and clerics at support. Aside from their specialties, the other aspects were usually weak, sometimes even non-existent. Classes like bards and rangers had a few slightly stronger attributes and could do a bit of everything else, but weren't particularly good at any one thing. If you averaged everything out, you'd get a druid. Overall, all classes were more or less balanced. They just had different features and areas of expertise. There's no hierarchy among classes, but everyone's individual talent is different, determined by their attributes, bloodline, and other factors. Except for jack-of-all-trades classes like druids, where being B-level in everything is considered average talent, most other classes have one outstanding attribute. For those with average talent, that specialty is usually rated A, from A to A+. If their talent is poor, their specialty falls below A. If their talent is exceptional, their specialty can reach S level. People like Dragon and Veronica have excellent class talent. Their specialties are all above A. In fact, most of the top-ranked players in the world have pretty good talent in their main class. But the stronger a class's specialty, the more obvious its weaknesses. If you're lucky, your weak stats are C or lower. If not, you might be completely clueless in those areas. For example, support abilities for warriors and barbarians. But that's just for regular class holders. Trial takers are a special case. They have the opportunity to access more training systems to make up for their class's weaknesses, so their overall combat rating is higher. For instance, Dragon swapped a bandage skill with Li Luoxia. He used to have 0 support ability, but now he can quickly heal and stop his own bleeding with this skill, so his support stat is now F. Li Luoxia, after trading for Mu Ying's aiming skill and enchanting her bow with infinite arrows, has raised her attack stat to B-. But none of them are as outrageous as Mu Ying. Both her defense and speed stats are above A, and her attack stat is also A. Her support stat is still only B+, but that's because there are so many subcategories in support. She's dabbled in all of them, but still has some weak spots. For healing, detox, agility buffs, and flight support, she's already reached A level. The rest, strength, constitution, intelligence, perception, and charisma buffs, are still at B, which drags her down a bit. But honestly, she doesn't use those support abilities much anyway. Comparing her stats to the names on the talent leaderboard and the global rankings, Mu Ying realized that for druids, having 1 or 2 stats at A level is already as good as other classes having their specialty at S level. That's considered talented. Looking at her own ratings, Mu Ying suddenly felt that, at least compared to the native players of Azure Star, she really was incredibly strong. As long as her level didn't fall behind, her overall combat power was rock solid, practically no weaknesses. Her weaknesses were only weak compared to her own strengths, but in actual combat, that might not even matter. Because her defense was so outstanding, it could completely make up for any lack of attack power. However, if she left her territory, the land she'd been nurturing and protecting, the effect of the Guardian's armor would fade, and her defense stat wouldn't be as high as it was now. At best, it would be around A level, about the same as her attack. The talent leaderboard stats were fairly comprehensive, but using those numbers to represent someone's real combat ability was obviously not enough. After all, those were just static numbers. True combat ability could only be shown in actual battle. To be honest, Mu Ying was really tempted to set up a tournament arena in her territory, to rank people's real combat abilities through duels. But it wasn't as simple as just having a venue. There were other issues, like safety. The point of arena battles was to test and train combat ability, not to fight to the death. How to avoid injuries, or even fatalities, was a big challenge. Mu Ying couldn't think of a solution, so she just grumbled about it to Little Stone. But Little Stone didn't grow according to her wishes. It grew based on the emotional energy it absorbed, and there were many variables. All Mu Ying could do was make the facilities in the Crystal Dungeon more focused on improving strength or testing compatibility, but she couldn't control what special buildings would appear in the future. Sigh, Little Stone. I'm counting on you, Mu Ying said, squeezing the squishy little stone in her hand. The back of her hand warmed slightly as the territory's internal network interface appeared. Someone was contacting her. She opened it and saw that several group chats were quite lively. She'd already announced in the work group this morning that she was out of seclusion. But now, all the territory's affairs were running smoothly, and nothing new had happened in the past half-month that required her decision. After reading the territory report from Felice, there wasn't much else to do. Right now, they were chatting in the group about the talent leaderboard, mostly cheering that she'd reclaimed the #1 spot. The trial takers group was much quieter. Veronica, Mats, and Chishima Keiko had all left Qingshan City. The one actually looking for her was Dragon, who sent her a private message. Dragon, Lord, let's have a match. I want to see how big the gap is between us. Mu Ying raised an eyebrow and replied, how do you want to fight? At that moment, Edwin messaged her privately too, Lord, you're amazing. Even your defense stat is higher than Dragon's. He realized even his specialty is worse than yours, and now he's fired up to fight. Mu Ying understood. Are you still with him? Edwin, we're with Jason and Adam, watching the talent leaderboard at the Adventurers Plaza. Mu Ying glanced down, but there were too many people to spot them. She thought for a moment, then sent coordinates to Edwin, Dragon, Adam, and Jason, inviting them to teleport directly onto her flying carpet. She'd cast a soundproofing spell on it, so she might as well invite them up for a chat. The flying carpet wasn't huge, but it was big enough for 5 people. Ying also put away Littlestone's avatar. In the crowd, Jason frowned at the coordinates. This looks like it's... The 4 of them looked up, but there was nothing visible above. Maybe there's some secret room up there that only the Lord can access. This is a rare opportunity, let's go. Edwin said, rubbing his hands together. The 4 of them vanished from the plaza in an instant, and the next second, they found themselves on Ying's magic flying carpet. Ying, ever thoughtful, had prepared a cushion for each of them, and the teleport coordinates she'd given them landed them right beside their respective cushions. In the middle, a small table held a portable grill. After spending so much time in the world of the gods, she'd really developed a taste for strong-flavored barbecue. The 4, who had assumed there was some kind of invisible private chamber hidden in the plaza ceiling, were startled to find their teleport destination was actually just above the plaza, and that they were all so close together. They'd just been standing in the plaza and hadn't seen anything. How could something so blatant be right here, yet invisible from below? Only Dragon, who'd ridden Ying's magic carpet before, managed to sit down calmly. This is a magic item. It has some invisibility features, and right now it's soundproof too, Ying explained simply. She had to admit, after comparing her own and everyone else's combat power reports, she felt a little more at ease. At least, in front of friends she got along well with, she could afford to show a bit more. As soon as they heard it was a magic item, Edwin and Adam understood it was another thing only witches could use. Is it really impossible for witch bloodlines to be compatible with men? Not even if you change gender? Edwin asked boldly. Adam and Dragon stared at him in shock, quietly edging away. I don't know if it would work after a gender change. Maybe you could try it yourself. Ying looked at him with the eyes of someone admiring a brave soul. She could guarantee there wasn't a hint of falsehood in her words. Honestly, she was pretty curious herself. Edwin. Forget it, I'd like to live a few more years. Edwin said with a sheepish grin. He glanced at the empty space beside him, then at the other 3 squeezed together. Relax, my orientation is perfectly normal. I don't have any interest in you guys. Isn't it uncomfortable, all squished together like that? Edwin grumbled. It's mainly for safety, Jason replied with a grin. Fine, having a bit more space to myself is actually pretty nice. Edwin suddenly saw the bright side. Why not enjoy a whole corner to himself? Let the other 3 crowd together if they wanted. Ha ha. Everyone laughed. Knowing that sound and sight were blocked here, they all relaxed. The view of the talent rankings is perfect from here, Jason commented. Of course. I picked this spot with great care. Ying said, not the least bit modest. Lord, you can see the full version of our combat power reports, can't you? Edwin suddenly asked. The others all turned to look at her. Ying nearly choked on her water. Cough, cough, now that's a sensitive question. She really wanted to slap herself for sending those teleport coordinates. Wouldn't it have been fine to just chat via messages? Why did she have to call them over in person? Now what was she supposed to say? Lie? Or lie? She felt a little guilty. All right, you don't have to answer. We get it. Edwin said, considerately. Ying. So, Lord, how about sharing your own combat stats? That way we'll know just how strong our territory's backing really is. In exchange, we can share our full combat reports and even sign a contract not to leak them, Edwin said with a fawning smile. They'd just been discussing this in the plaza. They were way too curious. Dragon nodded vigorously. Your defense stat must be Super S, right? Is defense also Druin's highlight? When can we spar and find out? Jason was curious too. The last data we saw was from when you were level 8, right? I'm level 8 now too. Back then, your agility stat wasn't as high as mine. Did it surpass me just because you leveled up? But even so, how did you end up with a higher agility ranking than the top ranger Dasha and the second-ranked rogue Yusuke Yamada? How did you do it? Is there a way to quickly boost agility? Even Adam nodded, showing his curiosity. Hey, Don't you think you're digging a little too deep? It's kind of rude, you know, Ying said, exasperated. Our combat reports, Edwin drawled meaningfully. Ying gave up. Didn't you realize when you chose to take the test that I might be able to see your results? Please, we're just too curious. Tell us, won't you? We want to see how big the gap is between us and number one. Edwin was completely shameless, even putting on some strange accent he'd picked up somewhere. Ying got goosebumps. Fine, but you sign a confidentiality contract first. After all, she'd already seen their combat reports, so she was in no position to refuse. With a confidentiality contract, nothing could go wrong. None of these people belonged to any other faction, and the odds of them turning against her were extremely low. Edwin and the others readily signed the contract. Only then did Ying open up her internal territory network and show them her full combat report. SSS. Dragon was stunned. He hadn't expected her defense to be SSS. My god. Physical and magical attack both A. Physical and magical defense SSS-. What kind of monster are you? Edwin shrieked, looking at Ying with new eyes. Adam and Jason were more focused on her speed stat. A druid with an S- in speed? I'm impressed. Jason's movement speed was S-, and his attack speed was A+. But since he was one level lower than Ying, his combat rating was a bit lower. As a ranger whose specialty was speed, he couldn't even beat a druid in agility. Adam added, my movement and attack speed are only 1 point higher than hers. It's all thanks to my bloodline bonuses, and my base agility isn't low either, Ying said modestly. What about your defense? How did you get it so high? You look so slender, but you're even tougher than a barbarian warrior. Dragon asked. Druids have good defense to begin with. Don't forget, druids have the wild shape skill. I may look like I don't have much defense, but my wild forms are tough. Plus, I have defensive spells. Add it all together and you get this rating. Other druids might not have as comprehensive wild shapes as I do. I've got land, sea, and air forms, and some are really tanky. Ying lied through her teeth without batting an eye. In reality, even with wild shape and defensive spells, a druid's defense could only reach about a rank. S, SS, and especially SSS were all thanks to the amplification from the Bracelet of Nature. Her strongest defense came when she was in brown bear form, inside her own territory, with both Wild Fang and Guardian's armor active. In human form, with stone skin and Guardian's armor, plus the nature shield, her defense was a bit lower. Only druids who reach level 7 can begin learning wild shape for large animals. But how many druids are actually above level 7? And of those, how many have successfully mastered the large animal wild shape? There are plenty of druids on the forums who are only level 5 or 6 and haven't even learned their first small land animal wild shape. After all, to learn wild shape, you have to spend a period of time living as a wildling out in the wilderness. Ying has a spatial ring, which makes things much more convenient for her, but for ordinary druids, it's a real hassle. Plus, it's not easy to find suitable animals to use as transformation references. On top of that, wild shape is extremely versatile. The power you gain depends entirely on the animal you transform into, so it's hard to define its strength in concrete terms. Ying's wild shapes have definitely added a lot to her defenses, so her explanation wasn't just an excuse. She simply left out the existence of the Bracelet of Nature. After Ying explained the situation with wild shape, Dragon and the others believed her. Edwin stroked his chin and said, so the druid's class skill is actually this powerful? In that case, druids aren't just a jack-of-all-trades class. Even if your spellcasting isn't great, as long as you master wild shape, you can get a huge boost in every area. So many animals are faster, stronger, or tougher than humans, flying, running, swimming, big, small, even tiny ones. Just this one skill can handle most battles. This must be the druid's core ability. You still have to level up first. Right now, I can only learn large, medium, and small animal forms, whether they're land, sea, or air. The brown bear is a large animal. Anything bigger than a brown bear is out of reach. The screech owl is a small animal. Anything smaller than that is also off limits. And each form is really hard to learn. It's not that easy, Ying replied. She already had quite a few animal forms she could practice, but so far, she'd only mastered 4: wolf, turtle, screech owl, and brown bear. And the process of learning each one was far from pleasant. Suddenly, I feel like I should find a druid to team up with, Siasen said out of the blue. Edwin, you're going to ditch your brothers? Siasen replied seriously, I often have to operate in the forest, and animal companions are really important. If I had a druid teammate, wouldn't that be like having a bunch of animal companions? They could transform into whatever I need. How great is that? Well, when you put it that way, it does make sense, Edwin wanted to argue, but couldn't find a reason. But druids like Ying are 1 in a million. She's got an entire territory earning her money, and she doesn't need to grind combat for class experience. She has no reason to team up with us. How many animal forms do other druids even know? Ying saw them seriously considering the idea of finding a druid to partner with Siasen and was speechless. What kind of logic was this? Treating a druid as an animal companion, was that something a normal person would do? She decided to change the subject. Dragon, are we still going to spar? I'm actually pretty curious about my own defense level, but I've never really had a chance to test it in combat. I rarely fight in melee most of the time. I deal with enemies at range using spells. In real, life-or-death battles, she always preferred the safest approach, taking out enemies from a distance before they could even touch her. The only time she'd fought up close was back when the new mode first launched and her spells weren't very effective. So for her, this A-rank physical attack and SSS defense were just numbers. She had no idea how they'd actually perform in a real fight. Let's do it. Dragon answered without hesitation. He was a battle maniac, especially good at fighting with his own body. Facing an opponent like Ying really fired him up. Lord, if you could set up a dedicated dueling arena in your territory, that would be perfect for times like this, Edwin said. You think I don't want to? I just can't guarantee safety. Ying replied helplessly. Of course she knew it would be better to have a place where her people could spar, whether it was a training ground or an arena. The key issue was safety. She herself only dared to try because she had the Guardian's armor, could take a beating, and could heal herself. So where are we going to duel? Dragon asked. Ying was about to suggest her plantation. The area was big, private, and on her land, her Guardian's armor was at its strongest. The lawn where she'd held the banquet before was spacious enough, and fighting there wouldn't damage any plants. But then she had another idea. The emotions generated during a duel shouldn't go to waste. If she set up a secret dueling area in the Crystal Undercity, not open to the public, but available for trusted friends, could the emotions collected there help the little stone grow a special facility with similar functions? Even if there were still safety concerns, as long as it wasn't public and only close, trustworthy friends sparred and kept things friendly, it should be pretty safe. With that in mind, Ying changed what she was about to say. Give me 2 days. I'll set up a spacious sparring area underground. I'll send you all the teleport coordinates when it's ready. Then we can all go there to spar. Just remember, there's no guaranteed safety, so let's keep it friendly. Great. Dragon was already raring to go. No amount of delicious barbecue could distract him now. I want to try too, Adam said. Sure. Ying agreed readily. To her, Dragon and Adam were different types of opponents. Dragon focused on strength and defense, while Adam was all about speed, making each duel a unique challenge. In fact, Ying found speed-type opponents even more challenging. She planned to only use Wild Shape and fight Dragon in melee during their spar. Otherwise, with her usual tactics, she was faster than Dragon and could easily keep her distance. He'd only be able to hit her with the aiming skill he'd recently traded from her, and the duel would lose its meaning. Adam, on the other hand, had that uncanny low-presence talent and a speed advantage. Ying would have to be much more careful, making it a good test of her usual combat methods. I'll pass. I'm happy just being a spectator, Edwin said. Right now, his only decent skill was control. He wasn't good at anything else. Siasen had wanted to try too, but since the arena would be underground, many of his abilities would be restricted. Plus, his level was lower, so there'd be no suspense in the fight, no point in sparring. After parting ways with Dragon and the others, Muing had Little Stone create a spacious open plaza. Little Stone had already consumed plenty of stone. Making a small plaza was no more difficult than building a large stone house, so it was easily done. To serve as a private dueling arena, they just needed to make the foundation and walls thicker and higher. That was about it, just an open combat space, with plenty of everlasting lantern vines providing illumination overhead. The entire arena was completely sealed off, with no external entrance. Only those to whom Muing granted teleportation access could enter. The next day, Muing sent Dragon and the others the teleport coordinates and opened up access. Besides Dragon, Adam, Edwin, and Xiaxin, Li Luoxia, Zheng Jing, Lu Luoluo, and even Gun Gun and De Ming all came along. Li Luoxia volunteered to handle post-battle healing, while Zheng Jing came to serve as a translator. Muing and Dragon stood in the center of the arena, while everyone else moved to the corners. I'll use my strongest defensive form, the brown bear, for some close combat with you. My melee skills really aren't that great, so forgive me if I embarrass myself, Muing said. She wasn't being modest. Her brown bear form was learned from the big brown bear in the orchard. She'd picked up most of its habits, but not much of its fighting prowess. Back when she was learning, the wild animals around the orchard had long been cowed by the brown bear. Only the wolf pack would occasionally come by for a spar. Muing had watched quite a few times, but never really mastered the brown bear's combat techniques. She'd only picked up the basics, since the brown bear only allowed her to observe from a distance, never letting her get too close, let alone teaching her directly. Ironically, her wolf form had better melee skills, since De Hui and the others were her own wolves, and she'd join them on hunts when learning. All right. Dragon agreed readily, not minding at all that Muing wouldn't be going all out. He was well aware of his own shortcomings. His attack range was too short. Sure, his attacks and defense were strong, but if he couldn't get close, he couldn't hit anyone. If Muing fought at full strength and just kept her distance, he might not even get a chance to use his power. Her speed stat was already S-level, and she had plenty of spells. Keeping her distance would be a breeze. If it came to that, there'd be no point in such a match. His goal wasn't to see who was stronger, but to test just how tough Mu Ying's SSS defense stat really was. So her using her most defensive brown bear form was perfect for him. Let's do this. Muing took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, the slender, beautiful girl transformed into a powerful, imposing brown bear. Dragon, tall and burly himself, usually had to look down slightly to meet Mu Ying's gaze. Now, facing the upright brown bear, he actually had to look up a bit. Whoa! The four spectators erupted in excitement. Edwin looked on enviously. Druid shapeshifting is so cool. The Lord's brown bear form is a real beauty among bears. No wonder the big guy's been hung up on her for so long. Xiaxin blurted out a juicy tidbit. Wait, what did you just say? Edwin felt like he'd just heard something he shouldn't have. I mean the big brown bear in the northern orchard. Roar. Muing couldn't help but shout from the arena. Didn't she have any dignity? Xiaxin sheepishly rubbed his nose. Lu Luoluo, full of gossip, asked, wait, what's the Lord saying? Xiaxin didn't dare answer, but Zheng Jing, who could communicate with animals, exposed him. She said, shut up. Ha ha. Lu Luoluo gloated at Xia Senior, serves you right for talking nonsense, got roared at. Edwin sidled up to Xiaxin and whispered, tell us the whole story later. Look, they're starting. Li Luoxia reminded everyone. To avoid causing any irreparable harm, Dragon didn't use his usual giant axe, just put on a pair of gloves. After transforming, Muing stood her ground, ready to counter any move, waiting for Dragon to approach. Dragon didn't hesitate. He came in with a punch, using about 70% of his strength. His speed wasn't particularly fast, but his movements were quick enough. Muing could have dodged, but she wanted to test his strength against her defense, so she met his fist with a swipe of her paw. In bear form, with the wild fang function of the nature bracelet, Her strength was about on par with a human with 17 or 18 points in strength, quite different from her much weaker human form. Ying felt the impact through her bare paw, forcing her to take half a step back. Her paw tingled a bit, but she wasn't hurt at all. Dragon also realized her strength was no joke. After exchanging blows, he was fine, his stance steady and unmoved. He quickly followed up with a kick this time, no holding back. Ying saw the move coming, but hadn't regained her balance yet. She tried to dodge with a forepaw lunge, but wasn't fast enough, and his kick landed solidly on her hind leg. It was a hefty blow, even stronger than the punch. The force nearly knocked her over. It hurt a lot, but didn't really affect her. She rolled with it, steadied herself, and realized she had no advantage fighting Dragon upright. She changed tactics, dropped to all fours, and lunged to bite. Before long, the man and the bear had exchanged several rounds, every blow landing hard, raw, and brutal. That's savage. Edwin felt like he was watching a beast fight. Looks like the Lord's at a disadvantage, getting pressed the whole time. She wasn't kidding about being bad at melee, Siasen commented. Seems like the Lord isn't too familiar with the brown bear's fighting style. During the animal games at New Year, that orchard bear was a real fighter, Zheng Jing said, a bit worried. The only two priests present, Li Luoxia and Lu Luoluo, exchanged a knowing glance, feeling like the only sober ones in a room full of drunks. Who do you think has lost more HP? Lu Luoluo couldn't help but ask. Definitely the Lord. She's been hit several times, kicked across the arena 2 or 3 times. Dragon only took that first swipe and got knocked back once, Edwin answered without hesitation. Lu Luoluo rolled her eyes. I checked with my priest skill. The Lord's HP is still at 100%. Dragon's is at 96%. Edwin was incredulous. No way. Xia, Xin, and Adam were both shocked, turning to Li Luoxia. Really? Li Luoxia nodded. The Lord's SSS level defense stat is honestly ridiculous. Everyone else stared at the arena in utter shock. Ever since I saw that the Lord didn't even lose a sliver of HP, my eyes can't believe what I'm seeing. Is the Lord using Dragon to hone her close combat skills? Edwin said with difficulty. Xia nodded. I think so. Look, she's not just getting beaten up, she's constantly improving her own attacks. You can see she's getting more and more comfortable using the brown bear form. Dragon's the top-ranked in physical attack, but he still can't do any real damage to the Lord. Is SSS level defense really this insane? No matter how hard you hit, it's like scratching an itch. That's gotta feel so safe. Edwin said, not hiding his envy. Dragon's physical attack stat is only S rank, right? There's a huge gap between S and SSS. Plus, Dragon isn't even going all out. He hasn't used his battle axe, Lu Luoluo said. The Lord is just incredible. Whoa, that punch looked heavy. Did Ying lose any HP? Edwin asked Li Luoxia. Nope, Li Luoxia replied. Ying's HP stayed rock solid, while Dragon's was slowly but steadily dropping. Li Luoxia kept a close eye on them. The rule was, if either side's HP dropped below 80%, the fight would be stopped. Dragon couldn't see Ying's HP, but since Li Luoxia hadn't called it off, it meant Ying was still perfectly safe. Even after being knocked down so many times, her movements weren't affected at all. There wasn't the slightest sign of injury or sluggishness. On the contrary, whenever Dragon got hit, it hurt. Ying was smart. She kept targeting the same spot, and after several hits, it started to take a toll. Fortunately, his years wandering the wilderness had given him a high pain tolerance, so these minor injuries weren't a big deal. Attack after attack, collision after collision, every blow landed with a thud. Both the person and the bear were giving it their all. It was a contest of strength, but also of stamina. Luckily, Ying was in brown bear form. Her constitution was way stronger than in human form. Otherwise, after such intense, prolonged fighting, she'd be showing signs of exhaustion. But instead, she seemed to get braver with each setback, her attacks growing more fluid. After several hours of fighting, Li Luoxia finally called a stop. Ying and Dragon both ceased. One collapsed on the ground like a bear pancake, The other was questioning his life choices. Liluasha walked over and cast a healing spell on Dragon, restoring his HP to full. After healing, she patted his shoulder. Good work. Nearby, a black and white fur ball was sprawled on Ying's belly, and a big one was flapping its wings, trying to climb onto her. Lulualuo and Zheng Jing's eyes sparkled as they stroked her thick brown fur. Doesn't Ying need healing? Dragon asked. During the fight, he'd realized Ying probably wasn't as injured as he was, but surely she needed some healing, right? Her HP is full, Liluasha said. That fact stung Dragon a bit. He stared in shock at the brown bear, then came to terms with it. The gap between S and SSS really was that big. With his S-rank attack, it wasn't surprising he couldn't break through SSS defense. But as a barbarian warrior, it was a bit embarrassing that he couldn't even outdefend a druid, and by such a wide margin. After all that fighting, he hadn't managed to injure her at all. Still, he realized his own skills were far from perfect. There was plenty of room for improvement. Ying wanted to lie there a bit longer, but with so many people and animals poking and prodding her, she had no choice but to shift back to human form. She grabbed Gun and gave him a few firm pats on the leg. You're getting out of hand. Deming flapped his wings, trying to escape, but Ying didn't play favorites. Deming got his share of butt smacks too. Lulualuo and the others sheepishly withdrew their hands. Lord, your brown bear form just looks so fluffy and pettable. The brown bear in the northern orchard is just as fluffy. You can try petting that one, Ying suggested with a mischievous smile. They quickly changed the subject. Lord, aren't you basically invincible now? You don't lose any HP even when attacked. I didn't expect my defense to be this high either, Ying said, a bit smug. Honestly, it had been a very long time since she'd had such a head-on fight, so she had no clear sense of her current strength. But my close combat skills are really lacking, Ying admitted helplessly. She hadn't taken any damage, but there was no doubt she'd been on the back foot the entire fight. It looked like she'd won, but in reality, she'd lost. Now that she'd realized her weakness, she had to address it. Dragon, if I post a sparring quest, with territory contribution points and coins as rewards, would you accept? I want you to spar with me, help me improve my close combat skills and abilities, Ying asked Dragon. I'd be happy to. Dragon was still eyeing that spatial ring in the territory contribution shop. Of course, he wouldn't refuse, he was even eager. Besides, these fights were good practice for him too. Ying smiled and immediately discussed the terms with him, issuing a private long-term quest, with payment based on the number of sparring sessions. It was basically like hiring a personal coach. The reward Ying offered was generous, and Dragon's frustration at not breaking her defense faded a lot. Getting beaten up was fine, at least he'd get paid. There'd be more chances in the future. One day, he'd break through her defense. Lord, do you need any more sparring partners? Edwin asked, eyeing the reward. This sparring gig paid way more than going out to hunt monsters for materials. I do. But you have to spar with me first and pass the interview, Ying said. As long as you're a good match to help me improve, you're welcome. She'd neglected this kind of training before, but now she was determined to focus on it. Hearing this, Edwin backed down. He knew his own limits. I'll do it, Adam said. He'd been watching from the side and was itching to challenge her. They were all top players on the global rankings. Of course, they had a competitive streak. They'd always thought the differences were just in class and leveling difficulty, not necessarily in combat power. Ying and Veronica, one a druid, the other a bard, were both considered weaker in combat due to their classes. But was that really the case? If not for today's fight, who would have thought a druid's defense could be this strong? Adam didn't think he was much stronger than Dragon. He probably couldn't break through Ying's brown bear defense either. But he wanted to test her human form, to see how fast and tough she was in that state. When Adam said he wanted to spar with her in her humanoid form, Ying agreed without hesitation. She'd been thinking the same thing. If they were going to compete, they might as well take on the highest difficulty. Against a speed-type opponent, it was the perfect chance to test her casting and movement speed. Does a level 9 rogue have the ability to fly? Ying asked. No, Adam replied helplessly. If you start flying, I'll only be able to hit you with my hand crossbow. That's the downside of skill-based classes. They still didn't have any flight abilities. For rogues, there was no way to fly until at least level 14. Otherwise, back when they attacked the Fishman village, Chief Nid wouldn't have needed Mu Ying's giant vines and spells to get close to the Fishman priest. So Mu Ying decided not to use any flight spells or related abilities. After all, this was just a friendly spar. She didn't need to win by dominating the skies. The point of sparring wasn't to win, but to test her abilities and improve her combat skills. Wait a sec, let me wash the poison off my weapon first, Adam said, drawing his weapon from his belt. No need. Level 9 druids are immune to poison. Mu Ying stopped him. The others. They were already tired of being envious. All right, let's begin, Adam said. Mu Ying nodded. This time, the two of them immediately put some distance between each other as soon as they entered the arena. As the duel began, Mu Ying faced Adam and quickly retreated, casting spells on herself at lightning speed. In her humanoid form, she never felt safe unless she stacked all her buff spells. Her spell routine was the usual: Stone Skin first, then Haste, then Attribute Enhancement. She cast 4 of those in a row, boosting Strength, Constitution, Dexterity, and Perception. The only spell she skipped this time was Spider Climb. This whole setup would cost her 65 mana points. But she didn't get to finish her spell sequence smoothly, because from the very start, Adam had been closing in at incredible speed, leaving only a blur in his wake. While Mu Ying was retreating and casting, her speed was nowhere near as fast as his, and the distance between them shrank rapidly. Stone Skin was a 4th level spell. She couldn't cast it instantly. She realized in a flash that before she could finish casting Stone Skin, Adam would already be upon her. She made a snap decision, changed her casting order, gave up on Stone Skin for now, and instead cast Fog Cloud. A thick white mist spread out, covering most of the arena and engulfing both of them. As soon as the fog appeared, Mu Ying quickly changed direction and cast Haste on herself to boost her speed. Both Fog Cloud and Haste were 1st-level spells, and Mu Ying was already very proficient with them, finishing the casting quickly. With his vision blocked, Adam did slow down for a moment, but he quickly slipped into stealth mode. Even though Mu Ying's vision wasn't affected by the fog, she still lost track of him. Losing sight of your opponent in battle is terrifying. Mu Ying felt her hair stand on end, as if Adam could appear beside her at any moment and deliver a fatal blow. Since she didn't know where he was, it was probably only a matter of time before he got close. Even if Adam's vision was blocked by the fog, once he got close enough, he'd be able to spot her. All he had to do was circle around in the fog, and he'd find her. At this point, instead of running around trying to dodge him, it was better to use the time bought by the fog to stack more spells on herself and increase her advantage so that when he did get close, she'd have more chances to fight back. Just in case she was unlucky and Adam found her right away, Mu Ying quickly cast a blessing on herself, hoping he'd take a little longer to locate her. The blessing spell was finished in an instant. She was just about to channel the power of nature to cast Bark Skin when she suddenly felt a chill on her neck. She looked down. A dagger was pressed against her throat. Mu Ying. Little Red wanted to transform into armor to protect her neck and stab Adam in retaliation, but she stopped it. This wasn't a real fight to the death, no need for Little Red to intervene. Besides, Little Red's thorns were vicious. If they stabbed in, they'd curl up inside the flesh, and pulling them out would tear out a chunk of meat. Even without Little Red, the guardian armor she wore could protect her. A regular poison dagger wouldn't be able to break through her guardian armor's defense. But there was no point in continuing. She wasn't trying to outlast Adam's attacks. Mu Ying sighed. I lost. Sure enough, against a top-tier speed opponent, her spellcasting was severely limited. She might not even have time to cast anything. Adam lowered his dagger. Mu Ying was still curious. How did you find my position so quickly? She'd just finished casting Blessing when he found her. Did the spell not work? Your footsteps were really obvious when you moved, and the fog wasn't that big, so I locked onto your position pretty quickly, Adam explained. Mu Ying understood. Normally, when she was out in the wild, she had skills like woodland stride and pass without trace, plus the natural sounds of the outdoors masked her footsteps, so she'd gotten used to ignoring the noise she made. But now, deep underground where it was quiet, even the slightest sound would give away her position. Now that the duel was over, looking back, she realized her performance had been pretty poor. She hadn't played to her full potential. Her footsteps were one issue, but another was that after losing track of Adam, she immediately tried to cast Stone Skin on herself, when there were actually better options. She knew so many spells. If she'd used an area of effect attack spell to cover the fog, she could have forced him out. For example, the third-level spell Sleet Storm would have worked, and it was faster to cast than Stone Skin. Once she knew his position, she could use the fog to dodge him easily. Besides that, she could have used the environment, melded into stone to hide underground and waited for him to show himself, or used soften earth and stone to turn the ground to mud, so his footprints would give him away and make his stealth useless. She could have used illusions too, creating a phantom image of herself to mislead her opponent. Now, thinking back, all kinds of ideas came to her, but that was with time to review her spell list and come up with new strategies. In the heat of battle, she didn't have time to recall every spell she knew and choose the best response. She just fell back on her usual combat routines, like stacking a bunch of defensive and buff spells before a fight, or using fog cloud to hide herself. Those were habits she developed from past battles. These habits aren't exactly a good thing. Ultimately, it's because Ying hasn't had enough real combat experience, so her grasp of how to use spells in actual battle is still lacking. That's why, when she needs to react on the spot, she can't always make the best decisions. She does learn spells quickly, though. She's gone through the entire druid spell list, mastering every spell at each level, and her casting speed is decent too. But when it comes to practical application, she runs into major problems. Every time she opens her character panel, the sheer number of spells she knows would make any spellcaster jealous. But what good is that, really? Unless both sides are spellcasters, standing still and trading spells back and forth, the moment she faces someone like Adam, a speed-type opponent, she has to figure out how to keep her distance while preparing spells, and ends up flustered and overwhelmed. In the past, Ying had plenty of support tools. She could fly, use a magic carpet to hide her presence, and she usually had information about her enemies in advance, so she'd already have a plan in mind. That's why this flaw wasn't so obvious before. It only became fully exposed today. Did I do okay? As a sparring partner, Adam asked. More than okay. You were great. You really helped me out today. I just realized I have a big problem with how I use my spells. Ying replied quickly. Adam was relieved. Sure, he had the upper hand today, but that was only because Ying had limited herself. If she'd just used a flight spell, he would have been forced to rely on ranged attacks. He also lacked experience fighting spellcasters. Usually, he fought magical beasts or wild animals. While magical beasts might have spell-like abilities, they were usually limited to just one. A versatile opponent like Ying, with such a wide range of spells, was a rare challenge for him. Facing it in person was completely different from reading other players' descriptions on the forums. Generally, few players would ever fully reveal their class skills or spell effects online. The info you could find was scattered and incomplete at best. Take that spell that creates a thick fog. Adam had seen some info about it, but it wasn't until today's fight that he realized the caster's own vision isn't affected by the fog at all. Opportunities like this, where he could both learn more about spellcasters and earn money and contribution points, didn't come around often. He wasn't desperate for a spatial ring, but he did want to save up contribution points to ask Ying to brew him some poisonous potions. Those potions would definitely be better than the generic stuff sold at general stores or clinics. He was going for a one-hit kill, assassin-like build, so poison was crucial for him. What's going on now? I think I hear them talking, Edwin muttered. Once the fog spell was cast, the audience's experience was pretty much ruined. No idea. Who do you think won this time, the Lord or Adam? Siasen asked. My bet's on the Lord. I can't even break through her defenses. Even in human form, she can't be that much weaker. Adam's daggers probably can't get through either, Dragon said. Liluashue shook her head. Not necessarily. Spellcasters' real weakness isn't brute force warriors or other spellcasters, it's speed-type enemies. The time it takes to cast a spell is more than enough for a speed-type to do a lot. She knew this from personal experience. Rogues like Adam, who are elusive and have low presence, are the trickiest opponents for spellcasters. The fog's clearing. Lulualuo reminded them. They looked over and saw the two of them walking out of the arena together. How'd it go? Edwin asked. I lost, Ying said. That was fast. Not even 3 minutes? It's over already. Dragon looked at Adam with new respect. At this point, he wouldn't be surprised if another rogue showed up with insane attack power that could break SSS-level defenses. There were just too many hidden experts on the rankings. Ying waved her hand. Adam's just too fast. I only managed to cast 2 level 1 spells before his dagger was at my throat. He's so stealthy, look, I've still got goosebumps. Could his dagger break through your defenses? Dragon asked. If I'm not wearing defensive gear, definitely, Ying promised she was being honest. The Nature's Bracelet was her equipment, and the Guardian's armor was its ability. Xiaohong, her companion plant, could also turn into a bramble armor, which was basically like equipment too. Without those, she really had no defense at all. She hadn't even had time to cast Stone Skin on herself. One stab from his dagger, even a plain white one, would have drawn blood instantly. Druid's wild shape is really amazing. Dragon assumed Ying's previous high defense was due to her brown bear form. Ying didn't correct him. Edwin thought of something. Can you cast spells while in wild shape? Ying shook her head. No. Sigh, if only you could cast spells while transformed. Then you'd have both offense and defense, perfect. Edwin said. If only. But that's impossible. When druids use wild shape, all their stats become those of the beast they transform into. Other than keeping your own mind and intelligence, you're basically the same as the beast. Even your character panel switches to a different template. Normal beasts don't have spell-like abilities, so there's no way to keep your human form spells. So there really is no perfect ability. Endgame is pretty well balanced, Edwin sighed. Come on, let's go eat. My treat, Ying said. She learned a lot from today's 2 matches and was in a great mood. With her witch bloodline, whenever she was happy, she wanted to eat good food with friends and throw a party. Awesome. I didn't expect to not only watch the fun today, but also get a free meal. Lulualuo said excitedly. Lord, will this place be open in the future? Siasen asked. Can we use it for sparring? Ying shook her head. I'd like to, but can you guarantee every duel will stop before things go too far and no one will get seriously hurt? This arena is the only place in the territory where attacking each other is allowed. It's not bound by the usual no-harm rules. Ying, you don't need to worry so much. Most people value their lives. If there really are those with malicious intent who want to fight to the death, just set up a special life or death arena where casualties don't matter, let them have at it. We're all adults, everyone should be responsible for their own lives. For regular arenas, just have a priest present. The priest can monitor both sides' health, and if it drops below a certain percentage, they can call a stop and teleport both participants out of the arena. That way, injuries and deaths can be controlled. This not only gives players a relatively safe place to practice real combat, but also provides job opportunities for low-level priests in the territory. It's all benefits, no downsides. Sometimes, you're just too soft-hearted. You're always worried about the people getting hurt or someone dying. Both the territory rules and the quests reflect this. No fighting of any kind is allowed within the territory, and the quests are all low risk. That's both a good thing and a bad thing for the people. The environment is definitely safer. The death rate has dropped dramatically, and Green Hill City really is like a paradise in the apocalypse. But at the same time, many players have lost the chance to train or the courage to take risks. If this goes on for too long, what happens when the territory faces a crisis? How many people will actually step up and fight bravely? Are you going to carry everything on your own forever? In the apocalypse, everyone has to take responsibility for their own life and stay alert to danger. That shouldn't be your burden alone. As far as I know, there are already a lot of players in the territory who've completely given up on going outside to hone their combat skills. They call themselves life players and make a living by working within the territory. It's not that they're not interested in fighting outside, they just don't have the courage to take risks, nor the right opportunities to improve and train themselves. Plus, the territory is their fallback and safe haven. They're completely dependent on the territory's peaceful, well-run system. If something happens to the territory, they'll be right back to the days after the apocalypse first hit, struggling to survive. Setting up an arena where people can really hone their combat skills is necessary, even if it's not completely safe. Liluaxia only brought this up because she saw how Muing managed to build such a huge underground arena in just one day. Clearly, setting up a place like this wasn't hard for her. Muing was left a bit stunned by this long speech. Was she soft-hearted? She was certainly ruthless to her enemies, but when it came to her own people, to the players who joined her territory, she really was a bit soft. She was always worried they wouldn't find work or make enough money to survive, so she set up all sorts of jobs and posted all kinds of quests so everyone could earn a living. But she also worried the quests would be too dangerous and cause casualties, so the tasks she posted were either safe or within her control. Even for the ones with uncontrollable risks, she'd carefully screen who could take them, doing her best to minimize harm. Was she worrying too much? Still, Liluaxia's suggestion to set up an arena was really helpful and gave her a lot of inspiration. If every match had a priest monitoring the participants' health, safety would be much more assured. Instant kills were pretty rare, after all. There was still some risk, but it was much more manageable. Since safety wasn't an issue, Muing had no reason to refuse to set up the arena. After all, the benefits far outweighed the downsides. If it was open to the public, maybe it could even replicate the transformation of the old testing room. Who knows, maybe Little Stone would even grow her a special arena. Alright, let's set up a public arena. But this one's still too rough, we'll need to renovate it, make it more like a ring, Muing said. Awesome, Siasen said. When it's ready, I'm going to challenge a bunch of opponents at my level to spar with. We can even set up team battles and practice our teamwork. Just thinking about it gets me excited. Edwin chimed in. As a support, he could only join in with the team. By the way, Lord, when will the renovations be done? You built this huge place in a day, so fixing it up should be easy, right? Don't worry. It'll be open at the latest the day after tomorrow. Muing replied, a bit exasperated. Great, it's settled then. Edwin opened up the territory's internal network and started looking through his friends' list for the best coordinated teams to challenge. As he scrolled, he suddenly realized there was a team leader right next to him. He turned to Liluaxia. Why don't you bring your team and let's have a match? Sure. Liluaxia agreed readily. Even though their team had the world's number 2 and number 4 ranked players, plus a trial taker and a regional number 4, pretty strong, but her own Luaxia squad had 5 people. 5 against 4, it was worth a try. Even if they lost, it was no big deal. Want me to keep an eye on everyone's health bars? Lulualuo piped up, quick to snag the job. With the arena open, priest players had a new way to earn some extra cash. Sounds good. Muing shook her head and laughed. The arena wasn't even finished yet, and they were already setting up matches. These guys really were battle maniacs. After having lunch with them, Muing returned to the underground arena to start the renovations. To accommodate multiple simultaneous matches, this one arena definitely wasn't enough. She'd need to build several more. But they didn't all need to be as big as this one. Based on her experience today, half the size would be enough. First, she divided the current arena into 2, then built a large central ring. Beside the ring, she added a priest's observation platform and put some stone benches around for friends and family to watch. It was still somewhat dangerous for spectators to sit below, so each arena would be enclosed. Only with both fighters' consent could someone enter, and if they got hurt by accident, it was their own responsibility. The entire combat zone would only allow fighting on the ring itself, exempt from the territory's no-fighting rule. There was also a special stop fight button on the priest's platform. Pressing it would instantly teleport everyone on the ring below, making it easy to stop a match at any time. She'd said it would take 2 days to renovate, but in reality, it only took an hour. Right next to the testing room area, Ying built a total of 10 arenas. She planned to reserve Arena 1 for her own training, for sparring with Dragon and Adam in the future. The rest would be open to everyone, using a queue system just like the testing room. A notification popped up at the very top of the Territory Affairs module on the internal network, making it impossible to miss. What's this? A new area is open again? Free testing phase? Battle zone. Who cares what it is? Let's go check it out first. At the same time the notification appeared, a new passage opened up on one side of the Crystal Dungeons Adventurer Plaza. A stone sign at the entrance read, Battle Zone this way. Following the corridor inside, there was a small circular plaza at the end, the central square of the battle zone. In the middle stood a large stone tablet. Anyone teleporting in would arrive right in front of the tablet, with the inscription clearly visible as soon as they looked up. But most residents were already used to queuing for the testing chambers. As soon as they landed, they hurried to the doors of the battle rooms around the plaza to sign up for a spot, only returning to read the tablet afterward. Battle Zone User Guidelines. The Battle Zone currently has 10 battle rooms, numbered 1 to 10. Room 1 is the Lord's private battle room and is not open to the public. The other 9 rooms are open for free during the testing phase. Residents may queue and register to use them in order. You may attack freely on the arena platform. Territory rules do not apply. To minimize unnecessary casualties, it is recommended that participants hire a priest as a referee. The priest will monitor both sides' health, and when it drops to a certain threshold, they can press the Stop Battle button on the observation deck to end the match. The threshold for ending the battle can be agreed upon by both parties. The battle zone is still in testing. The arenas have no protective shields. Spectators may be at risk of accidental injury. Please consider carefully before entering to watch. Any injuries or deaths in the battle rooms are the player's own responsibility. So Room 1 is the Lord's private battle room. No wonder you can't get in. Didn't the Lord just test her combat power in the testing chamber a couple of days ago? She ranked first. Who else is there for her to fight? Probably other top fighters like Dragon and Adam. The gap isn't that big. I heard the Lord even posted a private sparring quest. Only those who pass her interview can take it, and the rewards are generous. It's specifically to help her practice duels, and I bet the training takes place in Room 1. Too bad we can't get in. Even to watch, you need the room owner's permission. Anyone booked a battle room? I'm a level 2 priest, 10 copper per match. First 3 customers each day get a free healing. First come, first served. Make it cheaper. 5 copper. No can do, I only have so much mana. Once I'm out, I have to wait until tomorrow to recover. 10 copper, firm. Forget it, I'll check with someone else. Hey, wait. 8 copper, lowest price for the first match. Deal? There aren't many priests in the territory, and you won't find anyone cheaper. Deal. I've booked the 4th match in Room 3. Add me as a friend and I'll call you when it's time. Alright. Can you actually kill people on the arena? Seems like it. So now if you've got a personal grudge, you don't have to settle it outside the territory. Just book a room and have a fight to the death, no priest needed. It's not that easy. Someone tried in the first match just now. You can only teleport into the battle room if the owner shares the coordinates, but anyone can teleport out at any time. Unless you kill them in one blow, it's basically impossible. After opening the battle zone, Ying let the matter go. She'd written the user guidelines clearly enough. As Li Luoxia said, she didn't need to think of everything for the residents. Otherwise, she'd just be coddling them and making them useless. Everyone should be responsible for their own actions. Whatever happens in the battle rooms is up to them. Unless someone is unbelievably reckless, the odds of dying in a battle room are extremely low. If you can't even manage that much caution, you wouldn't survive outside the territory anyway. Now that the battle zone was open, it was up to the residents. Ying turned her attention back to her own cultivation. She'd been busy with trials lately, so her real-world training had been interrupted. Now that her daily trial schedule had stabilized and her stockpiled trial time was used up, she no longer had to do endless trials day and night. She could return to her routine of 3 hours of trials each evening. Morning elf classes would also resume tomorrow, she'd already told Felice. She still needed to arrange the sparring sessions she'd promised Dragon and Adam. She opened the internal network and pulled the two of them into a small group chat. Power up. 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 Mooing. Thank you in advance, sparring coaches. At Dragon and Adam. Dragon, nice group name. Very auspicious. Adam. Mooing. Haha, anyway, let's schedule our practice sessions. When are you two available? Dragon, you're the boss, you decide. Adam, agreed. Mooing, I'll be staying in the territory for the foreseeable future, so my schedule is pretty flexible. I'll probably need to spar with both of you every day, so it'll be pretty frequent. When are you usually around? Dragon, let's do evenings start at 7. That way we can go out exploring during the day. Adam, works for me. Mooing, alright, we'll start officially tomorrow. If you have anything come up, just let me know. Dragon, got it. Adam, Roger. Mooing logged off the internal network. She estimated that the 2 sparring sessions each night would take 1 to 2 hours, plus 3 hours of trials, bringing her to midnight. Luckily, as an elf, she had plenty of energy and needed very little sleep. Even going several days without rest was fine. She could even use the late-night hours to refine her spell system and brew potions. That meant most of her daytime would be free, which she planned to devote entirely to cultivation. She wanted to gain more class experience and reach level 10 as soon as possible. She'd been stuck at level 9 long enough. She also needed to continue her forest patrols, trying to expand and strengthen the Guardian Armor's protective range and power. Her goal wasn't just the forest around the territory, but the entire Azure Star. Yet, she hadn't even explored all the forests yet. She'd already experienced the formidable defense of the Guardian Armor. It was currently her most reliable life-saving tool. About a month later, it was an ordinary morning. In the plantation, Ying was watering a cluster of sunflowers with the spring of restoration. You have completed a professional training session and gained 1 point of profession experience. You have completed a professional training session and gained 1 point of profession experience. You have reached the level 9 experience cap with 1 point of experience overflowing. You have met the requirements to level up. Please prepare and upgrade as soon as possible. She opened her player's handbook. Profession: Druid LV9, 4500/4500. Day after day, she worked with the plants in the plantation, the underwater farming camp, and the lands surrounding her territory, diligently tending the fields. Now, her level 9 profession experience had finally reached the threshold for an upgrade. Ying waved to summon the gem sprites. 5 tiny figures, their wings as thin as cicada wings, fluttered over to her. This month, the gem tree had grown a new cluster of lush leaves and birthed a new gem sprite. It was born wearing a little grass skirt, so Ying named it Green Grass. I'm about to level up. The rest of today's work is up to you, Ying said, taking out the diluted spring of restoration she had prepared. Got it, Mom. Leave it to us. The 5 little sprites replied in unison, each taking turns to drop a kiss on Ying's forehead to wish her a smooth upgrade. After saying a few words to them, Ying walked over to the gem tree, lay down on the grass beside it, and settled in as she always did. This gem tree was the most precious in her entire plantation. The natural energy from her upgrade would, of course, be used to nurture it further, helping it grow faster and produce more gem sprites. Currently, even with 5 gem sprites working busily all day, they still couldn't tend to everything. Fortunately, not all the plants she grew required meticulous care, but with the gem sprites' attention, they would thrive even better. She connected with the power of nature, letting it envelop her. Slowly, she felt the natural energy wash over her body. It was so comfortable, so warm and familiar, just like when she was a godling inside her eggshell. She couldn't help but drift off to sleep. After being bathed in nature's blessing, you have become a level 10 druid. Based on your druid level, The number of daily uses for your class skill, Wild Shape, has increased by 1 dot. Based on your Druid level, your HP has increased to 830 dot. Based on your Druid level, your MP has increased to 190 dot. No new spells unlocked at this level dot. When the upgrade ended and the natural energy faded, Ying finally woke up. The first thing she did was check her adventure log and stats panel in the player's handbook. Although it was called a player's handbook and there had been prompts about the arrival of the Apocalypse game, this was still reality. They weren't like game players whose bodies had been fully digitized. It was just that everyone was bound to a player's handbook, which could record each person's physical changes. Although Ying could feel that her body had changed in many ways after leveling up, it was still not as clear and detailed as the records in the handbook. Level 10 was an even-numbered level, so there were no new spells unlocked, just an increase of 80 HP and 10 MP. No new class skills had appeared either. Only Wild Shape had improved, with 1 more daily use. Now, she could transform 4 times a day. It seemed that for druids, Wild Shape really was one of the core skills. She checked her freshly updated stats panel. Name, Ying. Race, Elf Green Witch. Profession, Druid LV10, 0/5500. Attributes, Strength 8 plus 2, Constitution 13 plus 1, Agility 15 plus 3, Intelligence 12 plus 1, Perception 19 plus 1, Charisma 15 plus 1. The experience required for level 10 was 1,000 more than for level 9. That was truly discouraging news. At level 9, because she didn't have any good ways to quickly accumulate profession experience, she had spent more than half a year diligently cultivating to finally gather enough experience to reach level 10. To think it had only taken her a little over a year to go from level 1 to 9, but just getting from 9 to 10 had taken more than half a year. And that was only because she had cultivated many unique plants brought back from the Emerald World, receiving generous feedback from nature. Now, she had already cultivated almost all the unique ordinary and magical plant seeds she could find or buy in the Emerald World. She couldn't rely on growing the same plant to get another big boost from nature. If she didn't come up with another method, her pace of gaining profession experience would only get slower. Who knew how long it would take to reach level 11? Ying sighed. She could only comfort herself with the thought that, since the world was at a critical point of evolution, the humans of Deep Blue Star had already received a lot of support from the Evolution Center, and their power was growing fast enough. Now, the Evolution Center was gradually lifting its information blockade on Deep Blue Star. Many things that couldn't be talked about before had, since the city-level territory competition, slowly become unrestricted. The outsider human shopkeepers who had settled in Deep Blue Star's territories, as well as the friendly alien races who had migrated here, had all begun to share a lot of information about the outside world. Now, the existence of the Evolution Center and the fact that there were countless life-bearing planets in the multiverse beyond Deep Blue Star was no longer a secret. The player's handbook wasn't something unique to Deep Blue Star's human players. Rather, it was something bestowed by the universe to all high-intelligence species in the multiverse who could participate in the Wanjia trials and compete for source energy, much like a national ID card before the apocalypse on Deep Blue Star. The only difference was that this was private. No one would check your player's handbook. You could keep it hidden for your eyes only, or show it to others if you wished. However, newborns in the multiverse didn't get any language or skill knowledge packages in their players' handbooks. Not even spell knowledge for divine professions was automatically unlocked upon leveling up. All knowledge had to be learned by reading actual written materials or by finding a teacher. The player's handbook was just an auxiliary tool for recording profession information. Unlike Deep Blue Star's players, it didn't come with a language gift pack or a profession knowledge bundle, which greatly lowered the learning curve and cost for Deep Blue Star's players. According to the outsiders, this was a newbie benefit from the Evolution Center for new planets in the universe. These free knowledge packs were a special welfare for Deep Blue Star's humans who had gone through the transformation. For babies born after the city-level territory competition, they would be just like those from other races outside Deep Blue Star, having to learn everything step by step. Originally, she was just trying to comfort herself, but as she did, her thoughts suddenly drifted off and she began to ponder a new question. Since newborns after the city-level territory competition won't receive any benefits, is it possible to exploit a loophole? What if you delay upgrading to a city-level territory or postpone it as long as possible so that more players can enjoy the welfare and accumulate greater early game advantages? Ying sent a message to Felice, asking where she was, and then teleported to her side, on a tree in the elven village. Felice, I have a question I don't quite understand. Ying shared the thought she'd just had. Felice tapped her on the forehead. Nice try, but that's not going to work. The city-level territory competition has a time limit. Once a territory is promoted to city level, the competition ends, the world seal is lifted, and the Doomsday Game, which is essentially a welfare version to help the world upgrade, will only run for 10 years. After that, the competition is automatically voided, and the seal will be lifted anyway. 10 years is a long time, Ying calculated. Only 2.5 years had passed so far, and Chishan City definitely wouldn't need another 7 years to upgrade. 2 or 3 years at most should be enough. Don't even think about dragging it out for 5 years. The sooner the seal is lifted, the faster the world evolves and the greater its potential. This timeframe affects how the Evolution Center evaluates the world's potential, which is a key criterion for how many trial taker slots the universe will allocate to this world in the future. It's extremely important. If you miss this chance, it's hard to make up for it. As for class inheritance, there are other ways to compensate. Felice completely quashed her idea and continued explaining in detail. When it comes to the knowledge inheritance benefits for new worlds, the Evolution Center doesn't treat everyone exactly the same. That's mainly because the sources differ and each class is managed by a different department, so there's some variation. Classes involving divine magic, like priests, paladins, druids, and rangers, derive their class knowledge from their respective gods. Priests and paladins worship personified deities, and their spells are gifts from powerful gods selected by the Evolution Center's Priest Association, who are allowed to proselytize on Azure Blue Star. For druids and rangers who worship nature, their class knowledge is a gift to their first followers after the natural laws of Azure Blue Star evolved. Of course, the specific knowledge comes from the Evolution Center's Druid and Ranger associations, but they've delegated the authority to the planet's natural forces themselves. Other classes get their knowledge from the relevant professional associations under the Evolution Center. Mage players benefit the least. Their spell knowledge isn't granted automatically, just like in the outside world. They have to seek it out themselves. That's because mages believe in the principle of equivalent exchange. All their power comes from themselves. Even mages in a new world don't get much special treatment. The only advantage is that spell scrolls are sold in every general store. These scrolls are actually consigned by the Evolution Center's Mage Association. As long as mage players with an Azure Blue Star residency pay the price, they can obtain the corresponding spell knowledge with a fairly complete selection. In the outside world, you won't find spell scrolls in just any ordinary shop. All in all, the various professional associations of the Evolution Center are like the comprehensive inheritance departments for the entire multiverse's power systems. But they only grant a complete inheritance to new worlds. After that, there's no such opportunity. So, your generation of welfare beneficiaries also bears the responsibility of passing on this world's future inheritance. Anything you learn can be passed down through writing or direct teaching. But if you don't learn something, even if the Evolution Center has gifted the knowledge, you can't teach it to others. If your generation misses the chance to learn and pass on the relevant class knowledge, you can still seek learning opportunities on other worlds where the inheritance has been preserved, or have trial takers purchase and relearn it from the professional associations in the multiversal city during the trials. Therefore, the most crucial thing is to preserve this world's trial takers. As long as there are trial takers, there's no fear of the inheritance being broken. Ying nodded, now fully understanding. Looks like I need to start thinking about knowledge inheritance too. Maybe I should build a territory library or a school. Not a bad idea, Felice said with a smile. Don't underestimate the power of knowledge. There was once a legendary druid in this world who had no hope of becoming a god. On a whim, he found a barren, lifeless little planet and spent centuries improving its ecosystem, turning it into a habitable world. Then he gathered many orphan children who hadn't even learned to speak from other worlds and brought them there to raise and teach. Because the planet had no intelligent species of its own, they all gained its recognition. As these orphans grew and multiplied, the planet became more and more vibrant. All knowledge inheritance came from him. He was essentially the founder of the planet's entire natural ecosystem and life. Naturally, he ignited his divine spark and became the world's sole god of nature, life, and knowledge. Although limited by the planet's power, he was only a weak deity. He still achieved immortality. Ying's mouth dropped open in awe. That senior's approach was incredible. So does that mean, as long as you become the person who controls all the knowledge on a planet, you can obtain the divinity of knowledge? Not all knowledge, just the vast majority. If you control most of the knowledge on a planet, you can gain the authority of the law of knowledge, ignite your divine spark, and become the god of knowledge, Felice explained. Knowledge has power too, but only on small, barren, isolated planets without a history of intelligent life can a god of knowledge be born. On larger planets, knowledge is always dispersed among the majority, and its source is the evolution center. The chance to ignite a divine spark through knowledge is slim. I'm not telling you this to encourage you to monopolize knowledge and become a god that way, but to show that knowledge itself is powerful. It's one of the world's fundamental laws, closely tied to the others. Passing it on brings great benefits, not just from knowledge itself, but also by gaining favor with other laws. There are so many laws, big and small. Whoever the laws favor most will become their agent and ignite the divine spark. Ying seemed to understand now. The difference between gods in reality and those in the multiverse was that the latter were born with affinity for the laws, while in reality, you have to earn the favor of the laws yourself. But in reality, divinity is for life. Unless something unexpected happens, a god will live as long as the law itself and won't die from losing power. When the world seal is lifted, I'll record all my druid knowledge and help pass it on to the next generation. Nature will be happy about that, right? Felice nodded. Ying slapped her thigh and stood up. She finally knew what to do. Thank you, Sister Felice. You've really helped me out. Here, these are some freshly picked fruits for you. A basket of fruit was shoved into Felice's arms, and before she could react, the gift giver had already bounded away, vanishing from sight. Felice shook her head with a wry smile, picked up a fruit, and took a bite. At last, she's starting to act a bit more like a lively little elf. Ying had already dashed back to her treehouse, deep in thought about how to pass on her knowledge. Her ideas were actually even simpler than what Felice had suggested. Gaining the favor of the laws through passing on knowledge and increasing her chances of igniting her divine spark, those were all far too distant for her. She had just reached level 10. She was still 8 levels away from legendary rank and 10 away from the divine tier. Each new level would require even more experience than the last. Rather than worrying about matters of divinity, she was more concerned about the basics, how to gain enough experience to level up. At the moment, she still had a few ways to earn experience. First, from plants, her usual tasks of tending to them and patrolling the forest. Then, there was cultivating the seeds that Dragon had brought back from his second trial world. But there weren't many of those seeds, and unlike in the Emerald world, she couldn't research cultivation methods in the trial world first and then transplant them. There was only one seed per type, which made it very economical in terms of source energy. With the seeds Dragon brought back, she could guarantee to meet his needs and tell him about the plant's uses and properties, but actually cultivating them was no easy task, and the success rate wasn't high. If that didn't work, she could always use the Book of Worlds to manifest some extinct seeds from the Emerald world, research them there, and then bring them out to earn rewards for cultivating new plant species. But that would consume a lot of source energy. Manifesting extinct species from the Book of Worlds already required a significant investment, and relying on this alone wouldn't be enough to support her through so many levels, maybe not even enough for a few exchanges. Plus, the results would be slow. She could also just stay in her territory and slowly accumulate experience through planting, but that would be far too slow. Ying was actually feeling a bit anxious about improving her strength, because she knew that Qingshan Town was close to breaking through to city-level territory. Felice had already risked punishment to tip her off. Qingshan Town only needed to reach a population of 100,000 to be promoted to city status. Currently, Qingshan City had a population of just over 50,000, close to 60,000. At the current rate of growth, they'd reach the target in at most 3 years. How many levels would she have by then? If she just followed the normal cultivation methods, she'd be lucky to reach level 12, and that was assuming she kept discovering new plant species, which she couldn't guarantee. That level of strength was far too weak. Maybe she had the title of Daughter of the Elven God and didn't need to worry about being killed, but could she protect Little Stone? The underground city was far too valuable. She didn't believe her little tricks could fool true powerhouses. Grandpa Shom had already seen through her. Other legendary rank figures would surely notice as well. Fortunately, those who had touched the threshold of the law's demigods and gods wouldn't be interested in the underground city, even if they visited. At their level, laws and divine power were what truly mattered. The underground city was just a treasure that could bring wealth, money, and status. Things that didn't matter to demigods and gods. But for those below demigod, including legendary rank figures, wealth and status were still very important. To avoid trouble, she needed to be strong enough. The timing of the seal being lifted would determine how many trial taker slots the homeworld would get. The more trial takers, the more source energy the homeworld would receive. Ying would never do anything to slow down the lifting of the seal. So Ying quietly set a goal for herself. She would do her best to level up within 3 years, before the world seal was lifted, ideally reaching legendary rank. Only then, with her status as the daughter of the Elven God, could she maintain her current deterrent power on Azure Blue Star and protect her territory and Little Stone. But to achieve that, she couldn't just stick to the usual cultivation methods. She needed to find faster ways to earn experience. She had 2 other backup plans for earning experience. One was to deal with the Frost Deer tribe on the snowy mountain near Luoxia town. Wiping them out would surely grant her an experience reward, just like destroying the Murloc altar did. From her previous investigation, there were about 20 or 30 Frost Deer, with the highest-ranking leader at level 11. Although the snowy terrain wasn't to her advantage, Ying felt that if she was careful, she had a shot. She planned to check it out soon. The level 11 leader would be a challenge, but she'd managed to trick Sharon back then, so as long as the level gap wasn't too big and she picked her moment, she was confident. The other plan was to enlighten the beastmen on the northern plains, but she'd need to be even stronger for that. She saw it as a good deed, helping the beastmen survive, but to do it quickly and well, strength was essential. Strength was the bargaining chip that got others to sit down and talk. Otherwise, if she just strolled into a beastman tribe claiming she was there to help, their hostility toward outsiders would make the outcome obvious. She'd need to intimidate the beastmen before she could proceed, and doing that alone against a whole tribe would require even more strength. So she'd put that plan off until after the Snowy Mountain mission. She'd calculated the experience needed for each level. It followed a pattern, with the required amount increasing by several hundred each time. For example, to go from level 9 to 10, the experience needed jumped from 4,500 to 5,500, an increase of 1,000. Level 11 would need 6,600, level 12 would need 7,800, and so on. By level 18, she'd need 80,400 experience. These 2 plans alone wouldn't get her to level 18, not even close. Even if she restored all the damaged land afterward to help it recover, it still wouldn't be enough. But what Felice told her today had filled in a missing piece. Passing on druidic knowledge on this planet and spreading it, getting more people to join the druidic family and protect nature, Surely that would benefit nature, and surely nature would reward her for it? From what she knew of nature, it never shortchanged those who served it. Every time she did something good for nature, the experience rewards were generous. Although the player handbook called it experience, in reality, it was power granted by nature, a reward. Unlike clerics, whose power came from personified gods and could be taken back, nature had no personified consciousness. It was the law itself. With this new plan, she finally had some hope of reaching legendary rank within 3 years. The situation with the frost deer and the beastmen would have to wait for the right opportunity, but as for the druidic legacy, that was something she could start working on right away. This task wouldn't take up too much of her time either, because when it came to passing on a legacy, the most important thing was the inheritor. The next generation of Deep Blue Star, the ones who would have to learn and take up the mantle without the benefit of knowledge directly bestowed by the Evolution Center, hadn't even appeared yet. It would probably take years before this effort bore fruit, but she could start preparing now. She went to the general store and bought a large quantity of high-quality parchment, planning to personally compile a book of the Druid, a collection of druidic skills and spell knowledge she'd learned and mastered herself, all drawn from her player's handbook, and record them in this book. She intended to divide the book into 9 volumes, each covering 2 levels of Druid class training, all the way up to level 18, the legendary tier. She was confident that, on Deep Blue Star, there was no other local player who could compile this book more thoroughly than she could. After all, even if nature had freely gifted all druidic spell knowledge to their group of players, not everyone could learn every spell at every level. Now, with some free time on her hands, she could start writing the first volume. After buying the paper, she returned to her treehouse, sat at her desk, and chewed on her pen thoughtfully. At first, she'd thought the class knowledge in the player's handbook, originating from the Evolution Center and representing the sum of the universe's class legacies, should be fairly accurate and best suited for beginners. But then she remembered the original spells Grandpa Shome had given her, which were clearly stronger than the ones in the player's handbook. This suggested that the knowledge in the handbook wasn't the entirety of the class's wisdom. There were always brilliant individuals who innovated, and their creations were no less valuable than what was in the handbook. So, perhaps the handbook's content wasn't necessarily the best, but it was certainly the most accurate. Ying felt that, if she wanted to leave behind a druidic training legacy on Deep Blue Star, accuracy was the bare minimum. She could only include things she was sure were effective or correct. Sticking strictly to the handbook's content was the safest bet, but it still felt like something was missing. This book was meant for future players who wanted to walk the druid's path, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of responsibility, like a senior looking out for juniors. She wanted to do more for them. It was just like teachers before the apocalypse, who wished they could chew up knowledge and feed it to their students so they could learn more and avoid detours. If she simply copied the cold, hard data from the player's handbook, future generations wouldn't be like her cohort, who had knowledge directly implanted into their minds by the handbook and didn't need to memorize it, just refer to it while practicing. Even for her generation, who had all the knowledge points memorized, misunderstandings could still lead to detours in their learning process. But since they had a grasp of the big picture, it wasn't a big deal. For future generations, who would have to learn everything from books, could they really memorize the entire book before practicing? Obviously not. So how would they handle misunderstandings? Maybe I should include some of my own insights and experiences? But some things might vary from person to person. What works for me might not work for others. Wouldn't that affect accuracy? Ying hesitated over this point. Even though she now had the title of Deep Blue Star's #1 druid, she knew she still had many shortcomings. So what should she do? Ying put down her pen and disappeared from the room. If she had shortcomings, she'd just have to make up for them. If she was going to write a book, how could she not first read what others had written? She needed to find out if there were any druid training books she could get her hands on. At the general store, Wuyaya was counting copper coins at the counter when the bell above the door jingled. Welcome, oh, it's you again? I wanted to ask if you have any druid training books for sale? Ying got straight to the point. Don't you guys have knowledge bestowed upon you? What do you need those for? Wu Yaya asked curiously. You're not trying to learn some secret techniques not included in the gift, are you? Let me tell you, those are usually closely guarded secrets, and even if they're written down, they're not cheap. I'm not looking for secret techniques. I want to compile a druid training manual myself to leave as a reference for future druids on Deep Blue Star. Books with training insights would be ideal. I want to see how other druids reflected on their training, so I can combine those insights and write a better book, Ying explained. Absolutely not, Wu Yaya said quickly. I may just be a companion to a legendary druid, but I know a thing or two. Before reaching legendary status, it's fine to learn other people's original spells, but when it comes to training insights and reflections, forget it. The thing druids should understand most deeply is nature itself, not someone else's insights. Everyone walks a different path, and aside from nature, no one knows which is right. Even if two people head in the same direction, their understanding and choices will differ. That's what creates all sorts of possibilities. Unless you plan to follow someone else's path exactly, it's better not to learn their insights. If you gain your own understanding, your limit is nature itself. If you follow someone else, your limit is just them. If you had low potential, maybe it wouldn't matter, but you clearly don't, so there's no need to put the cart before the horse. Does one's understanding of nature really have that much impact on their career path? Ying asked in surprise. Of course. Before reaching legendary status, it might not seem like a big deal, but insights borrowed from others will always be inferior to your own. At best, you'll only ever reach legendary status, and I'm sure you're aiming higher than that, right? Wu Yaya said. I see. So training insights are a no-go, but what about experience with learning spells and skills? Ying asked. Wu Yaya nodded. If you want to read books on that, I can rent you some. Old Shom collected quite a few back in the day, but he stopped looking at them and left them all with me. Great. Ying paid the deposit and rental fee, taking the books with her. She rented them for 3 years at once, since she was planning to head to the snowy mountains in the northwest soon and didn't know when she'd be back. She figured she might as well rent them for a long stretch and read them at her leisure. Thanks to Wu Yaya's advice, she gave up on including her own cultivation insights in the book. Instead, she planned to study the books and add some tips and tricks for learning spells and skills to the core knowledge from the player's handbook as supplementary material. She decided not to include anything too subjective or personally biased. Better to do no harm than to risk affecting the future prospects and potential of those who came after her. With the books in hand, she wasn't in a hurry to start writing her own. She planned to read through all of them first, and in the meantime, she began organizing the items in her space ring, restocking supplies and making purchases as needed. She was getting ready to head to the snowy mountains soon. As for the territory's library and school, Ying already had a plan. The best-case scenario, of course, would be to do the same as with her own compilation of the Book of Druin, find someone to write a set of legacy books for each of the other 10 classes, covering knowledge up to the legendary level. She was acquainted with Deep Blue Star's first barbarian, Dragon, first bard, Veronica, first rogue, Adam, first mage, Maz, and first priest, Liluaxia. She had some connections with all of them. Other top players, like Xia Nation's #1 Ranger Xia Xin, first warrior Hua Xiaobai, and first paladin Li Luori, were also in the territory. Even for the warlock class, she could ask Shireen for help. He also had a player's manual, though he hadn't been on Deep Blue Star since the evolution began. The only class she didn't know anyone from was Monk. The highest level monk, Hope, was active in the Bear Nation region. He'd visited Qingshan City when Ying was exploring the Pantheon world, but had since left. Still, if she needed to find him, it wasn't impossible. With her network and no shortage of funds, Ying figured she could ask these people to record the class knowledge from their player manuals. As long as she offered enough compensation, it was very likely to work out. She had contact information for everyone except Veronica and Maz, but since most were in the territory, she could just talk to them before leaving. Veronica and Maz could be reached by Bellflower phone. Only Hope was tricky. He'd tested in the test house, and now that the territory had opened a new battle room, monks would surely need close combat practice. Maybe he'd come to the territory again. She needed to brief Felice before leaving anyway, so she might as well entrust all this to her. But there was no rush. First, she'd organize her spatial ring. The next morning, after finishing her elven lessons, Ying told Felice, "Felice, I'll be heading to the northwest snow mountains soon to deal with those frost deer. I'll need you to keep an eye on things in the territory for me." Felice looked worried. "There are a lot of frost deer. Why not take a few elf guards with you? We may not be as strong as you anymore, but we can still help against the deer." Ying shook her head. "No need. I'm doing this to rack up class experience. I have to kill every single one myself. Don't worry about my safety, I won't do anything reckless. Their leader is only level 11, just one level higher than me. I've ambushed vampires above my level before, so these frost deer are nothing. If things get out of hand, I'll come back for help." Felice recalled those vampires who died such a humiliating death, her expression complicated. Ying was indeed calm and steady, never impulsive, so she couldn't find any reason to object. "It's about the class legacy thing," Ying continued. "I've got leads on people to record legacy knowledge for most classes, but I don't know any monks. If I'm going to find someone, I want the best. I'm giving you access to the territory's internal network. While I'm gone, keep an eye out for the top monk, Hope. If he comes to the territory, give him a double-stemmed bellflower for me, so I can talk to him later." Felice thought she'd misheard. "Wait, you want to collect the legacy knowledge for all classes?" Ying nodded. "Isn't it our generation's responsibility to pass on this knowledge? If I'm setting up a library and school, of course I want all the classes covered, ideally up to legendary level. That's why I need top-tier class holders, to get it done once and for all." Felice shook her head. "It's not so easy to record and pass down the legacy knowledge for every class. As a druid, you can pass on druid knowledge, but for other classes, it's not that simple." Felice then explained the differences between the classes and how legacy knowledge was handled on other planets. Only then did Ying realize how naive her earlier idea had been. For example, classes that could cast divine spells. Druids and rangers were in one category. Their spells came from nature, and nature always wanted more followers. Since Ying was a druid, she could pass on druid knowledge and even have rangers pass on their knowledge without issue. But for priests and paladins, whose magic came from personified deities, it wasn't a matter of just copying down spells for others to learn. The key was the source of power, the god. So it wasn't as simple as Ying writing a few books. Felice told her that priests and paladins outside were always initiated in dedicated temples. Many powerful gods would set up temples on other planets and cultivate local priests and paladins, not to tap into the laws of those worlds, but just to reduce the suppression they faced from foreign laws. These priests and paladins would either be stuck at the legendary level for life, or be transferred back to the god's home world to become a subordinate deity in that god's pantheon. Now that all the major divine seats on the old worlds were basically taken, becoming a subordinate deity was actually a good option for many. At least they'd be a god, able to control some portion of the world's laws. For priests and paladins to ignite their own divine spark, they'd have to give up relying on their god's power and reforge themselves. Gods who were petty wouldn't let them go easily, but the gods recruited by the Evolution Center were all-powerful and didn't care about losing a few followers. Plus, they'd signed contracts with the Evolution Center not to hinder priests and paladins from leaving the temple. Druids, whose power came from nature, i.e., the laws themselves, didn't have this hidden danger. The only caveat was that if someone in this world became a nature god, other druids would have to look for related, secondary divine roles, like harvest, seasons, and so on. So for priests and paladins, it was basically impossible for Ying to leave behind legacy books. As for the mage class, spell gifts from the Evolution Center had to be bought by players themselves at the general store. Ying realized it was unlikely Maz would hand over his entire spell collection. Once the world's lockdown ended, the Evolution Center would stop selling spells through the general store, and cheap spells would disappear. In short, Mages were the most powerful spellcasting class, but also the hardest. The cost of learning was extremely high. High-level spells were precious everywhere, and ordinary mages made money by selling spell scrolls to buy learning resources. Every mage had to go through this. Learning as a mage was expensive, spells cost money, and casting them cost money too, since many spells required material components. Unlike divine spellcasters, whose magic was either authorized by the laws themselves or permitted by the relevant deity, mages cast spells by using their own mental power to leverage the laws. Without some material assistance, it just wouldn't work. So, while mages are indeed powerful, they also come with many limitations. The most crucial point is that the core of a mage's cultivation is the meditation technique. Mages cast spells by using their spiritual power to leverage the power of the laws, and the meditation technique is essentially the lever they use to do this. When the world evolves, the Evolution Center grants every player who becomes a mage a set of basic enlightenment meditation techniques. But this is different from spells. Even if you learn it, you can't record it and pass it on to others. That's because it's an enlightenment technique, not because it's especially powerful, but because it's highly adaptable and can develop in many different directions. Every mage who learns the enlightenment meditation technique can, through practice, use it as a foundation to comprehend a meditation method most suited to themselves. Aside from differences in quality due to individual talent, there are no hidden dangers. In other words, this enlightenment meditation technique can provide every mage with a tailor-made meditation method, making it incredibly valuable. You could say it's the most important gift of knowledge the world gives to the mage profession. Later on, if other mages want to learn, unless they have some special opportunity, they can only study the meditation techniques comprehended by their predecessors. These are usually closely guarded secrets, passed down only from master to apprentice. Only in worlds with a god of mages, where mage schools are established by the god, are these techniques taught more openly. Of course, in Multiverse City, you can also buy some ready-made mage meditation techniques, and there are even channels to purchase the opportunity to learn the enlightenment meditation technique. As a trial taker, Ying could, if she were willing to spend the source energy, exchange for some mage meditation techniques in Multiverse City, and if she collected all the mage spells, she could even set up a school to train mages in Qingshan City. But after seeing the exchange prices for mage spells and knowledge in Multiverse City, she completely gave up on the idea. It was simply beyond her means. She wasn't a mage herself, nor did she want to become some sort of god of mages, so there was no benefit for her in investing in the inheritance of the mage profession. Plus, it would cost her a huge amount of source energy. With that kind of money, wouldn't it be better to train a few more druids and maybe even become a god of druids herself? It's not like mages are inherently nobler than druids. When you think about it, there's really no need to ensure the inheritance of all 11 core professions. Druids, after all, help with the laws of nature. Mages? At best, they might bring her some fame or increase the number of mages in her territory. While mages are the most powerful spellcasting profession, their learning curve and resource requirements are just as high. Ying felt it wasn't worth it, so she gave up on collecting books for the mage profession's inheritance. In fact, when she thought about it carefully, of all the 11 professions, the only one whose inheritance would bring her the greatest benefit was the druid, maybe also the ranger, since both fall under the domain of nature. Promoting the inheritance of these two professions would earn her rewards from nature, such as profession experience, and help her achieve the divine positions of nature and druid for Deep Blue Star. As for the other professions, what would she get for all her hard work collecting and promoting their inheritance? She wasn't a practitioner of those professions herself, so there was no hope of attaining their divine positions. At most, it would make it a bit easier for her people to choose and learn professions in the future, making her territory more attractive. Previously, she felt that as a member of Deep Blue Star, she should contribute to the inheritance of her home planet's professions. But in reality, there was no need to take everything upon herself. To make cultivation more convenient for her people, she could just prepare some basic profession training books and set up a basic education school, allowing her people to learn at a low cost and giving them a chance at professional enlightenment. The rest of their professional journey should be up to them. It's not like she wanted her people to risk their lives for her or saw them as her subordinates. There was no need to do everything for them and hand everything over on a silver platter. As for the inheritance of her home planet's professions, she was more than willing to take on the druid inheritance herself and didn't want to hand it over to anyone else. But as for the other professions, there was no benefit for her even if she did the work, so why not let those who would benefit more from it take care of it? Since she couldn't get it anyway, she might as well let others have it. With this thought, Ying suddenly felt enlightened and decided not to take everything on herself anymore. She first called Mats and Veronica using the Bellflower phone. Mats was still holed up in his territory researching spells. With his territory as a backing and sufficient funds, plus his passion for spell research, he had collected all the spells he could buy and was in seclusion studying them. When he received Ying's Bellflower call, he was experimenting with spells, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes. As soon as she mentioned she had news about divine positions and asked if he had time to visit her territory, Mats agreed without hesitation. Veronica was currently traveling in an unclaimed camp in the southernmost part of the Xia Nation region. Upon hearing the news, she also planned to spend money to teleport back to Qingshan City. Ying then sent messages to Dragon, Adam, Xiaoxin, and Huoxiaobai in turn. She arranged to meet the next morning at Treehouse number 2 and asked them to keep the matter confidential. As for Li Luoxia, because of the special nature of the priest profession, Ying didn't invite her. Only a god can ensure the inheritance of their own priesthood. However, she still sent her a message about the drawbacks she learned regarding priests and paladins igniting their divine fire in the future. Now that information wasn't as tightly controlled, and after reaching the legendary rank, even at the demigod and god levels, everyone knew about these things. Since this was about divine positions, no one took Ying's little gathering lightly. When the appointed time arrived, everyone was in the living room of Treehouse number 2. Ying had already prepared the contracts in advance, and as soon as they met, she handed them out. The contract was simple. She would share information about their corresponding divine positions, and in return, they would each give her a set of cultivation materials for their own profession, levels 1 to 5, which could be repeatedly studied and had no hidden dangers, and they would keep today's matters confidential. Cultivation materials? Are you planning to use them to train new talent for your territory in the future? Mats frowned. Levels 1 to 5 would at least require spells up to Tier 3. The value was high, but compared to information about divine positions, it wasn't much. The tricky part was the meditation technique. His own meditation technique was of pretty high quality, and he hadn't planned to share it with anyone. Ying nodded. Something like that. You don't have to give your own. Any meditation technique that allows someone to become a mage is fine. These cultivation materials are also related to the divine position issue I want to discuss. I promise, as long as you intend to walk this path, spreading low-level cultivation materials is actually a good thing for you. Besides, I only need the low-level parts to enrich the future territory's library and basic school. I don't need the advanced stuff. The others weren't as concerned as Mats. After all, what they were giving was just material copied from the player handbook. And since it was only up to level 5, it wasn't like she had to ask them specifically. Any player above level 5 could provide it. All the people present were at least level 8, ranking among the top players on the global leaderboard. Even if the information provided by Ying wasn't particularly useful, obtaining cultivation materials was not difficult for them. Except for Maz, none of the others had their own territory. In fact, most of them were developing in Qingshan City. Thinking that Ying was collecting cultivation materials to nurture new talent for her territory's future, which would also benefit them, they didn't hesitate much, and all signed the contract. Maz only hesitated a little. As long as it didn't require his unique meditation technique, he was at ease and agreed to sign the contract as well. At the same time, Ying's actions reminded him that it had already been over 2 years since the apocalypse began. Once a territory was upgraded to a medium-sized city and the city-level territory competition ended, The world's lockdown would be lifted, and there would be no more knowledge rewards. He'd have to find people to collect cultivation materials for his own territory too. However, he planned to delegate this task to his subordinates when he returned, letting his clerks spend money to acquire what was needed. Once everyone had signed the contract, Ying stopped beating around the bush and shared everything she knew about class inheritance, divine professions, and the information she had gathered. So all you have to do is record knowledge and spread it for it to count? That sounds a bit too easy for becoming a god, Maz said skeptically. Ying shook her head. It just helps. Some people have become gods of knowledge by spreading knowledge, and others have become gods of professions by spreading professional knowledge. But as for exactly what it takes, I'm not sure. You have to explore that yourself. I'm still figuring it out too. But collecting and recording professional knowledge is definitely the foundation. Priests and paladins can only become subordinate gods? Dragon frowned. Being a subordinate god isn't necessarily a bad thing. I've heard that in the outside world, the subordinate gods of powerful deities are much more popular than weak independent gods, especially those who can cooperate with evolution centers and participate in world evolution, Veronica said. She had traveled widely and talked to many outsiders, so she knew a lot. But all the planetary divine positions are vacant, so there are plenty of opportunities and good potential. Being a subordinate god is still a bit of a loss, Siasen commented. He didn't like being under someone else's thumb. His attributes actually made him well-suited to be a paladin or a ranger, but since he had no religious beliefs and preferred power that couldn't be taken away, he chose to be a ranger. Nature had no self-awareness. It was more like a law, which meant more freedom. Anyway, that's about all I know. As you can see from the materials I've collected, I only plan for the territory to fund and organize a basic school that offers introductory education for all professions except priest and paladin up to about level 3. In fact, most ordinary people's attributes and talents are only enough to learn to that level. Those with better talent and ability will need to seek further training elsewhere. Personally, I also plan to establish a druid academy to train druids. As for other professions, that's up to you. If any of you are interested in spreading professional knowledge through schools, Qingshan City welcomes you to set up more advanced vocational schools here. I can offer some support. That includes granting the use of a subcamp as a campus, or at least 100 gold coins in funding. In return, I'd need 50% equity in the school, but I promise that no matter how much equity I hold, I'll only take dividends. As long as the school doesn't harm the territory, I won't interfere in its management, Ying concluded. This was her main purpose for this meeting. She didn't want to micromanage, but she did want to give her people more learning opportunities. She couldn't provide teachers for advanced vocational schools, and since it involved divine professions, it was better to let the right people handle it. Subcamps were indeed valuable, but for her, granting usage rights was easy. And with equity, it would also give the territory a new way to make money. Where there are more schools, more people come to study. More people means a more prosperous territory. There's no downside. And where is the most talent? Naturally, where there are the most schools. After Ying finished speaking, the others were stunned. A subcamp and 100 gold coins? And all you want is half the dividends. Hua Xiaobai confirmed. He knew that the halflings still hadn't paid off the debt they owed for getting the rights to operate a subcamp, and that was with the whole clan pitching in. That showed just how valuable a subcamp was. Ying nodded. I value the additional benefits schools can bring to the territory, so I'm willing to support this. Besides, all of you are leaders in your respective professions with plenty of experience. That makes running a school much more reliable. Even if they weren't good at running a school, the money would let them hire people. Even if their teaching skills weren't great, their cultivation experience was invaluable. Each of them was a living advertisement and a walking compendium of professional knowledge. That was the real treasure. Hua Xiaobai was tempted. His mercenary group had grown a lot and was now the largest in the territory. They'd applied military training methods to the group, which was very helpful for skill-based professions that emphasized physical fitness. But as their numbers grew, they lacked suitable training grounds and hadn't researched this area much. Plus, with his mercenary group, He had contacts in every profession. Not all were as high level as he was, but there were plenty with potential. With this foundation, starting a school seemed like a good idea, especially with a subcamp as a campus. Very generous terms. He didn't even have to limit it to a warrior school. Other professions, especially skill-based ones, could be included. His goals weren't complicated. It wasn't about divine professions, but about the development of the mercenary group. Injured but capable members could have a new path as instructors of the school. What a great option. Hu Xiaobai immediately told Mu Ying he'd start preparing and would talk to her once he had a plan. I'm good at fighting, but running a school isn't for me. I won't force the divine profession thing, Dragon sighed. A subcamp was tempting, but he knew his own limits. Adam felt the same. Running a school required more than strength, it took leadership. If he could do that, he wouldn't be a loner all the time. Veronica was briefly tempted, but after thinking it through, realized her profession wasn't suited to staying in one place. For her, spreading professional knowledge was better done in bits and pieces while traveling, so she shook her head as well. Hu Xiaobai saw an opportunity. If you don't want to run your own school, how about cooperating with us? We'll handle admissions and school operations, and you can serve as deans or instructors for the vocational branches. If you want to teach personally or take on apprentices, that's great. If not, you can just come to the school when you have time, or share your professional knowledge there to expand your influence. We'll also provide compensation. Really? That sounds perfect. Delagon was the first to agree. Being a freelance instructor sounded great. Get paid, come and go as you please. Adam and Veronica also nodded. If there was already an established academy and they wouldn't be tied down, they had no reason to refuse. After all, it was just about spreading professional knowledge. There was no need to run a school themselves. Mu Ying and Maz looked at Hu Xiaobai. Of all the lords present, none were as good at recruiting people as he was. But Mu Ying was pleased. If Hu Xiaobai could keep these people around and set up a comprehensive academy teaching advanced knowledge across multiple professions, that would be even better. After all, it would benefit the territory. She had given up on this idea before because she didn't have the time or energy to manage so much. If it were to be done, she'd have to delegate it to someone else, but then she couldn't control the outcome. Many professions' knowledge isn't easy to teach. Finding qualified instructors and developing curricula would be big challenges. Only the Druid's legacy was closely tied to her, so she was willing to invest her time and energy there. For other professions, she wasn't interested. For her, investing in the academy's subcampuses and money was far less important than her own time and energy. The former could only increase her assets, while the latter was essential for her to improve her strength. She had a mountain of purple gold coins in her divine heir's ring. Money was never the issue. Time was. Having Hu Xiaobai and his team, who were originally officials, take the lead was actually a good idea. They had experience. If it succeeded, the territory would profit. If it failed, there wouldn't be much loss. Most importantly, it would save her a lot of trouble. Mu Ying suddenly had an idea. Why not count me in as well? I don't want to manage the whole school, but I'd like to be in charge of building the Druid branch and serve as its dean. How about that? After all, the Druid's innate attribute is perception. If someone has high perception and doesn't become a priest, they should become a Druid. To get more people to join the cause of protecting nature, Mu Ying definitely didn't want the temple to set up in her territory and take away all the talented kids with perception. And aside from the priest profession, other professions didn't really overlap or compete with Druids. Of course, that's great. Hu Xiaobai immediately agreed. But, my lord, why not just set up a comprehensive advanced academy yourself? You could even combine it with a basic academy. With the territory backing you, it would be much easier to run. He also wanted to find a place for his mercenary group, but if all these top professionals joined the academy, the scale would be too big for just their team to handle. I don't have any experience managing a school, and I don't have the time or energy for it either. My focus is still on cultivation. For the territory, just running a basic school to spread education is enough. I honestly have no clue about anything more than that. I haven't even studied much myself. How would I know how to run a school? Ying said honestly. For the next 3 years, she'd probably be away often. Even if she hired people to manage things, those who worked in education before the apocalypse could offer good suggestions, but whether those ideas would work in practice was another matter. They might have educational experience, but not necessarily the practical experience needed for this world. Cooperation and research with professionals would still be necessary. If Ying were to take charge, she'd at least want to have a say in the overall direction, but she neither had the time nor the expertise. Xiaobai finally remembered that the girl in front of him had only been a high school student before the apocalypse. Asking her to run something like a university was probably too much. My lord, how about hiring Liu to be in charge of education in the territory? He used to be our team's instructor and now handles our training. I was actually hoping he could be the principal, overseeing the school's construction. If he's the principal, he can handle the actual comprehensive management and organize research into teaching methods and content, while each vocational branch is responsible for teaching. The principal would report directly to you, saving you time and energy, and the school would belong to the territory. But in that case, the territory would need to fund the whole thing. Ying didn't know he had those skills. In her impression, their team was all about combat, nothing to do with education. But Xiaobai had given her a new perspective. If the principal wasn't the school's highest authority or owner, but just the actual manager, and the school belonged to the territory, that might actually be better than her original idea. As for the extra money, that was the least of her concerns. She was familiar with Liu. He was capable, young, open-minded, and had strong social skills. It wouldn't hurt to give it a try. Ying was tempted. Take me to talk to him later. If we can do it your way, that would be ideal. She thought, there's no rush to start the school right away. She could have someone write up a proposal for her to review, and then let others handle the actual work. That way, she wouldn't have to worry about it. Xiaobai nodded, feeling confident. Maz suddenly felt that Maz City was about to fall behind again. But he could only really handle the mage legacy. There probably weren't any other mages on Azure Star with as much mage knowledge as he had. If it came to running a comprehensive academy, Maz City didn't have as much high-end talent as Qingshan City and wasn't up to the task. But like Ying, he valued his own strength far more than the territory. To him, the territory was more like a money-making machine to fund his research. If he couldn't run a comprehensive university, a mage academy would do just fine. Ying still invited everyone to stay for a meal. Afterwards, the others gradually left, but Xiaobai remained. He had already messaged Liu in advance, and only after everyone else had left did he have him come over. As soon as Liu arrived, he handed Ying an outline of his ideas for education in the territory. Judging by the handwriting, it seemed hastily written, but the content was far from superficial. I've actually been wondering when you'd start taking education seriously. Education isn't just about teaching professional skills and improving the strength of the people. Ideological and general education are also very important. These are some of my thoughts, please take a look. Judging from the ideas on paper, Liu really has some thoughtful insights in this area. What's rare is that his proposal isn't limited to vocational education, it also covers general education, including literacy, common knowledge, and history. He also suggested compiling a history of the territory, using it as a foundation for ideological education to strengthen the residents' sense of belonging. Previously, Ying never really thought of treating the residents as her subordinates, so she hadn't deliberately done anything to win their loyalty. You could tell just from the territory's simple set of rules, which had barely changed since the beginning. In some territories, in order to retain talent and maximize benefits, the strong are often granted special privileges, some are given noble titles, others have subcamps parceled out to them as mini-territories. Naturally, these benefits come at the expense of the weaker majority. Although Qingshan City's residents are also divided into categories, temporary, official, and star-level residents, even those with great strength can at most obtain official resident status more quickly. Those with less ability can still become official residents by staying longer and completing some tasks for the territory. Star-level residents do receive special material benefits, but earning that status is extremely difficult and requires significant contributions to the territory. So far, only Chief Knight has been granted it, and he still carries a huge contribution point debt. For everyone else, it's a distant dream. Moreover, the special benefits for star-level residents are purely material, not privileges of status. Ying believes in the principle of equivalent exchange. Residents earn their rewards through labor and contributions to the territory. Everyone's value is judged by their work. For the same task, whether you're a star-level resident or just a temporary one, the reward is based on your completion rate. She has provided some conveniences to powerful friends, like Treehouse number 888 as an activity space for the trial takers and subcamps for the elves, but these are material perks, not status-based privileges. The elves could be considered her kin, but within the territory, they have no special status. The same goes for the trial takers. This somewhat loose management style has actually fostered an atmosphere of fairness and freedom in the territory, attracting many strong individuals who dislike being ordered around. On top of that, Ying is wealthy and doesn't need to rely on the territory's income to support herself. In fact, she often subsidizes the territory and regularly distributes benefits, which is why Qingshan City's residents enjoy a high level of happiness and a strong sense of belonging. Among territories with a main lord, it's already quite impressive. Ying was already satisfied with this and saw no reason to change. But Lu Yu raised an important issue. Their generation had lived through times of upheaval. The chaos and danger of the apocalypse's early days, the challenges of adapting to a new cultivation system, and the efforts many outsiders made to settle in Qingshan City. These experiences made them appreciate the city's advantages and feel grateful for what they had gained. But what about the next generation? Or the one after that? Those born in the territory might simply take everything for granted over time. Without guidance and education, the territory's benefits might not leave as deep an impression as its shortcomings. So Lu Yu believes that history education should incorporate some ideological guidance, cultivating a sense of love and loyalty to the territory among its residents. Ying agreed that this was a good thing. Of course, she hoped her people would love the territory. If there were any traitors, she'd be upset too. This showed just how far-sighted Lu Yu was, and Ying was already inclined to let him take charge. Reading further, Lu Yu also proposed that language education should give equal weight to Huaxia, Chinese, and the universal language. His reasoning was that, although the universal language is used throughout the universe, as Huaxia people from Deep Blue Star, they should preserve their own cultural heritage, and language is a key part of that. Noticing Ying reading this page, Lu Yu couldn't help but explain, maybe teaching Huaxia doesn't have much practical value for the territory, and it might even require extra resources. But it would be a shame if Huaxia were lost. It's our root. You're right, Ying said. What did you say? You agree. Lu Yu was surprised and delighted by her response. After all, the concept of nation-states no longer existed. The world was now organized around territories, and with the advent of the universal language, communication barriers had disappeared. The old pre-apocalypse political systems were long gone. Lu Yu and his peers had once been soldiers. The country was gone, but the people remained, the Huaxia people remained. The evolution of the world and humanity as a whole wasn't necessarily a bad thing, but Huaxia culture itself shouldn't be discarded. Language and writing are vital parts of that heritage. But promoting education in a language requires the territory to invest more resources, so he was nervous and expected his proposal to be rejected. After all, everyone knew Ying was no longer fully human. The elf's special attitude toward her had caught the attention of many smart people, sparking all sorts of speculation. He hadn't expected her to agree so readily. It's absolutely right, Ying said. No matter whether our bloodlines intermingle with other races in the universe in the future, Huaxia culture is still worth passing down. Language and writing are one aspect, but Huaxia history and the history of Deep Blue Star should also be reflected in basic education going forward. Even if she no longer had a drop of human blood, she was born and raised here. Deep Blue Star was her home planet, and she grew up immersed in Huaxia culture. She was a child of Huaxia, and doing her part to preserve its heritage was only natural. In fact, at first, many players still preferred to use their native language, but over time, the World Forum required the universal language, and communicating with outsiders also required it. Gradually, more and more people began using the universal language in daily life. Without some intervention, the loss of Huaxia was a real possibility. Ying found that regrettable as well. She even added, "Why don't we put the Territory Library's collection under the Education Department too, and let you take charge? Recruit some scholars to record and preserve Huaxia's cultural knowledge. Even if some things can't be widely taught, at the very least, we should leave written records." "Leave it to me?" Liu was overjoyed. "Does that mean I passed the interview?" Ying nodded. "I'll assign you a Treehouse as the Education Department's office. From now on, you're in charge of education. Recruit whatever staff and talent you need. I'll give you the authority. For funding, talk to Professor. I support all the ideas you've outlined here, so go ahead and implement them. I just need to see your project proposals and progress reports at each stage, and I'll reward you with contribution points and bonuses based on your results." Mission guaranteed. Liu hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Ying's suggestion about recording pre-apocalypse Huaxia culture and preserving it through books and such was actually something he'd considered before. But compared to promoting Huaxia language education, that task was much more complicated and would require a lot more investment. He'd secretly crunched the numbers before. The territory's finances were pretty healthy, but as for making a lot of money, well, that was another story. The mining camps supported a lot of people, but the products they produced didn't have stable buyers, so they didn't bring in much profit. One of the territory's main sources of income, entry fees, was also shrinking as the number of official residents grew. Only the treehouse rentals and shop taxes were still looking optimistic. But the territory's net profit was nowhere near as high as it seemed. Plus, in the latter half of last year, building hundreds of intra-regional teleportation arrays and several cross-region arrays had cost a fortune. They hadn't even made back the initial investment yet. And then there were the New Year's red envelope giveaways, the treasure chest prizes in the cemetery, all significant expenses. The territory probably didn't have much money left. Having 2,000 gold coins in the account would already be a lot. Honestly, Liu felt the territory might not actually have the resources to run a school, especially on such a large scale. Setting up a comprehensive vocational education academy would require a huge investment. Just the initial phase, researching and designing curricula, compiling textbooks, would cost a lot, not to mention hiring teachers and building facilities later on. And according to Ying, the basic education part wasn't allowed to make a profit. As long as it broke even, that was enough. In the future, tuition would probably only cover costs. Liu couldn't help but feel that as a lord, Ying didn't seem interested in making money at all. He couldn't even bring himself to mention the idea of recording and preserving Huaxia culture, for fear of adding more burden to the territory. That's why he hadn't written it down before, but unexpectedly, Ying brought it up herself and told him to go all out. Now it was Liu's turn to worry. Isn't this too much investment in education? What if, by accident, the territory goes bankrupt? Ying glanced at him, amused. So, what if the territory goes bankrupt? I'm still here, aren't I? My wealth is beyond your imagination. As she spoke, she reached into her divine descendant's ring and pulled out a handful of purple gold coins, waving them in front of Liu. Gold coins. Liu noticed the faint purple glow. Wait, are those purple gold coins? Ying nodded. Still worried I'll run out of money? Liu shook his head vigorously. He wouldn't dare. A single purple gold coin was worth 10,000 gold coins. Just the small handful in Ying's hand, there were at least a dozen or 20. With just one of those, he'd have enough confidence to get started. Now he understood why Ying had the guts to set up teleportation arrays connecting every camp in the Xia Nation region, and even build cross-regional arrays with other areas. The financial power of a rich lady was truly beyond his imagination. There's a saying on the forums that's absolutely right, Liu said. Other territories are supported by their lands, but Qingshan City is supported by its lord. Cough, cough, cough. Muing, who had just been showing off and was now calmly sipping tea, almost choked on his words. That's not true. I call it investing, got it? Qingshan City is mine. What's wrong with spending money on my own turf? It's not like I have anything else to spend it on anyway. Rich lady, care to share your secrets to getting wealthy? Lu Yu asked, flattering her. You wouldn't be able to learn them. Muing replied, rolling her eyes. Could she admit that it was all inherited money? That would be so embarrassing. All right. Go pick a treehouse to use as the education department. You can renovate it however you want. Just get Professor Du to reimburse you for the expenses, and hurry up and get your detailed proposal ready for me. Also, I'm giving you partial access to the territory's internal network, and here's a Lingling flower. If you can't reach me through the network, use this. The territory's educational mission is in your hands now. If you can implement the education plan, get the library and schools up and running, you'll get plenty of bonus contribution points at every stage. Becoming a star-level resident isn't out of the question. Muing was every bit the boss, painting a big picture and then sending them off, afraid that if she stayed any longer, she'd lose her composure. After leaving, Liu felt like he'd been injected with adrenaline full of energy. He was quick-witted, but his cultivation talent lagged far behind the top tier, so he was even more interested in this kind of work. And with a wealthy lord, he had no worries at all. He was eager to get started and turn his ideas about education in the New World into reality. New World was also one of his ideas. Most players still described the timeline as X years since the apocalypse, but he didn't think that was a good way to put it. This should be a new beginning. Huaxia calendar culture could be used here, giving the New World a brand new calendar. This year should be year 3 of the new calendar. After seeing Lu Yu and the others off, Muing remembered she hadn't added him to the work group yet. She immediately opened the territory's internal network and added him. Qingshan City Territory Work Group. Muing, Lord/Boss, welcome to our new head of education, Comrade Lu Yu. At all members. Lu Yu, head of education, please take care of me. Random red packet. Lu Luoluo, head of livestock, welcome. You're too kind. Freeze, Lord Secretary, welcome. Du Jinlan, head of commerce, welcome. Education is fundamental. If you need any help, don't hesitate to ask. Zheng Jing, head of beast taming, welcome, an old friend. Muing looked at the harmonious atmosphere in the group, very satisfied, then dropped a bombshell. Muing, Lord/Boss, heading out tonight, not sure when I'll be back. If you need anything, contact me via Lingling Flower. At all members. Lu Luoluo, head of livestock, caught a little runaway lord. Muing, Lord/Boss, alright, I admit it, I'm the ultimate hands-off boss. Lu Yu, head of education, I haven't even started my proposal. When will you be back? Muing, Lord/Boss, no idea. I'm planning to head to the snow mountains to deal with the frost deer. I'll be back when I've wiped them out. Zheng Jing, head of beast taming, I heard the snowfields in the northwest have expanded a lot. Be careful and stay safe. Lu Luoluo, head of livestock, good luck. We'll be waiting for you. Muing, Lord/Boss, thanks. Oh, and remember, keep this confidential. Don't let it leak to the forums. There are already player spies among the frost deer. Lu Yu, head of education, understood. Lu Luoluo, head of livestock, understood. Only then did Muing close the internal network and teleport to the plantation. Muing had originally come back just to let her little ones know before setting off again. She didn't even plan to bring her magical cottage this time. The little ones could still live in it while she was away. It was much more spacious than the treehouse. But the moment she landed, she knew she was in trouble. Outside the magical cottage, the little ones were sitting in a row, each with a small bundle made from scraps of cloth slung over their shoulders, looking all ready to head out as well. The black and white furball with its shabby bundle looked adorably silly, the curly-feathered big bird with its bundle was comically clever, and the 5 little fairies with their mini bundles were irresistibly cute. But the little stone, wrapped up in a scrap of cloth as a bundle, just looked a bit dopey. As soon as Muing appeared, 8 pairs of bright, expectant eyes turned to her. Even the little stone managed to squeeze out a pair of beady eyes. Omega. Ying pressed her forehead. What are you all up to? With a slap of their little bundles, the little ones crowded around her, tugging at her clothes. She sighed and patted their heads. You all want to come with me? Vigorous nodding. Deming, have you finished your flight training? Deming buried his head under his wing, not daring to make a sound. Xiao Taohua, Xiao Bo, Xiao Maidong, Xiao Taizhu, and Xiao Qingsa, you can't leave the mother tree for too long, and the plantation still needs you. Besides, the snowy mountains I'm going to aren't suitable for you. The 5 little fairies tucked their hands and nodded dejectedly. Little Stone, you still need to go to the grand underground city to continue absorbing the inheritance, and you have to manage things there. Little Stone. Gun Gun lifted his head proudly. He had nothing to do at home, and he could even help lure monsters. Surely he could go. Gun Gun, you're the oldest. While I'm away, you have to take care of your younger siblings. If anything happens at home, you must contact me right away. Gun Gun. As the head of the family, Ying felt she had to be fair. All the little ones wanted to come, but bringing any one of them would be unfair to the others, so she decided not to bring any of them. The climate in the snowy mountains was terrible, and she'd need to sneak into the Hanlu tribe to gather information. There was nowhere to settle them if she brought them all along. The little ones visibly wilted. Just wait a bit longer. In a few months, I'll be able to create a fragment world. It'll be big enough that you can all come with me wherever I go, Ying comforted them. With her rate of accumulating source power, if she did trials every day, she'd need about a month more to gather the 100,000 source power needed to create a physical fragment world. But since she might not have time for daily trials on this trip, she gave a conservative estimate. Really? Xiaodawa asked in surprise. We'll be able to go with you? Since they were born, they'd never left the territory. Most of the time, they stayed in the plantation, only sneaking out to play in the territory for a day during the spring festival. They liked staying in the plantation, but sometimes they were curious about the outside world. But because of their race, they couldn't leave the mother tree for long. So even though they envied Gun Gun for being able to go on adventures with Ying, they always obediently stayed behind to tend the plantation. Ying had noticed the gemstone fairies longing, but after seeing what happened to Grandpa Shom's oak fairies, she didn't dare take risks. With a fragment world, though, things would be different. She'd asked Grandpa Shom about it. A fragment world was like his semi-plane plantation, a portable space. It was much smaller than a full world and its laws were incomplete, but since the fragment world would be attached to her, it could connect to any main world and borrow its laws. It would be more than enough as a portable plantation, just like a private space. Yes, the fragment world will belong to me, and I'll control the entrance. We'll turn the whole fragment world into a plantation, transplant the gemstone tree inside, and then you can all come with me. If you ever feel weak, I can send you back to the gemstone tree in the fragment world at any time. The 5 little gemstone fairies cheered. Mom, while you're away, we'll collect all the seeds from the current plants in the plantation and start nurturing them. Once we have the fragment world, we can plant them right away. Ying smiled and nodded. Thank you, all of you. The little fairies were just too sweet. Deming puffed up his chest and cried out heroically, then I'll eat well and train hard. When you go to the northern orc wilderness, I'll be your mount and fight alongside you in the sky. All right, I'm looking forward to it, Ying said, understanding his meaning, and patted the silly feather on Deming's head. Gun Gun. They'd all come out together, plotting for so long, and yet the others gave in so quickly. Gun Gun patted his chest. When you come back next time, I'll have awakened another skill. Little Stone bounced up and down. I'll have grown another special facility. Haha. Ying gave each of her little cuties a kiss. Let's all do our best. Little Shireen floated nearby, watching the scene with a wistful gaze. Quietly, he turned into a mini silver wolf and slipped into the line for kisses. Ying. She grabbed the restless little wolf and gave him a good rub. Now she knew there was a connection between the avatar and the main body. The little wolf turned back into the wolf-eared boy, looking at her with aggrieved eyes. Ying pinched his ears and poked him again and again. She looked up at the sky, wondering what Silver was doing now. He was probably far, far away from Deep Blue Star. Who knew when they'd meet again? She missed him a little. Looking down at the wolf-eared boy in her hand, Ying couldn't help but kiss his forehead. Little Sure Yin's body stiffened, and in a flash, he turned pink all over. Ying laughed and poked his little ears. Shy? Did your main body feel it too? I'll become a legend as soon as I can, then I'll be able to protect you. You have to work hard too. Far away in the river of time and space, a giant silver wolf howled toward where he'd come from, his furry pointed ears blushing red. Ying collected herself and said goodbye to the little ones. It's time to go. Be good at home and wait for me to come back. With that, she took out her flying broom. The broom, long neglected, shook off a cloud of dust in protest. Cough, cough. The nice atmosphere was ruined by the broom's bad temper. Ying found herself missing her broom from the Emerald World. That one was such a cute little darling, so clingy. She cast a cleaning spell on herself and the broom, then mounted it, waved to the little ones, and soared into the sky. Actually, teleporting to the snow mountains is much faster. With the teleportation array, you can reach the great northwest of the Xia Kingdom in just a few minutes. Even the teleportation array near the northwestern town of Luoxia is still intact. The only problem is that the entire town is buried under layers of snow, so if you teleport there, who knows how you'd dig your way out. But teleporting to the unclaimed camp in the northwest and then heading into the snowy region to investigate would clearly save a lot of time. Ying chose to leave her territory openly on a broomstick as a smokescreen. She wanted to secretly investigate the snow mountains, so she didn't even bother with a disguise potion or teleporting directly. That's because, over the past few months, the snowy region had expanded right up to the unclaimed camp in the northwest. Although it wasn't as bad as Luoxia town, which was completely buried in a valley, there were still many players from the snow mountain camps active in that area. Occasionally, you'd even see a frost deer wandering into the camps. When Ying first went there to set up the teleportation array, things hadn't gotten this bad. Now, although the array was still working, there were just too many eyes in those camps. Even if she used a disguise potion, a stranger showing up would easily attract attention. The frost deer are truly masters of deception. The players in those northwestern camps revere them as gods, calling them the guardians of the snow mountains and spirits of the snowy realm. Ying didn't want to draw anyone's attention, and if she was gone from her territory too long, someone might notice. So she decided to first fly south on her broom, then quietly switch to a magic carpet and sneak northwest. Knowing she was going up against the frost deer, Felice had shared a lot of information about their race during her lectures, insider knowledge from the elves. Far more comprehensive than what Ying could get from her own creature identification skills or the monster manual Wu Yaya had given her. Frost deer look similar to reindeer or stags. They're large, cold-element magical beasts, and just a single glance from them can freeze an enemy solid. They're highly intelligent, able to speak common, dwarvish, giant, goblin, infernal, and other languages. They possess innate skills like powerful charges, ramming attacks, blending defense with offense, weapon crafting, and spell-like abilities such as Despair Aura, Master Artisan, Blood Frenzy, Greater Phantasm, Divination, Icy Stare, Winter's Domain, and Hero's Banquet. They propagate and gain power by seizing territory and transforming it into snowy domains. The larger the snowy domain, the easier it is for them to breed and the stronger they become. Every frost deer herd dreams of conquering the world with their power, turning it all into snowy domain, the perfect soil for their growth and reproduction. But frost deer are few in number. To avoid being targeted by outsiders when seizing land, or to prevent losing their forces in conflict, they often appear before other intelligent races in cold regions with a benevolent face to win their trust. Sometimes they promise to use their incredible magic to make others stronger, or create food so their tribes won't starve, offer craftsmen help with their skills, or even share their ability to foresee the future. Over time, these tribes become dependent on the frost deer's help. With the frost deer's guidance, they naturally come to see them as guardians or friends. The frost deer then use this to control and influence these tribes, getting them to use weapons crafted with frost deer techniques to attack neighboring tribes. As the infighting continues, more and more groups fall under frost deer control. They let other races fight among themselves, depleting their strength, while the frost deer expand their snowy domain, reproduce, and gather power. Once they're strong enough, they wipe out the other races in one fell swoop and become world rulers. In Mu Ying's eyes, the frost deer are nothing but a bunch of ambitious hypocrites. When their tribe is weak, they go around doing favors, building a reputation for kindness, helpfulness, and prophecy, making friends to buy themselves time. Once they've grown strong, their true nature shows. The frost deer's appearance and powers are certainly impressive: their pure white coats, their elegance when speaking, their ability to conjure fine food and drink out of thin air, and their glimpses into the future. If you didn't know their true nature, it'd be easy to be fooled. To many races that love nature, the frost deer are utterly detestable, because all they do is turn a vibrant, colorful world into one covered entirely in snow and ice. Out in the world, frost deer mostly operate in remote areas, so not many know about them. But once their true nature is revealed, unless you're a race that also loves snowy domains, most will become their enemies and try to curb their growth. Actually, the simplest way to stop the frost deer is to widely publicize their true nature. That way, they can't deceive people into turning the whole world into a snowy domain. Given their breeding ability, any outside interference will keep them from expanding quickly. They'll be lucky to hold on to a small patch of land. Mu Ying had tried exposing the frost deer's true nature, warning the players who'd been duped not to let themselves be used. But human weakness is what it is. The frost deer offer too many benefits, and as long as there's something in it for them, those players simply refuse to believe the frost deer are evil. The real problem is that the frost deer are just too good at hiding. Whenever they join forces to expand the snowy domain, they always avoid the players. The snowy domain is their turf. Nothing that happens on the snow escapes their notice. So far, only Mu Ying, while hiding on her magic carpet, had ever witnessed them casting winter's domain. Right now, the camps in the northwest snowy region are a mess. Players are constantly fighting, and some sharp ones have noticed something's off. But that's the frost deer's stronghold, and there are too many players who are greedy or unwilling to give up the frost deer's gifts. There's not much they can do. At best, they can teleport out of the northwest. Mu Ying no longer bothers trying to save those blinded by greed. You can't reason with those who are doomed. She's decided to stick to her old, underhanded tactics, hunting down the frost deer one by one, solving the problem at its source, and earning her own class experience. The snowy domain is created bit by bit by the frost deer's spell-like abilities. If you kill the frost deer, the snowy domain will stop expanding, and the land will gradually return to its original climate. With a little help from her, it'll recover even faster. Mu Ying soared through the sky on her broomstick, seen by many players around her territory. She kept flying south until nightfall, then found a patch of forest with no other camps nearby and switched to her magic carpet. The broom had only enjoyed a few hours of free flight before being sidelined again. It stubbornly refused to go back into her storage space, so Mu Ying let it stand at the edge of the carpet and hung a bunch of lamp vines on it, turning it into a lamp post. The magic carpet sped northwest at full speed. Mu Ying, wide awake, picked up a book on druidic spell cultivation to read. The witch's grimoire floated beside her, and from time to time, she jotted down key points in it. She'd originally rented these books from Wu Yaya just for reference, hoping to improve her own book. Unexpectedly, she ended up learning a lot of new things herself. These books didn't just cover druidic spellcasting techniques, but also strategies for use, spell combinations, and more. Mu Ying had already realized her own shortcomings when she fought Adam and the others. She'd learned many spells, but couldn't always use each one skillfully in the right situation. Through constant combat and reflection, she was trying to improve. Now, these books were a real treasure trove for her. As the carpet flew along, she kept busy with her own tasks. When she got tired of reading, she'd wrap herself in a blanket and nap for a while. When she was hungry, she'd cook something for herself. She didn't skip her daily training either. The magic carpet was fast. At full speed, back on the old Azure Star, she could have reached the northwest in 2 days at most. But now Azure Star had fused with many spatial fragments and grown much larger. After flying for 5 days straight, Ying finally spotted the distant white expanse of the snowfields. She cast an elemental resistance spell on herself to ward off the cold air and continued flying deeper into the snowlands. The terrain here had changed dramatically. Before the apocalypse, the Northwest Plateau was heavily desertified, crisscrossed with ravines, mountains, basins, and broken valleys. The land was rugged, the climate dry and cold, and vegetation sparse. After the apocalypse, a single rain revived the plants, and the plateau came back to life. The ravines were covered with flowers and grass. Ying had been amazed the last time she visited. Back then, it was lush and green, the grasslands rolling and beautiful, the sunset gilding everything with a gentle gold. Only the distant Luoxia Mountains were capped with perpetual snow. But now, she couldn't even see the shadow of the Luoxia Mountains, just endless snowfields. The snow had buried all the old ravines. It was clear how much Hanlu's year-long efforts had transformed the environment. Ying also saw people bundled up against the cold, trudging through the snow to hunt snow beasts, some even riding dog sleds. Clearly, while the environment had changed, the players who remained had slowly adapted. But the land, which had only just recovered, was now lifeless again. Nothing survived beneath the snow. Here, Ying found her guardian's armor almost useless. She couldn't draw on the power of nature as easily as she could in Qingshan City, which made her uncomfortable. She only glanced at the people below before turning her attention away. Her goal this trip wasn't the people, but Hanlu. She didn't care whether those people were Hanlu's followers or not. She'd never planned to confront Hanlu head-on. The magic carpet, which could block the sight of non-witch races, was her natural shield. A witch's magic was a completely different cultivation system from real-world professions, and its magical fluctuations were far more concealed than in the Emerald world. With such an advantage, she intended to make full use of it. In short, she'd take out as many as she could from the shadows. If she could eliminate Hanlu without ever showing herself, that would be ideal. The first thing Ying did upon reaching the snowlands was to conduct a thorough, carpet-style search of the entire area, familiarizing herself with the terrain and looking for traces of Hanlu. Sometimes, she'd spot Hanlu running across the snow, or working together in groups to expand the snowfields with magic. She didn't attack right away, but quietly marked them with a magical sigil. That way, she could track Hanlu's location at any time. Unless you were a witch, it was nearly impossible to sense magic. Hanlu clearly didn't notice anything unusual. She was patient. Day after day, she found more and more Hanlu. After she'd scouted the entire snowlands, she finally tracked Hanlu back to their main base. Near the old snow camp on Luoxia Mountain, she found a large group of Hanlu. Their numbers had increased a lot. Last time, there had been just under 30 Hanlu here. 1 level, 11 leader, 3 level 10s, 17 level 9s, and 9 level 8s, all adults in their prime. Now, there were 50 Hanlu. The leader was still level 11, with 3 level 10s, but the number of level 9s had risen to 26. The remaining 20 were all young Hanlu, level 3 or 4. It seemed Hanlu had used the power gained from expanding the snowfields to boost those level 8s and the new young Hanlu. Ying was glad she hadn't come too late. The overall strength of Hanlu hadn't increased too much. The 20 young Hanlu posed little threat to her, and the leader hadn't grown much stronger. Hanlu's choice didn't surprise her. The Frozen Wasteland spell-like ability was one of Hanlu's most important powers, used specifically to expand the snowfields. Only level 9 Hanlu could cast it. The snow-filled Luoxia valleys were the result of Hanlu's magic. The more level 9 Hanlu there were, the faster they could expand the snowfields. Ying quietly marked these Hanlu with her magical sigil as well. Ying frowned at the Hanlu gathered below. Marking the adult Hanlu went smoothly, but when she tried to mark the young ones, The sigil passed right through them and landed on the snow. Something was off about these young Hanlu. She watched carefully for a long time and realized that, although the young Hanlu seemed to be protected in the center of the group, they never actually touched the adults. They just huddled together and played in the snow. Shouldn't the young at least be close to their parents? Ying recalled the Hanlu information she'd studied countless times and remembered a spell-like ability called Greater Phantasm. This ability was similar to the druid's 4th-level spell, Hallucinatory Terrain, which could create illusory scenes to confuse enemies. But Greater Phantasm was even more powerful, able to create lifelike illusions. These young Hanlu must be illusions created by Greater Phantasm. Since they weren't real, her magical sigil passed right through them. If they'd gone to the trouble of creating such convincing illusions, it must be to protect the real young Hanlu. So, the real ones must exist somewhere. Where could they be? Ying decided to keep searching and stay hidden. These little phantom frost deer really are impressive. Even her biological detection spells were fooled. If it weren't for the fact that Ying's magic mark could only be placed on physical entities, she never would have discovered the truth. But ever since she realized that the protected baby frost deer were all fakes, the whole illusion looked obviously fake to her. Ying observed for several days in a row, but still couldn't find where the real baby frost deer were hiding. On the other hand, she did manage to figure out the daily routines of the frost deer. The level 11 frost deer leader and 3 level 10 frost deer usually stayed near the camp at Luaxia Mountain. Those 3 level 10 frost deer constantly guarded the phantom baby deer. Even when one occasionally left, only one would go at a time. With such tight protection, no one would ever guess that what they were guarding was just a virtual illusion. The other 26 level 9 frost deer would go out at irregular times each day, sometimes alone, sometimes in groups. Usually, the ones who went out alone were those that had performed divination the previous day. Previously, during the months of heavy snow in Luaxia town, the frost deer predicted that snow and ice would bury Luaxia Valley. The snowy region would gradually expand, and warned humans to prepare in advance and adapt to surviving in the snow. They claimed to be friends of humanity, unwilling to see widespread suffering, and offered to help by providing food and teaching survival skills for the snowy lands. Luaxia Valley was indeed buried, as they said, and the snowy region kept expanding, but all of this wasn't a prophecy. It was caused by the frost deer themselves. Although the prophecy of being buried in snow was orchestrated by the frost deer, they did possess some degree of foresight. But it wasn't as miraculous as they boasted. They couldn't really foresee disasters and fortune. They simply knew some divination magic. The frost deer often provided food to humans who were short on supplies, using a spell called Hero's Feast. Legend had it that if you got lost or encountered danger in the snowy lands, a sincere prayer could summon the mountain guardian, the frost deer, for help. This was one of the reasons why the frost deer were deified. After all, creatures that seemed to radiate a saintly aura, always helping wherever needed and asking nothing in return, were extremely rare. Some people, after being rescued, became firm believers in the frost deer's miraculous powers. Others, seeing potential benefits, pretended to revere the frost deer and treated them as gods. The end result was that the frost deer enjoyed extremely high prestige among players in the snowy region. But in reality, the so-called help summoned by sincere prayers was actually the result of the frost deer's divination. Each week, the frost deer could perform a divination, using the ever-expanding snowy region as their medium. Through this, they could randomly foresee events that would happen somewhere in the snowy region over the next day. Sometimes, they could indeed predict that someone would encounter danger at a certain place and time. The frost deer made good use of these divination results, sometimes warning the relevant people before danger struck, sometimes lying in wait in the snow, only appearing to rescue someone after they'd fallen into peril and knelt in prayer. Other times, when several divinations in a row yielded nothing useful, the frost deer would track human movements, secretly create dangers, and then show up just in time to play the savior. After such long-term scheming, it was no wonder that players who didn't know the truth were so thoroughly fooled. Ying called this the frost deer's daily reputation maintenance quest. Every time a frost deer went out alone, it was to play the role of savior and complete this reputation quest. As for those going out in pairs, trios, or even larger groups, they were heading to uninhabited places to expand the snowy region with their magic. The rumor among players that the frost deer could foretell fortune and disaster was also tied to their expansion activities. Legend said that the frost deer would occasionally appear to devout humans, offering them delicious food or teaching them secret skills, and sometimes leaving warnings. These warnings often said that a certain area was unsafe for humans in the near future, or else disaster would strike. Of course, some people didn't believe it and deliberately went to check, but none ever returned. Over time, everyone chose to avoid the areas the frost deer warned about. As for why those people never came back, naturally, it was because the frost deer killed them. The so-called danger zones were simply places the frost deer had chosen to cast their spells. The frost deer had never attacked anyone openly. With their pure white, holy appearance and gentle, generous demeanor, players only knew that they came and went without a trace in the snow, leaving no footprints. No one realized they also possessed formidable combat power. Ying had tracked the frost deer and witnessed their whole series of sly maneuvers. She felt that the frost deer were the true masters of manipulation, experts at playing with people's hearts. Compared to them, she was far less skilled. At best, she could only ambush people. Since she still hadn't found the hidden baby frost deer, Ying refrained from acting rashly. Even when she saw the frost deer toying with the players, she didn't intervene. About a week later, she finally noticed something unusual at the frost deer's main camp. This time, after returning from searching the snowy region, she suddenly realized that the 3 frost deer guarding the phantom baby deer had been replaced. To the naked eye, they still looked like the same 3 level 10 frost deer, but her magic marks were gone from them. Instead, her senses told her that the 3 magic marks were now deep in the remote Luaxia Mountains. Following the marks, Ying found only a snow-covered valley, nothing visible in her line of sight. But her senses told her that 3 magic marks were moving within the valley. Since magic marks could only be placed on physical entities, and there was nothing visible moving, the only explanation was that her vision was being deceived. Another high-level illusion. As soon as Ying realized this, the empty valley below revealed its true form to her eyes. 20 baby frost deer were playing in the valley, guarded by 3 adult frost deer. Her magic marks were indeed on those 3 adults. They looked almost identical to the 3 outside. If not for the marks, she'd never have been able to tell them apart. This time, when she placed magic marks on the baby frost deer, everything went smoothly. So, perhaps even before Luaxia Valley was buried, the frost deer she'd seen weren't all of them. 3 level 10 frost deer had been hiding deep in the snowy mountains. Now that she'd finally found them all, Ying began to plan her hunt. 1 level 11 leader, 6 level 10 frost deer, 26 level 9 frost deer, and 20 baby frost deer. That's quite a number. Plus, the frost deer were highly intelligent, no less than humans, and their physical strength and magical abilities were nothing to scoff at. She'd have to think carefully about how to take them all down safely and thoroughly. The frost deer were far more troublesome than the vampires had been. At least vampires had obvious weaknesses. Sunlight and pure water were both effective weapons against them. But the frost deer were different. So far, Ying hadn't found any exploitable weakness. Their physical strength was formidable, and they possessed 3 spell-like abilities: Despair, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, and Icy Gaze. These respectively targeted an enemy's mind, enhanced their own combat power, and allowed them to freeze enemies from a distance. In other words, they had no shortcomings in either melee or ranged combat. What's more, Despair and Icy Gaze weren't direct attack abilities. One targeted the mind, the other controlled movement, precisely the types of attacks Ying was least equipped to defend against. Her defensive spells, Barkskin, Stoneskin, Nature's Shield, and the bramble armor formed by Little Red could only block direct physical or magical attacks. They were useless against spells that targeted the mind or directly controlled her actions. The Guardian's armor from the Bracelet of Nature did offer comprehensive protection, even against mental attacks, but in the snowy region, its power was greatly weakened and was basically useless. This meant that Ying was almost completely defenseless against the Frost Deer's magic. Even the weakest adult Frost Deer were level 9, with 6 at level 10 and 1 at level 11. In terms of level, Ying was at a disadvantage, and without any spells to counter them, getting hit even once could be life-threatening. Fortunately, none of the Frost Deer's spells were area attacks. They required line of sight and a specific target to be effective. Since she couldn't withstand a direct confrontation, she decided to hide. Just like when she dealt with Sharon, she planned to use her magic carpet to stay hidden the entire time, attacking from concealment and never revealing her position. This meant she wouldn't be engaging the Frost Deer in close combat, so her only attack that could truly counter them, the Scythe of Balance, was off the table. She'd have to come up with another way to deal significant damage to the Frost Deer. There were 53 Frost Deer in total, with 33 adults capable of fighting. Ying wasn't worried about being ambushed in a one-on-one fight, but once she made her move and the Frost Deer started to fall, they would definitely become more alert and move in groups, making her hunt much more difficult. Ying thought about using poison again. Just like she'd done with the Blood Ravens, poisoning them in secret was the fastest way to weaken the enemy. But recalling the habits of the Frost Deer, Ying shook her head. These creatures used magic to conjure their food, creating a hero's feast with spells. With this kind of instant magic, there was no opportunity to poison anything they would ingest. The soft bone potion didn't need to be ingested to work. It could be absorbed through wounds and spread via the bloodstream, but it was only effective on small creatures. The Frost Deer were simply too large. The potion's potency wasn't enough to dissolve their bones. It would likely be neutralized by their immune systems before it could take effect. She needed a poison that didn't require ingestion and was as inconspicuous as possible. Ying actually had quite a few poisons. Some were poisonous mushrooms gifted by the Myconids, others were potions she'd concocted herself from recipes found in the Emerald World. Ever since the soft bone potion had worked so well against the Blood Ravens, Ying had become very interested in poison research. She'd cultivated a fair number of poisonous magical plants and brewed a variety of toxic potions. After thinking it over, she realized she did have something suitable. She rummaged through her spatial ring and pulled out several small wooden boxes. Inside the boxes was a fine white powder. This powder was called Frost Snow Powder. It wasn't a potion, but a highly toxic substance collected directly from the magical plant Winter Frost Grass. Winter Frost Grass was a magical plant with excellent detoxifying properties. Its seeds were the main ingredient in most antidote potions. But Frost Snow Powder was a white powder that condensed on the leaves of Winter Frost Grass as it absorbed moisture from the air during its growth. It was highly poisonous. Once it touched an open wound, it would quickly take effect, causing all the water in the victim's body, including their blood, to freeze into frost and snow. Although it wasn't contagious, its potency was terrifying. Ying had tested it before. Just a pinch was enough to bring down a cow. Frost Snow Powder needed to be stored at low temperatures and couldn't be exposed to high heat for more than an hour. If poisoned with Frost Snow Powder, a victim could be rapidly detoxified by being baked at over 50 degrees Celsius for 2 hours within 3 hours of exposure. Ying thought this snowy white powder was a perfect fit for the snowfields. There was no way to detoxify it here, and its color was almost identical to the snow and the Frost Deer's fur, making it nearly impossible to detect once it adhered. Winter Frost Grass was a magical plant cultivated in winter. Ying had harvested a crop last winter. Most of the seeds had been made into antidote potions and sold in her territory's contribution shop. The Frost Snow Powder, on the other hand, had just been collected and left and used in storage. Now she had plenty on hand, perfect for this situation. Frost Snow Powder only worked when it came into contact with an open wound. The Frost Deer might not get injured on their own, but she could make sure they did. She went through her spell list, looking for suitable options. First, fire spells like Fireball and Wall of Fire were ruled out, as they would destroy the frost snow powder. Ying didn't want a drawn-out battle. Her goal was to injure the frost deer and then poison them. So her strategy revolved around inflicting wounds. This was where her wide array of spells came in handy. She selected Spike Stones, 4th level, Storm Bolt, 5th level, and Wall of Thorns, her most powerful attack spells at the moment, all capable of breaking through the frost deer's defenses. Storm Bolt did generate a brief burst of extreme heat, but it was so short-lived that it wouldn't affect the frost snow powder much. With her plan in place, Ying mentally rehearsed her hunt, making sure she was fully prepared before taking action. Since she planned to use poison to take down the frost deer, the pressure was much less. Instead of targeting a lone deer, she chose to follow the largest group among the level 9 frost deer that had gone out today, a team of 6. They were out together to cast a spell expanding the snowfield. Ying followed them, avoiding any signs of human activity, all the way to the edge of the snowfield. It was a gentle hillside. The frost deer had already taken turns coming here several times, and it had been snowing for days. Today, these 5 frost deer were here to finish the job. With one last joint casting of a large-scale snowstorm, the land here would be transformed into permafrost and become part of the snowfield. They first patrolled the area to make sure there were no traces of humans and that their secret wouldn't be discovered, then began casting the snowstorm. While casting together, the frost deer kept a fair distance from each other, so Ying's spells couldn't hit them all at once. But she had anticipated this and wasn't in a hurry to make her move. When the frost deer began casting their frozen world spell and snowflakes started swirling on the hillside, Ying quietly flew above one of the frost deer and cast her wind creation spell. The wind carried the frosty powder from her box, scattering it down and blending it with the falling snowflakes, landing on the frost deer. The fine white powder mixed seamlessly with the snowflakes, completely undetectable to the naked eye. She made sure to cover each deer, ensuring they were all bathed in plenty of the frosty powder. She had plenty in stock, after all. Once she finished poisoning them, Ying immediately cast Thunderstorm. Thunderstorm was a long-range spell, stronger than her Summon Lightning spell. Each cast could summon up to 15 bolts of lightning to strike her enemies. Now at level 10, the thunderclouds she summoned could linger for 10 minutes, allowing her to call down lightning at will during that time. She had chosen her position carefully, so she could take care of 3 frost deer at once. As the thunderclouds gathered, they blended into the gloomy snow clouds, and the frost deer didn't notice anything unusual at first. Only when the clouds split open with a crack did they realize something was wrong. But by then, it was too late. The 3 lucky ones Ying had targeted were the first to be struck by lightning, 2 bolts each. The frost deer's proud antlers even acted as lightning rods. The struck deer were wreathed in crackling electricity, trembling violently. In an instant, their snowy white coats turned into charred, curly fur, their pelts scorched black. The frost deer were tough creatures. Even after being struck twice, their health only dropped by 20%. They lost their beautiful pelts and suffered widespread minor burns, but it wasn't fatal. But after the lightning, the frosty powder began to take effect as it entered their wounds. The other 3 frost deer, who were outside Ying's casting range, noticed their companions had stopped casting spells and had been attacked. They quickly huddled together in a defensive formation, searching for the enemy. They were highly sensitive to life in the snow, and anyone moving across the snow would normally leave tracks. By rights, no enemy should have been able to approach them undetected. Yet, they couldn't find any sign of their attacker. Unable to locate the enemy, they were in real danger. "Who are you? Why are you attacking us for no reason?" one of the frost deer called out in human speech. Only the howling wind replied. Ying's resolve to kill the frost deer was unwavering. She knew them well and wasn't moved at all. In fact, seeing them gather together made her secretly pleased. They were being so obedient, all moving into her casting range. Of course, she had to seize the opportunity. Now she wouldn't even need to use a second thunderstorm spell. But just before her lightning struck, the frost deer on the hillside suddenly vanished. Ying didn't panic. As expected of the cunning frost deer, when they couldn't find her, they used magic to hide themselves. But Muing had prepared thoroughly. Not only did she know all about the frost deer's abilities, she'd also placed magical tracking marks on them. Even if she couldn't see them, she could pinpoint their locations. Several bolts of lightning struck down in quick succession. The frost deer's anguished cries echoed across the snowy plain. Their high-level illusions shattered, revealing 6 badly wounded frost deer sprawled on the snow. Now they understood, the enemy had no intention of talking. With no way to fight back and no chance to negotiate, their only option was to run. Fortunately, the lightning, though powerful, wasn't immediately fatal. They instantly decided to scatter and flee. But as they ran, they found their once nimble bodies growing heavier and stiffer. Then came searing pain, and finally, they collapsed in the snow, unable to move. Blood-red frost oozed from their wounds. Watching them fall one by one, Muing breathed a sigh of relief. What a fantastic start! She still didn't land. Instead, she had her magic carpet descend to the unconscious frost deer, summoned her scythe of balance, and with a swift motion at their necks, harvested their lives. You have killed a frost deer. Gained 300 class experience. You have killed a frost deer. Gained 300 class experience. 6 kill notifications in a row, each one worth 300 class experience, equivalent to cultivating a promising new plant species. Such generous rewards made Muing look at the frost deer's corpses with newfound affection. These were walking experience farms. She dutifully took out a small storage pouch and collected the 6 frost deer, even digging up and storing the snow around their bodies. Just looking at the experience rewards showed how much Mother Nature despised the frost deer. From the frost deer's perspective, they were just trying to survive. Their reproduction and strength depended on the size of the snowy domain, so they would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. But from nature's perspective, they were destroying the ecological balance. If all the land turned to snowfields, countless creatures would die, unable to adapt to the cold, a fate nature could not tolerate. Nature embraces all life, not interfering with normal survival of the fittest or competition, but it cannot accept species that destroy the environment and seek to become monopolistic overlords. As a druid, Muing was nature's agent. Doing this work and getting paid for it, it was only natural for her to eliminate the creatures nature despised. Even from her own perspective, whether as a human or an elf, the frost deer's expansion of the snowfields was intolerable. There was no room for compromise, so she had no intention of communicating with them. Still, the hefty experience rewards for hunting frost deer made her briefly consider sparing a few, letting them repopulate so she could harvest them again later, an endless source of experience. But if she didn't wipe them out, their growth would still come at the cost of destroying nature. Sure, she could farm experience repeatedly, but the price would be nature's suffering. How is that any different from employees exploiting company resources for personal gain? Who knew what punishment she'd face if caught? Nature was everywhere. She wouldn't dare try such tricks. Besides, this was reality, not a game. Muing felt she had to stick to her principles. Nature had treated her well. She couldn't betray it for a bit of petty profit. The hunt continued. She sensed the locations of the remaining magical marks, picked the densest cluster, and steered her magic carpet in that direction. Today's opening battle had gone perfectly. She had to press the advantage and catch the enemy off guard. Otherwise, once the frost deer returned to the snowy mountains, her actions would likely be exposed, and who knew what countermeasures they'd come up with. She never forgot, the frost deer weren't brainless monsters. While she had the initiative, she had to kill as many as possible. Even if the frost deer responded later, with their overall strength greatly weakened, they'd pose no real threat to her. Muing was rushing off to hunt the second wave of frost deer, completely unaware that she had just caused a huge stir on the forums. She's at it again. Muying's level progress is jumping by leaps and bounds. 1 second she was at 0%, and the next she's at 32%. That's not accurate. It went from 0% to 5%, then 10%, 16%, 21%, 27%, and finally 32%. Given the experience required for each level, the level 10 XP bar is 5,500. Mu Ying's progress jumped 6 times in a minute, each time by about 300 XP. I just want to know how she found such massive XP sources. The last time we saw a jump like this was during the Murloc tribe purge near Qingshan City, right? I heard Druin got a ton of class XP for destroying that evil god altar. Did she find another one this time? Half a month ago, someone saw Mu Ying riding her broomstick south. Maybe it's related. Someone check on Delagon's mental state. He just hit level 9, 99%. He was this close to overtaking Mu Ying and reclaiming first place, but in the blink of an eye, he's fallen behind again. Inside Qingshan City's internal network, the discussion was just as lively. Before setting out, Mu Ying had informed some of her own people about her destination. Unlike those clueless on the forums, they understood from her level progress that her mission was going smoothly. In Battle Room 8, the Luoxia squad was in the middle of a team training session. Xiang Gang and Li Luori were sparring in the ring. Li Luoxia was observing from the priest's watchtower, when suddenly a shriek erupted from below. Mu Ying's level progress moved. Lin Jixio exclaimed in delight. At her words, everyone, Xiang Gang and Li Luori in the ring, Li Luoxia on the platform, and Wu Qingshan and Li Shihe in the audience, immediately stopped what they were doing, whipped out their player manuals, and opened the global level rankings. They watched as the progress bar next to the top name climbed higher and higher. Every face was filled with joy. Ever since Mu Ying set out, the Luoxia squad had been checking the world rankings 3 to 5 times a day, keeping an eye on her progress. Aside from Mu Ying herself, they knew better than anyone how treacherous the frost deer were. Back then, the frost deer had forced them to abandon their home. Luoxia town still lay buried under the snow. Taking back their territory was their greatest wish. Mu Ying had told Li Luoxia about the priest class's ascension restrictions and mentioned her plan to hunt the frost deer. Li Luoxia had wanted to bring the squad along to help, but Mu Ying refused. She never intended to fight head-on. For a sneak attack, more people wouldn't help much. So she asked them to stay behind and wait for good news. Unable to help, all they could do was keep watch over Mu Ying's status. But as half a month passed with no news, their anxiety only grew. Now, finally, hope appeared. How could they not be excited? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 jumps in total. Mu Ying killed 6 frost deer. Lin Jixio was ecstatic. I knew she could do it. Looks like she was lying low, waiting for the right moment. Now she's making her move, Li Luoxia said. Xiang Gang jumped down from the ring. The intervals between those 6 jumps weren't long. She probably didn't have too much trouble with them. The lowest level frost deer are at least level 8. She took out 6 in one go, and so quickly too. I really wonder how she did it, Wu Qingshan said. Mama, once Sister Mu Ying beats all the bad frost deer, can we go home? Li Shihe asked hopefully. Li Luoxia stroked her daughter's head. One day we'll go back. At this point, the Luoxia squad had no mind for training. They left the battle room and returned to their treehouse. The group sat around the table, clutching their player manuals, eyes glued to that name on the rankings. About an hour later, they all held their breath. It moved again. Mu Ying's level progress jumped 5 more times, from level 10, 32% to 60%. 2 hours later, another 4 jumps, from 60% to 81%. Oh my god. 15 already. Is she going to wipe out all the frost deer in a single day? I remember there were only 30 of them to begin with. Half are gone already. Another 2 hours passed, and Mu Ying's progress jumped twice more, reaching 98% at level 10. The Luoxia squad was breathing heavily now. An hour later, it jumped again, level 11, 0%. Oh my god, 19. 19 in one day. Let's go celebrate at the tavern tonight, my treat. Li Luoxia was overjoyed, as if she could already see the frost deer wiped out and Luoxia Valley restored to its former glory. With Mu Ying's unbelievable feat of hunting 19 frost deer in a single day, she had no doubt that Mu Ying could finish the job alone. Hope was right in front of them. On the world forums, Mu Ying's name dominated the top 10 trending posts. Players were losing their minds. How is this possible? 1 level a day? Is she even human? Does Doomsday Game have a complaints department? This has to be a bug. Not gonna lie, I want this kind of bug too. My mom asked why I'm kneeling while checking the rankings. I'm dying of curiosity. Anyone from Chishan City care to explain? I'm a fellow druid, but all I do is tend flowers and plants, and my XP bar crawls like a turtle. I've decided I'm immigrating to Qingshan City. I'll camp outside Mu Ying's house and beg her to tell me how she does it. Dude above, ever heard of teleport arrays? Most Qingshan City players have never even seen Mu Ying. You want to camp her? You'd break your legs before you find her. I'm a Western European history major. Isn't Qingshan City recruiting humanities experts? I'm applying. Gotta get on the inside if I want a shot at those secrets. The forums were in chaos, while the person at the center of it all, Mu Ying, was staring at her adventure log with a pained expression. You killed a frost deer. Gained 300 class XP. You have reached the level 10 XP cap. 200 class XP overflowed. You have met the requirements to level up. Please prepare to level up as soon as possible. She just lost 200 XP. Normally, it would take weeks of hard work to earn that much. After a moment of heartache, Mu Ying hopped on her magic carpet and left the snowy region without delay. Her XP bar was full. Killing more frost deer would just waste even more XP. She needed to go back and level up before returning. When leveling up, she would fall into an unconscious, sleep-like state. Only in her own territory could she feel truly safe. As for the frost deer, who'd lost 19 of their prime members in a single day, she'd deal with them next time. She'd cleaned up the battlefield thoroughly. It would take them quite a while to figure out what had happened. After being baptized by nature, you have become a level 11 druid. Based on your druid level, your class skill Wild Shape has unlocked a new form. Based on your druid level, your HP has increased to 910. Based on your druid level, your mana has increased to 200. The increases to HP and mana were similar to every previous level up, but this time, reaching level 11, a prime number, meant new spells to look forward to. But what caught her eye in the adventure log was that Wild Shape had unlocked a new form. She quickly opened her character panel to check the details of the Wild Shape skill. Wild Shape. Through observation and imitation, you can transform into small or medium-sized animals. After transforming, you gain the corresponding animal stats, and your HP is separate from your human form. You can transform twice per day, including into large, medium, small, and now tiny terrestrial, aquatic, and flying animals. Tiny? Mu Ying immediately noticed the difference, another change in available sizes. If she had to say which Wild Shape form she was most looking forward to, it would definitely be huge and tiny forms. Both have their own size advantages. Huge animals are incredibly powerful in combat, while tiny animals are inconspicuous and excel at hiding. When Mu Ying first learned Wild Shape, she regretted the size limitations. Otherwise, she would have loved to transform into beetles, mosquitoes, ants, those easily overlooked little creatures. Now, she finally had the chance to learn these transformations. Once she dealt with the frost deer, she planned to practice this new form thoroughly and find the most inconspicuous little creature to study and transform into. Next, she checked her spell list. There were 2 fewer 6th level spells than 5th level ones, only 10 in total. They were Mass Enhance Ability, Mass Cure, Find the Path, Fire Seeds, Ironwood, Awaken Oak Guardian, Move Earth, Spell Staff, Stone Tell, and Wall of Stone. Though few in number, each was formidable. Mu Ying was most familiar with Mass Enhance Ability and Mass Cure. She had learned the single target versions, Cure and Enhance Ability, at lower spell levels. The effects of the mass versions were similar to the single target ones she'd learned before, except now they targeted groups instead of individuals. She could now buff or heal multiple people at once, up to a number equal to her level. In other words, after learning them, she could now buff or heal up to 11 people at once. However, Mu Ying was a lone wolf, so for now, group support spells weren't very useful to her. So naturally, she put these two spells lower on her priority list, though she'd still learn them eventually. The broader her spell list, the more situations she could handle. Even if she didn't need them immediately, it would be too late to learn them only when the need arose. Next, she set aside Find the Path, Ironwood, Awaken Oak Guardian, and Stone Tell for later. Find the Path, as the name suggests, lets the target know the shortest, most direct route to a destination, not something she needed right now. Ironwood is a druid-exclusive spell that transforms ordinary wood into ironwood. Ironwood retains the properties of natural wood but is as hard, heavy, and fire-resistant as steel. This spell can be combined with other wood-related spells, like Wood Shape and Shillelagh. Stacking these together meant a druid could easily craft ironwood weapons and armor from nearby materials. Plus, the spell's duration was very long, 1 day per caster level. With her current level, Ying could make ironwood last 11 days with 1 casting. She could also use the spell on Xiaohong, her weapon/armor companion, to boost its attack and defense. For a druid, this was both cost-effective and practical. If Ying weren't focused on ranged sneak attacks, this spell would be even more useful. But now that she had a magic carpet, she didn't need this spell to deal with the frost deer. However, when she headed north to the Orc Wastelands, she'd definitely need to learn it. It would come in handy then. Awaken Oak Guardian could animate an oak tree into an Oak Guardian, a treant. However, only 1 tree could be animated at a time, and while the spell lasted, she couldn't cast it on another tree. The target tree also had to be near her home or a location she wanted to protect. It was a great defensive spell, but since treants couldn't stray far from where they grew, and Ying had her territory as a base, she wasn't in a rush to learn it. Stone Tell was also amazing. It let her communicate with stones to learn who had touched or hidden behind them. It was a great information-gathering spell, but Ying had no immediate need for it. The remaining spells: Fire Seeds, Move Earth, Spellstaff, and Wall of Stone were the ones Ying carefully selected to prioritize. Fire Seeds, Ying thought Bomb Spell would be a better name, was a fun spell that could turn acorns into acorn grenades and berries into berry bombs. Move Earth was a terrain-altering spell, good for digging pits, moving earth or sand dunes, and more. It was very versatile, though the casting time was long, about 10 minutes. Spellstaff let her store a spell she could normally cast into a wooden staff. For now, she could only store 1 spell in 1 staff and only have 1 spell staff at a time, but the stored spell lasted indefinitely until cast. Learning this was like gaining an extra spell slot for instant casting. Used well, it could have unexpected effects. Finally, Wall of Stone was similar to Wall of Fire or Wall of Wind, but much more versatile. She could create stone walls in any shape she wanted. Besides being a defensive spell, it was also great for infrastructure when combined with Move Earth. And once created, the stone wall wouldn't disappear unless dispelled, unlike walls of fire or wind. From these 4 spells, Ying planned to learn Spellstaff and Move Earth first, then store Move Earth in her Spellstaff. That way, she could offset Move Earth's long casting time and have a version she could cast instantly. With this, she could even use Move Earth as an attack spell, and it would save her 30 mana each time. She had plenty of spells now, but her mana was still limited. 200 points was only enough for 6 6th-level spells. After arranging her spell learning schedule, Ying didn't rush to start studying right away. She figured it would be better to wipe out the frost deer first so she could have peace of mind. Even without using 6th circle spells, she was confident she could handle them all. Before setting out, she took advantage of mealtime to glance at the World Forum. Seeing all the discussions about her leveling up once a day, she just smiled and ignored them. This is only the beginning. Ying shook her head. There were still plenty of frost deer left, and her leveling pace was bound to spike again soon. She hoped people wouldn't be too shocked. She quickly skimmed past the posts about herself and deliberately searched for threads mentioning the northwest snowfields. It had been exactly a week since she started hunting the frost deer. She wondered how they were reacting. Had they figured out who the culprit was? Last time she went out, she'd been careful to cover her tracks. She'd even taken into account the frost deer's abilities, and to avoid even the slightest chance of being divined, She'd hunted and cleaned up the battlefield entirely from her flying carpet, never once touching the snow. But on the day the frost deer were killed, she'd coincidentally leveled up and then disappeared for a long time to upgrade. During that period, there were no further frost deer casualties. The timing was so obvious that, even though she'd deliberately flown south on her broom as a decoy, the incident had been fermenting for so long that the clever frost deer had probably guessed it was her. She wondered how they'd respond. Ying was mentally prepared, so she wasn't surprised when she saw a smear post about her rapidly gaining traction. The post's title was eye-catching. Ying is a murderous maniac, hunting humanity's friends, a disgrace to druids. What did the Snow Mountain Guardians ever do wrong? We Snowfield players demand an explanation. She clicked in with interest. The poster had written a detailed account of how the Snow Mountain Guardians had helped players in the snowfields, describing their deeds in vivid, almost legendary detail. Anyone reading it would think the frost deer were the very embodiment of kindness and couldn't help but feel fond of them. Then, with a sudden shift in tone, the post accused Ying of slaughtering 19 frost deer in a single day for no apparent reason, condemning her brutality. These frost deer had once helped humans, and now they'd been mercilessly killed for no reason, simply outrageous. The post went on to say that, even after all this, the frost deer, remembering their friendship with humanity, only wanted to reconcile, asking her to apologize and return their kin's bodies. But as people who had survived the apocalypse under the frost deer's protection, they refused to be ungrateful. They demanded an explanation from her, and if she didn't give one, they'd pool all their resources to teleport to Greenhill City and confront her. TSK, not bad. This person really knows how to stir up emotions. What a waste they're not in PR, Ying muttered after reading. First, they praised the frost deer, then described her as a butcher, classic tragedy writing, show something beautiful, then destroy it before everyone's eyes. Of course, as the culprit, she'd be public enemy number one. So what was their goal? To use public opinion to force her to submit? And the post described her slaughter in such detail, even she didn't know she was that strong. Facing so many frost deer, she supposedly had time to hamstring each one, skin them alive as they begged for mercy. It made her, who'd only dared to ambush them, feel embarrassed by the exaggeration. She almost wanted to thank them for inflating her reputation. What was even more interesting was that the post had only just been published. No wonder, given its content and how fast it was gaining traction, she had to scroll 2 pages to find it. The frost deer had been dead for a week. If she hadn't cleaned up the battlefield and stored the bodies in her magic pouch, they'd be rotting by now. Why post so late? Surely it wasn't that they'd only just figured out it was her? Also, the post never once mentioned that all 19 frost deer died in a single day. Instead, it implied they died one after another, painting the frost deer as helpless victims unable to resist her, forced to ask other players to negotiate on their behalf. If she didn't believe the frost deer had deliberately leaked these details, she'd be an idiot. They definitely guessed she was the killer, but she was sure it was only a guess. The wildly inaccurate description of the hunt made that clear. They were just trying to pin the blame on her and rally people against her. And by delaying the post, they made it seem like her level up wasn't related to the frost deer hunt, putting themselves in a position of total victimhood. Ying snorted, so the frost deer aren't just white, they also love playing the innocent little flower, huh? She scrolled down. Plenty of commenters were fanning the flames, and the thread was full of insults. Did Ying get arrogant after leveling up? The Snow Mountain Guardians aren't ordinary monsters. They're intelligent. They can talk. Aside from their appearance, what's the difference from humans? How could she just slaughter them for no reason? And those Greenhill City players keep making excuses, saying their lord is so kind. What a bunch of bootlickers. Ying's been a killer since day one. When the apocalypse started, she whipped people in front of her territory's gates, and even rubbed salt and chili powder into their wounds. How old is she? Already worse than a demon. The Snow Mountain Guardians lost their kin and have been grieving for days, barely leaving the mountains. Lots of players who went out to hunt snow beasts haven't come back. If not for Ying, the frost deer could have saved them. How is this any different from indirect murder? Mu Ying's leveling so fast. Did she use some evil method? Why else hasn't she spoken up? Green Hill City players should run while they can. At this rate, she'll be a global enemy soon, and who knows when the territory will be wiped out. Oh my god, is it really that bad? I just saved up enough to travel to Green Hill City. Better wait and see. With such a brutal lord, maybe the territory isn't as great as the forum says. Mu Ying read a few comments and said speechlessly, do they really think this will affect me? She hadn't gotten where she was by relying on others. Even her territory's success wasn't due to currying favor, it was all earned step by step through her own efforts. Even if some people were swayed by these posts, it wouldn't hurt her much. She wasn't like the frost deer, who painstakingly built up their reputation and relied on it to manipulate people. Even if some people were influenced, it wouldn't threaten her. At most, it might slow her territory's population growth. But so what? If people this easily swayed stayed away, it was probably for the best. It might even help her filter out the right talent. She should thank them for that. The popularity of this post was skyrocketing, and Mu Ying figured it would soon be pushed to the top. By now, quite a few people had probably already noticed it. She opened the internal network of the territory, and sure enough, after seeing the news, many people had privately messaged her. However, those who were on her friends list, even if they didn't know where she'd been lately, didn't really believe what was being said on the forums. Instead, they warned her that someone was trying to smear her reputation. Those who knew she had indeed gone to hunt frost deer and were aware of the situation with them were even less likely to believe the rumors on the forum. Mu Ying replied to each of them, assuring them that she could handle the matter herself and that they didn't need to worry. After putting her friends at ease, Mu Ying posted a thread on the territory's internal network. I'm in Chishan City, just finished leveling up. No more hiding it. Yes, I leveled up by hunting frost deer. As everyone knows, the way druids cultivate is by protecting nature and receiving its rewards. Besides planting trees and reforestation, another way to protect nature is to destroy creatures and things that cause massive damage to the environment. From nature's perspective, these things are shrouded in black energy. They are rejected by nature. The Murloc altars are like this, and so are the frost deer. I've uploaded detailed information about the frost deer to the Territory Contribution Store. Anyone interested can get it for free. Killing a level 9 frost deer gives 300 experience points. This time, I killed 19 in a row and only leveled up once. I miscalculated the experience, so most of the last kill's experience was wasted, a bit of a shame. But there are still plenty of frost deer in the northwest snowfields. I'm going to keep farming them for experience. Fellow druids, if you want to level up quickly, you can try this method too. Just be careful and know your limits. I only dared to take on these frost deer after reaching level 10 myself. Nature is with me. Let's encourage each other. Mu Ying. Mu Ying laid everything out in the open. She didn't directly respond to the post accusing her of cruelly slaughtering frost deer, but her post revealed the full truth. Although she posted it on the internal network, it was quickly copied over to the public forums by other territory members, including the information on the frost deer. Suddenly, a flood of related hot topics appeared on the World Forum. Mu Ying responds personally about her leveling method. Druids, grab your seats and listen up. Content reposted from Qingshan City's internal network, Mu Ying's statement. So that's the secret to leveling up once a day? Frost deer, the exclusive XP bag for druids. I'm crying tears of envy. Frost deer equals Snow Mountain Guardian? Luaxia town buried, the northwest plateau turned into a snowfield, chilling to think about. Mu Ying is bloodthirsty, hunting humanity's friends. She's unworthy of being a druid. What did the Snow Mountain Guardian do wrong? We players in the snowfields demand an explanation. Let's list all the loopholes in the anti-smear posts written by those brainwashed by the frost deer. Players in the northwest of Xia Country, can you ask the frost deer if they have any siblings? I can't handle level 9s, but if there are lower level ones, I'm in. After posting, Mu Ying flew off to the northwest on her magic carpet. On the way, she often opened the forums to check out player comments, just to relax. The northwest of Xia country had already been ravaged by the frost deer into a vast snowfield, making it unfit for human habitation. Except for those who truly had no way to leave, the rest were people who had ulterior motives for helping the frost deer. Very few genuinely liked the frost deer or trusted them because of their actions. Even those who did would probably hesitate after seeing the latest forum posts. But even now, there were still people on the forums trying to whitewash the frost deer. There weren't many of them, but Ying just found it amusing. Her post was, in a sense, a declaration of war. In the end, there was going to be a fight anyway, and all this noise couldn't affect her. A few days later, Ying arrived at the northwest snowfields again. She was surprised to find that the snow line had receded quite a bit. The areas at the edge of the snowfields that had been covered in ice and snow were now thawed, revealing damp earth. Going further in, even the snow layer was thinner. Does the snowfield recede when frost deer die? Ying wondered aloud. Thinking it over, it actually made sense. The snowfield had been gradually expanded by the frost deer's icy power. The snowfield was the source of the frost deer's strength, and vice versa. Without the frost deer's influence, the original temperature couldn't sustain the ice and snow, so naturally it would start to melt. The changes were especially obvious at the edges. Unfortunately, even though the snow had melted, the land wouldn't quickly return to its former lush and vibrant state. The exposed ground at the outskirts was only a bit more moist than the barren northwest plateau before the apocalypse. Using her nature's sight, Ying saw that the natural energy in the soil was still very thin. Looks like I'll have to nurture it properly, Ying thought. Once she finished dealing with the frost deer, she planned to revitalize this land and help it recover more quickly. Maybe she could even earn some extra experience from it. She sensed the locations of her magic marks and discovered that the frost deer had actually moved. From what she could tell, aside from a few juvenile frost deer and 3 level 10 frost deer still hiding in the previous valley, the rest had gathered together and moved from their old snow mountain to another, deeper one in the Luoxia Mountains. Only 1 level 10 and 1 level 9 frost deer were at the edge of the snowfield. Judging by their positions, Ying guessed they were in the nearby unclaimed camp. Ying thought it over and decided to intercept those 2 outliers first. Controlling her magic carpet, she flew over the camp and, sure enough, saw the 2 frost deer in the camp's plaza, surrounded by a crowd of people celebrating. The plaza was filled with fine food and drink. People were eating, drinking, and hugging the frost deer, all while denouncing Ying. "Guardian, don't worry, we all believe in you." That's right. Ying's got a big territory behind her and tons of paid trolls. They spread rumors on the forums, and our voices are too small to be heard. But we won't give up. One day, everyone will see Ying's true, sinister face. "Guardian, why don't you all move into the camp? We'll protect you." I don't believe she'd dare attack with the camp's shield up and everyone here. Yeah, everyone, we can't. We're spirits of the snow mountains. No matter how dangerous it is, that's our home. Listening to the conversation below, Ying found it amusing. The shield of the unclaimed camp was honestly pretty flimsy. Since the beginning of the apocalypse, the camp's shield had never been upgraded. Its defensive strength was about level 6. Ying could break it with a single spell. If it weren't for the teleportation array here that connected to Qingshan City, she'd have already blasted the shield. If the camp was destroyed, the teleportation array's revenue would take a huge hit. Otherwise, she really would have just thrown a spell down. Although the conversation down in the camp wasn't exactly pleasant, the feast was truly lavish. Watching from above, Ying's mouth watered. She raised her magic carpet a little higher, took out a small grill, and started roasting some meat for herself. Even though her body was that of a fruit-loving elf, her soul belonged to a human with a taste for strong flavors. Fried and grilled foods were her favorites. Just because she was staking out the frost deer didn't mean she had to mistreat her own taste buds. So, while enjoying magically roasted meat on her flying carpet, she kept a close eye on the frost deer below. It wasn't until dusk, after the banquet ended, that the 2 frost deer finally left. Ying, now full and satisfied, quickly packed up her things and steered her magic carpet after them. The two frost deer left the camp and ran deeper into the snowy wilderness, following a complicated route. They frequently stopped to check their surroundings, even glancing up at the sky, as if making sure they weren't being followed. But Ying trailed them from above the whole time. She had always kept the magic carpet's stealth ability a closely guarded secret. Everyone who'd witnessed it had signed a confidentiality contract. So outsiders only knew she could fly on a broomstick, but had no idea she could also hide herself in the air. All the elaborate detours the frost deer took were completely pointless. This time, there was no frost deer to conjure a blizzard for her. Ying had to rely on herself. After figuring out their route, she waited for the right moment and cast a snowstorm spell right where they were about to pass, using the blizzard as cover to sprinkle frost powder on them. The peaceful snowy plain ahead suddenly erupted into a violent storm as the frost deer charged through. Biting snowflakes mixed with fist-sized hailstones pelted down on them. SKHD at hashtag, she's here, said the stronger frost deer. Widfef, that's a druid spell, snowstorm. The other frost deer snorted dismissively. They were spirits of the snow, after all. Using a snowstorm against them was just a waste of mana. Ying had no idea what language they were speaking, but it didn't matter, she was busy poisoning them. The two frost deer quickly searched the area, trying to find Ying, but of course, they found nothing. Next, a thundercloud appeared above their heads. IOU #run. But it was too late. Under the thunderstorm spell, everything beneath the cloud was within the attack range. No matter how fast the frost deer were, they couldn't outrun lightning and failed to escape before the bolt struck. A few minutes later, two frost deer lay in the snow, poisoned and unconscious. After confirming the poison had taken effect, Ying brought her magic carpet down a bit and finished them off with a scythe. You have killed a frost deer. Gained 300 class experience. You have killed a frost deer. Gained 400 class experience. Whoa. Level 10 frost deer are worth so much more. Ying muttered in surprise as she saw the experience points roll in. She quickly cleaned up the battlefield. There were still plenty of experience packs waiting for her. Meanwhile, the forums exploded again. Ying is farming XP packs again. She jumped from 0% to 10% at level 11 in one go. I just want to ask, are the frost deer okay? Ha ha. How long do you think it'll take her to reach level 12? I bet tonight. Tonight? That's crazy. Don't the frost deer know to run? Back in the snowy northwest camp, the players looked uneasy, whispering among themselves. Did something happen to the guardian spirit again? They just left. How did Ying pull this off? Ying's gone too far. The guardian spirit treats us so well, and she's killing them just for XP. The forum says the guardian spirit is the reason for the snowfield's expansion. Do you think it's true? Who cares if it's true? Who else but the guardian spirit gives us free food and drink? I'll side with whoever gives me benefits. Deep in the snowy mountains, the frost deer clan had no idea that the two who went out today had died. After losing nearly 20 clan members previously, they'd moved far from their old camp. No humans knew the location of their new home, and the terrain was so treacherous that it was nearly impossible for humans to approach. The only accessible spot was guarded by their own kind. With no humans around, they had no idea Ying's level had skyrocketed again. But as night wore on and their kin still hadn't returned, their worry grew. Boom! A deafening thunderclap echoed from deeper in the mountains. All the frost deer turned to look in that direction. Oh no! The frost deer leader let out a cry and led the entire clan toward the sound. Each thunderclap made them more anxious, but they weren't too worried. After all, 3 level 10 clan members were stationed there. Even if Ying was a level 11 druid, she'd just leveled up and probably hadn't even learned new spells yet. Facing 3 at once wouldn't be easy. 3 level 11 clan members could hold her off for a while, no problem. Druids saw frost deer as prime XP fodder, but the frost deer saw druids as their nemesis. The leader knew druids' abilities inside out. In its mind, druids had very few offensive spells and were no match for multiple opponents. Once the rest of the clan arrived, it would be time for revenge. It was just puzzled as to how Ying had found the hiding place of their young so accurately. But as they crossed several snowy peaks and stood at the foot of the mountain, looking toward the thundercloud-shrouded valley, their confidence vanished. The valley was empty. All the young deer were gone. The only sign left was that the snow level in the valley had dropped by over a meter, and the thunderclouds had dissipated. The frost deer rushed into the valley in a panic, not even caring about possible traps. But no matter how hard they searched, both the young and the adult guardians had vanished without a trace. The frost deer howled in grief, shaking the mountains and triggering an avalanche. High above the valley, a thin carpet hovered in the air. Ying was meditating, recovering her mana. She'd just used 4 snowstorms and 2 thunderstorms to take down all the frost deer in the valley. Combined with the mana spent killing the previous 2 and the elemental resistance buffs she'd cast on herself, she was down to just 45 mana points. It wasn't enough to wipe out the remaining frost deer in one go, especially since there was still an 11th level leader, 2 level 10s, and 6 level 9s left. To be safe, Ying didn't want to let a single one escape, in case they discovered she was using poison and complicated things. After all, the frost powder was the key to her success. If the frost deer figured it out and found a way to counter it, taking them down would be much harder. As long as her use of frost powder remained undetected, once she recovered her mana, the remaining frost deer, including the level 11 leader, would be as good as trapped. She had just hunted down 10 level 3 frost deer, 10 level 4 frost deer, and 3 level 10 frost deer. Each level 3 deer gave Ying 60 experience points, the level 4s gave 100 each, and the level 10s gave 400 each. At this point, her level progress was already at 53% of level 11. A little over 2 hours later, Ying finished meditating, her mana fully restored. She immediately sensed the locations of the remaining frost deer. To her surprise, they were no longer gathered together. Except for the leader, who was moving alone, the rest had split into pairs, 1 male and 1 female in each pair, quickly heading off in different directions. Ran away? Ying frowned. But it wasn't too surprising. This time, they'd seen that even 3 level 10 frost deer and 20 younger ones hadn't lasted long against her. By the time the others arrived, she'd already cleaned up the battlefield. They must have realized just how strong she was and didn't dare take any more risks, so they scattered to preserve their remaining forces. With creatures like these, as long as even one survives, they could rise again in the snowy region. But if they were all wiped out, there would never be any trace of frost deer on Azure Star again. This did cause her a bit of trouble, but only a bit. Chasing them down one by one would take some time, but the frost deer couldn't leave the snowy region. No matter how far they ran, it was still within the snowfields. With her magic markers, she could track them down wherever they hid. It was already late at night, but Ying was still full of energy. She picked the 2 closest ones and set off after them. Halfway through the chase, she sensed that one of the frost deer had suddenly stopped moving. When she arrived, she found nothing but a vast expanse of snowy white, nothing in sight. Apparently, after the younger deer's exposure, they'd realized she could see through advanced illusions, so they hadn't bothered to use them to hide their tracks. In Ying's senses, the magic marker was located beneath the snow. Could they have burrowed under the snow? Ying tossed a scorching flame orb down, rolling it back and forth across the snow. The snow quickly melted away. The 2 frost deer buried beneath the snow suddenly felt themselves getting wet, and the water was warm. Next came the sensation of their fur being singed. Unable to stay hidden any longer, the 2 frost deer leapt out and immediately used their snow and ice magic to extinguish the scorching flame orb. Not spotting Ying anywhere, they instantly split up and tried to escape. An arrow shot at lightning speed toward the spot where they'd been burned by the fireball. It was just an ordinary arrow, not even able to pierce the frost deer's hide, but it was coated with frost powder. The moment it touched their wounds, it infected them. The deer that got hit instantly realized she was above them and locked onto the direction the arrow had come from, using its icy gaze to scan the area. But Ying had already changed positions, chasing after the other deer and firing another arrow. Shoot, move. She wasn't wasting all that research. She was on guard against the frost deer's icy gaze. A few minutes later, 2 more frost deer lay poisoned and unconscious in the snow. Ying skillfully looted the bodies and cleaned up the battlefield, then headed to the next location. The frost deer really did everything they could to escape. Some burrowed into the snow, some hid in ice caves, and some even triggered avalanches to bury themselves temporarily. But Ying found them all, one by one. With her magic markers, she could navigate to them no matter where they hid. It only took her 3 days to deal with all 4 pairs of frost deer. Only the frost deer leader remained. Ying looked east. That was toward the edge of the snowy region. Could it have run to the camp? Controlling her magic carpet as she flew in that direction, Ying opened the World Forum, skipping over the discussions about her level progress, only to spot a related post. Duel invitation issued by the guardian god of the snow mountain. She clicked in and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow. Ying, you have ruthlessly slaughtered my tribe's young and many of my kin. Our hatred for you is irreconcilable. I await you at the Yellow Earth Camp for an open, honorable duel to the death. Temporati." Below that, there was a huge crowd egging her on, telling her to accept the challenge. Ying rolled her eyes and closed the player manual. Open and honorable? Duel to the death? Do I look like an idiot? With such effective stealth and poison at her disposal, why would she throw away her advantages and fight it head-on? What, is being a hero going to get her more experience or something? When she arrived at Yellow Earth Camp, sure enough, she saw the frost deer leader in the camp square. Ying used a bellflower to call Felice. "Felice, can you help me post a message on the territory forum? Tell those frost deer lackeys at Yellow Earth Camp that they'd better persuade their leader to leave the camp quickly. If it doesn't leave in 1 day, I'll attack the camp directly, and I won't be responsible for any collateral damage. Also, tell them, I'll kill the frost deer however I like. As for a duel to the death, it's not worthy. I'll kill it however I please." "All right," Felice replied, amusement in her voice. Their little priestess sure was clever. She had no intention of accepting a head-on duel with that frost deer. Soon, Felice's post was up. It was quickly shared to the World Forum. A flood of Green Hill City players also joined the thread, rapidly boosting its popularity. "The Lord is so arrogant. I love it, haha. Now that's smart. If you have the advantage, why throw it away for a fair fight? I was really worried the Lord would fall for it. Thank goodness she didn't. The Lord's level just jumped again. She's already at 92% of level 11. Once she takes down the frost deer leader, she'll hit level 12. She's way ahead, 2 levels above second place. The gap just keeps growing. Isn't this a bit too underhanded? Refusing a one-on-one duel when you're both level 11? What's there to be afraid of? Are you one of those frost deer lackeys from Yellow Earth Camp? If you can take out the enemy safely and quickly, why risk a head-on duel? Our Lord is a druid. What if she gets caught in close combat? You're underestimating your Lord. She's nearly wiped out the entire Guardian God tribe. Why would she fear a duel? She's just being ruthless, even killing the newborn Guardian Gods. Pfft, you'd better hurry up and drive your Guardian God out of the camp, or there won't be a Yellow Earth Camp left soon." Green Hill City's players were arguing furiously on the forum, while Ying was floating above Yellow Earth Camp, enjoying hot pot. The frost deer leader had gotten her message, but still showed no sign of leaving the camp. To win people over, it even threw a grand hero's banquet, claiming it was to thank everyone for their trust. Ying happily ate her hot pot, just waiting for the time to be up. If the frost deer still didn't come out, she'd just break through Yellow Earth Camp's shield and be done with it. "Guardian, don't listen to that mooing. She doesn't even dare face us in a real fight. There's no need for you to risk yourself by going out. Just stay here in the camp. We're all with you. If she really dares attack the camp, she'll become humanity's public enemy." "Exactly. If she dares destroy our camp, we'll march on Chishan City in protest. There's no way she'd actually attack us with so many people here. She doesn't even dare fight us head-on. How could she possibly break through the camp's shield?" Yeah, just stay in the territory and rest easy. You've looked after us for so long, now it's our turn to help you. Ying just wants to force you out. Don't fall for it. The players at Yellow Earth Camp were surprisingly united, all trying to persuade Han Lu to stay put. But the shopkeepers in the camp weren't nearly as optimistic. They were already packing up their things now that the previous restrictions had loosened. Nothing was stopping them. They'd long been dissatisfied with this barren, sparsely populated camp. Everyone knew by now that Deep Blue Star's most promising, most likely to win territory in the city-level competition was Qingshan City. Many of them had only stayed this long waiting for the world's lockdown to end, so they could finally be free and move to the winning territory. But now, with things coming to a head, these local players insisted on trusting the cancerous Han Lu. The shopkeepers, for their part, didn't think Ying was just bluffing. They all knew how fragile the shield of an unowned camp was. Any level 11 professional could break it with ease. Ying, who was number 1 in both personal strength and territory development, was not someone to underestimate, especially for those who'd seen the wider world. In a world where might makes right, strength is what gives you a voice. If you provoke the strong and get killed, outsiders will only say you deserved it. Weak and stupid, you had it coming. Only people in this world would naively believe that the will of the weak majority could restrain the strong. The shopkeepers had no intention of getting dragged down with these fools. A few of them banded together and submitted a joint application to the Evolution Center to leave the camp. Since the camp was about to be destroyed, their group application was approved almost instantly. Even the penalty fee was waived. Once their applications were approved and they became free agents, they hurriedly packed up and headed for the teleportation array. "What are you all doing?" a player asked, seeing them closing up shop and moving out en masse. "The camp's about to be wiped out, of course we're leaving," a shopkeeper replied. "Since you've shopped at my store before, let me give you a word of advice. Han Lu is bad news. Don't hang around with those idiots who were bought off by a few petty benefits. If you can run now." "No way. There are so many of us here. How could Ying dare attack the camp directly? She'd be condemned for generations, cursed by everyone." "Condemned for generations?" "With her strength, and as a trial taker, she's bound to ignite her divine fire sooner or later, as long as she doesn't die." "Do you really think someone that cautious is easy to kill? You'll be long dead and rotted to dust, while she'll be sitting pretty in her divine kingdom. You think she'll care about your curses 1,000 years from now? Dream on. Would you even dare curse a god? Not afraid of divine punishment? If you're weaker than her, just keep your head down," the shopkeeper snapped. "That's all I'll say. Whether you leave or not is up to you. If you can't afford teleportation, at least hide out somewhere tomorrow." The player was left speechless, watching the shopkeepers hurry toward the teleportation array. He hadn't been worried before, but now he was starting to waver. Could Ying really attack the camp? What if she did? Would those who stayed behind become collateral damage? He certainly didn't think he could take Ying head-on. If he could, they wouldn't be relying on public opinion attacks. Maybe he should just lay low tomorrow. Once that thought took root, he couldn't shake it. The mass exodus of the shopkeepers made many other players, those who weren't deeply involved and didn't trust Han Lu much, start to waver as well. That night, quite a few slipped out of the camp in secret. Meanwhile, Ying was on her magic carpet, occasionally sensing Han Lu's position, but otherwise reading her book, not even bothering to pay attention to the rabble in the camp. The next day, as the sun rose and bathed the land in light, players in the square laughed. "It's morning. Where's Ying? Told you she wouldn't dare. She just wanted to force the Guardian out with her threats." Wait, why did it suddenly get dark? Before the smugness could fade from their faces, a barrage of blizzard and hail crashed down, battering the camp's shield until it flickered, looking like it could shatter at any moment. And still, no one saw any sign of Ying. Standing in the center of the square, Han Lu finally realized just how well Ying could hide, even he hadn't noticed a single clue. She was only using a snowstorm spell, not even a particularly powerful one. Clearly, she still had some scruples. He raised his head and let out a long cry, shouting in the common tongue, "Ying, don't hurt the innocent, they're your people too. I'll come out and fight you fair and square." But the only answer was the endless blizzard and the camp shield growing more and more unstable. The players still in the camp began to panic. Hail this big could seriously injure them, and the shield really looked like it was about to give out. If the camp was destroyed, what would they do? Snow beasts often prowled outside. They didn't want to lose even a safe place to sleep. Now that the fire was at their feet, fear finally set in. No one dared say Hanlu should stay anymore. Some even looked at Hanlu hopefully, wishing he'd go out and face Muing as he'd promised. But Hanlu wasn't stupid. With Muing refusing to show herself, if he went out now, he'd be at a huge disadvantage and probably die. He kept trying to provoke her into showing herself. Muing. As the strongest on Deep Blue Star, you don't even dare answer me? Muing, meanwhile, was in the air with a box of frost powder, waiting for her moment. The shield of an unowned camp was even weaker than the players thought. Under the snowstorm, it didn't even last 20 seconds before it cracked and vanished. The blizzard poured into the camp, sending players fleeing in all directions. Muing immediately used wind magic to hurl the frost powder at Hanlu. Only then did Hanlu realize just how ruthless Muing could be. He'd studied the world's previous social systems and investigated Mu Ying's life, tailoring his strategies accordingly. But none of it mattered. She remained unmoved, never showed herself, and these people had no influence on her at all. All his efforts had been for nothing. He dashed out onto the snowy plain. Without knowing her location, he couldn't fight back. He could only take the hits. There was no point staying any longer. Despair filled his eyes. This migration plan was doomed to fail again. How hateful that the world's strongest turned out to be a druid. As soon as the frost deer left the camp, the dark clouds looming overhead dispersed. The players, who had been battered and bruised, finally breathed a sigh of relief. After experiencing the power of an 11th level druid's spells, none of them dared to boast anymore. A casual spell from her was enough to put them in their place. Druids may not be known for combat, but an 11th level druid was more than enough to wipe out this ragtag group, most of whom weren't even level 5. They couldn't even make a ripple. She didn't even bother to look at them, but everyone could clearly feel her disdain and indifference. This time, they truly realized that the world was no longer the same as it was before the apocalypse. Power now determined who had a voice. The strong could do as they pleased, while a chasm separated them from those true prodigies. The camp's protective barrier was gone, and the buildings inside had vanished too, leaving only a faintly glowing teleportation array. The atmosphere was heavy. Those with minor injuries who could still move quickly left the area. Those seriously wounded were so terrified they didn't even dare to cry out in pain, afraid of angering Muing. What if she was still around? But they were worrying too much. Muing had already gone after the frost deer leader. She was in no hurry, after all. The poison was already set, and that whole box of frost snow powder had been dumped right on it. Unless it jumped into a river to wash itself, it wouldn't be able to get rid of it. Let it run, let it tire itself out. Once it stopped, she'd cast her spells again. No need to waste mana by casting outside her range. The frost deer sprinted at full speed, running hundreds of miles, but the attack it expected never came. Thinking it had escaped, it finally slowed down, only to be left in confusion. Its entire herd was gone. It couldn't reproduce on its own anymore. But it didn't have long to dwell on it. Storm clouds gathered above, and lightning struck down. A few minutes later, you have slain the frost deer. Gained 500 class experience. You have reached the experience cap for level 11. Please level up as soon as possible. Muing collected the frost deer's corpse, then opened her player manual to check her stats panel. Class, Druid LV11, 6600/6600. Perfect, not a single point of experience wasted. Muing was very satisfied. This herd of frost deer had let her level up twice. On the World Forum, players were no longer surprised that Muing was about to level up again. She finally leveled up. After seeing her gain a level a day, suddenly taking over half a month for one feels slow. How long does it take you to level up? Would it kill you not to rub salt in the wound? Muing really went all out this time. The Huangtu camp actually got blown up, and there was even a Qingshan City teleport array inside. How could the mighty Muing Emperor be stopped by a mere teleport array? Ha ha. The idiots at Huangtu camp must have been pounded to death by that snowstorm. I heard all the merchants packed up and fled to Qingshan City overnight. What a loss. Muing may be young, but she's ruthless. An entire camp, gone just like that. It sheltered so many people. If you're not ruthless, you'll just get bullied to death by those who love to moralize. Qingshan City, inside the Luoxia squad's treehouse. 100% at level 11. That was the last Frostier, right? Finally, they're all dead. The Luoxia squad members hugged and cheered, screaming with joy. Mu Ingwen. The crisis in Luoxia town is over. We can go home. Yes, we're going home. Together, they teleported to the long-neglected long-distance teleport array labeled Qingshan Luoxia and stepped inside. Moments later, their familiar territory appeared before their eyes. Beneath the thick snow, which had lain undisturbed for over a year and shrunk to its smallest size, life was returning. The territory was no longer shrouded in darkness. Light shone down through the protective barrier. The snow was melting rapidly. The Luoxia squad looked up, hope filling their hearts. Mama, our home is back, Li Shihe said happily. Li Luoxia patted her daughter's head. It's all thanks to your sister Muing. From now on, Luoxia town will always be Qingshan City's ally. We have to thank her properly. Li Shihe nodded vigorously. By now, Muing had already returned to Huangtu camp. With all the frost deer wiped out, the snowy domain they created was quickly disappearing, though the area was so vast it would take a few days to melt completely. She planned to use these days to go back and level up. This time, she didn't need to avoid Huangtu camp. Using the teleport array there would be much faster and save her several days. She hopped on her flying broom and landed openly beside the teleport array in Huangtu camp. It was a pity about the array. Without the camp's protective barrier, who knew how long it would last? She glanced at the few people still lingering there, then activated the array and returned to Qingshan City. Once she exited the teleport array, she teleported straight back to her plantation, lay down beside the gem tree, and began her level-up process. 2 days later. After being baptized by nature, you have become a level 12 druid. Based on your druid level, your class skill Wild Shape gains 1 additional daily use. Based on your druid level, your HP increases to 990. Based on your druid level, your mana increases to 210. Based on your druid level, you gain 1 free attribute point. No new spells unlocked at this level. Level 12 was another even-numbered level, so no new spells were unlocked. Aside from gaining 1 more daily use of Wild Shape, nothing else changed for that skill. Her HP and mana increased as usual. The only thing worth mentioning was the free attribute point. The last time she got a free attribute point from leveling up was at level 8. By this pattern, she'd get 1 free attribute point every 4 levels, so the next would be at level 16. Muing opened her stats panel. Class, Druid LV 12, 0/7800. HP, 990/990. Mana, 210/210. Attributes, Strength 8 plus 2, Constitution 13 plus 1, Agility 15 plus 3, Intelligence 12 plus 1, Perception 19 plus 1, Charisma 15 plus 1. Level 12 required 7,800 experience, 1,200 more than before. Her stats had all improved significantly. Without hesitation, she put her free attribute point into Perception. Perception now read Perception 19 plus 1 plus 1, indicating it would take some time to fully absorb. The value in parentheses was from the Sapphire's All Stats plus 1 effect. Not counting that bonus, once the new point was absorbed, her perception would reach 20. The books she'd read on the Druid class hadn't been for nothing. Breaking through 20 in an attribute was a major milestone. It meant awakening a supernatural trait, and everyone's was different. And supernatural traits were the threshold to legendary status, the key to touching the laws of the world. She wondered, when her perception broke through, what kind of supernatural trait she would awaken. What exactly it is, I'll know once this bit of perception attribute is fully absorbed. The frost deer had steadily become the nourishment for her level up, finally settling a major issue. Feeling relieved, Mu Ying stretched comfortably. Ding-ling-ling. Mu Ying's hand froze. She found the constantly ringing bellflower and touched its core. Mu Ying, I really can't thank you enough for helping us resolve the frost deer crisis in Luoxia town. From now on, Luoxia territory will always be an ally of Qingshan City. When do you have time? We'd like to host a banquet to thank you in person. Li Luoxia had waited an hour after seeing Mu Ying's level rise to 12.0% before calling via the bellflower to express her gratitude. Helping you is just something I did in passing. The frost deer were already enemies of the druids, and you saw the rewards I got, no need to feel too indebted. But if it's just a friendly meal, I'm always up for that. With teleportation arrays, it's easy to get around now. Just let me know when, and I'll be there, Mu Ying replied honestly. It was true she'd helped them, but it was mostly because it benefited her as well. If it hadn't been the frost deer causing trouble, but some other animal or magical beast, she might not have been so invested. In fact, she might have been happy to see Li Luoxia and the others move to Qingshan City permanently. After all, they were all talented people. So it didn't really count as a huge favor. Being on good terms and sharing a meal was enough. All right, once all the snow in the valley melts and we've cleaned up and rebuilt the territory, we'll invite our friends to celebrate the rebirth of Luoxia territory. Once we set a date, we'll invite you. You must come. Li Luoxia didn't insist too much on her gratitude. Mu Ying might not care, but they couldn't forget the weight of this help. They'd find their own way to repay her. There was no need to spell everything out now. Sure, when the time comes, I'll help nourish the land in Luoxia Valley and plant some highland-suitable crops to speed up the valley's recovery, Mu Ying said. I'll probably be working in the northwest for quite a while. Every area affected by the frost deer needs to be restored. Thank you so much. Even though the frost deer threat was gone, the land left behind after the snow melted was even more barren. Li Luoxia was worried about it. Her daughter was a druid too, but not even level 5 yet and couldn't cast plant growth or other land-nourishing spells. No need to thank me, it's all part of my cultivation. Mu Ying replied. After hanging up the bellflower call, she wasn't in a rush to head northwest. Luoxia Valley was the closest place to Luoxia Snow Mountain. Once the snow there melted, the snow elsewhere would probably be gone too. She could restore the land then. This bit of free time was perfect for using up the trial time she hadn't had a chance to spend earlier. But during the frost deer hunt, time hadn't been especially tight, so she hadn't accumulated much trial time. It wouldn't take long to use it up. The main thing was to study her 6 circle spells and her ultra-miniature animal form. She had already chosen her ultra-miniature animal form, the Black Star Ladybug. This little ladybug was only the size of a small soybean and could squeeze through tiny cracks. Since it was common, it wouldn't attract attention. Her ultra-miniature animal form was meant for eavesdropping anyway. Although she had a magic carpet that could conceal her and help her gather intel, safer than wild shape. After all, the magic carpet was a flying tool, not specifically for reconnaissance. It worked fine outdoors or in spacious interiors, but in cramped indoor spaces, it was hard to use. That's when the Black Star Ladybug came in handy. Once she finished her business in the northwest, she planned to head to the northern orc wastelands. Orcs didn't farm and were rougher than humans, but they were still intelligent beings, and most tribes had their own dwellings, some in caves, some in huts they built themselves. If she wanted to successfully fulfill her mission of enlightening them, she'd first have to pick an orc tribe that was easier to approach. That meant she needed to scout things out and get to know the orcs a bit. The great thing about the Black Star Ladybug was its strong reproductive ability and vitality. It was everywhere, hardy, and could be found in all seasons. Not only could she find them in her own territory, but there were plenty on the northern orc wastelands too. That made it much easier for her to find a teacher. She could just look around her own plantation. Once she mastered the form, she could transform into a ladybug to scout the orc settlements without drawing attention. Plus, the Black Star Ladybug could fly, making it even more mobile. With her plan set, Ying found a lively-looking black star ladybug in her plantation. The ladybug's intelligence was too low, so even with animal communication, it was hard to interact effectively. Ying could only mark this ladybug with a magical imprint so she could easily find and observe it whenever she wanted. Fortunately, black star ladybugs weren't afraid of people, so as long as she could find it, she could observe and comprehend its form at any time. While Ying holed up in her plantation studying spells and observing ladybugs, her level progression nearly stalled, and the buzz about her leveling up gradually died down in the outside world. After about half a month, when she was already on her third observed ladybug, she finally mastered the black star ladybug wild shape. One afternoon, ladybugging was lying on a big flower petal, swaying in the wind, when the bellflower rang again. She twitched her antennae, stretched the tiny wings hidden under her shell, flew out of the flower patch, hovered over a nearby meadow, tucked her wings away, and transformed back into human form. Luoxia had finally sent word the snow in Luoxia town had almost all melted, and they were starting to rebuild. They'd scheduled the rebirth celebration for Luoxia camp for half a month later, by which time the camp should be rebuilt and the valley snow completely melted. They'd invited friends from the Luoxia squad, former residents of Luoxia town, and any old townsfolk who wanted to return for the celebration. Luoxia town would even cover resettlement subsidies and teleportation fees. The terms were generous, but Luoxia and the others knew full well that not many people would want to return. After all, Qingshan City offered far more opportunities than Luoxia town. They weren't trying to force people back. In fact, when Luoxia first got the Lord's order, she'd only planned to build a private estate. It was only after the territory leveled up and gained subcamps that she opened it up to outsiders. Now, things had just returned to square one, and the city-level territory competition no longer concerned them. This policy was just to make up for those who, like them, had once been forced to leave their homes, but still felt attached to Luoxia town. Ying understood as she listened, and she wasn't worried about losing population from her territory. Right now, Qingshan City's population far exceeded that of any other city-level territory. After hanging up the call with Dingling Hua, Ying ran off toward the magic cottage. She could finally go to the northwest to open up new lands. She needed to double-check the plant seeds she'd prepared for the northwest plateau, as well as all the things she'd need for the journey. This time, there wasn't much danger, and she'd be gone for a while, so she planned to bring everyone along, Gun included, as well as the gem fairies. By her calculations, in about a week, she'd have enough to accumulate 100,000 source power, allowing her to transform the village chief's seal and gain her own demi-plane, a shard world. Once she moved the gem tree inside, Tao Hua and the others could go out with her, and might even be able to help her with pioneering work. That evening, Ying personally cooked a big feast. Once Daming, who'd been off training at the breeding camp, and Gun, who'd gone to the main territory to spar with the big brown bear, returned, and the gem fairies were all seated in their tiny chairs, she cleared her throat and announced the news. Mama, that's wonderful." The gem fairies fluttered excitedly above the dining table. We're moving. This was even earlier than they'd expected. After their excitement died down a bit, they started chattering about collecting plant samples from the garden to make moving easier when the time came. Daming chirped to show how hard it had been training lately. The beast trainer said it was now strong enough, and with another week of mount training, it could become its master's flying mount. Ying had already heard about this from Zheng Jing earlier today. She'd been told to spend more time with Daming, to train together and build up their rapport, so that Daming could graduate and start helping her. Daming would be the first griffin in the stable to graduate. The other griffins were growing much more slowly than Daming. The next batch wouldn't be ready for work for at least another 6 months. Hearing Daming talk about it, Ying stroked its smooth feathers with satisfaction. I'm really looking forward to it. I'll accompany you for the rest of your training, and we'll graduate together. When the time comes, we'll throw you a grand graduation ceremony. Time had flown by. When she first found Daming, it was tiny, barely the size of her palm, and couldn't even stand steadily. Now it had grown into a handsome big bird, much taller than she was. It had grown so fast. Gun, seeing Daming about to finish its training, felt a surge of competitiveness. Back when they all bragged together, they'd said that the next time Ying took them out, Daming would officially become a mount, and Gun would awaken a new skill. Now Daming was about to achieve its goal, but Gun's new skill still hadn't shown up. The pressure was on. In the last half-month, it had to work hard, couldn't let Daming outshine it. Little Stone, on the other hand, didn't mind not having developed any new special facilities. It was very laid back. Dungeon babies grew step by step, eating as much as they grew, and once they'd accumulated enough, new abilities would naturally emerge. No need to rush. Bouncing around, it declared that since everyone was going this time, its avatar wanted to come along too. Ying agreed. Last time, she'd only left Little Stone's avatar behind to avoid showing favoritism. This time, since everyone was coming, of course Little Stone could join too. "All right, let's eat," Ying said. After sharing the good news, the whole family enjoyed a hearty dinner together. The next morning, Ying accompanied Daming to the Griffin stables. The Griffin stable area had expanded significantly, with most of the breeding camp's new space dedicated to the griffins. There was no choice, those scruffy chicks had all grown into massive creatures, and space was getting tight. Even the pastures outside were getting crowded because of it. Lord Jing spotted Ying, who'd arrived at the entrance to the Griffin stables with Daming via teleportation, and waved at her with a smile. The Griffin stables were an important part of the territory, so teleportation access was restricted. "Today, Daming and I are both at your command," Ying said, making it clear she was here to learn. Jing waved her hand. "Daming is your personal mount, which is different from the other griffins that aren't bonded to anyone. Those only need to be trained for steady transport of people and goods, and there are standard training methods for that. But Daming will be following you. Besides the standard training, it needs to get used to you, coordinate with you, and center itself around you. You also need to get used to riding a griffin and figure out the best way for you two to work and fight together. Fortunately, you and Daming have spent a long time together and have a great bond. It trusts you completely. You two can explore this process on your own. There's not much I can teach you. Standardized methods would only limit you." "Huh?" Ying was stunned. "Figure it out ourselves? So the main thing is for Daming and me to practice flying together and build up our teamwork." Jing nodded. "You're a druid, you can communicate with Daming easily, and you have your own ways of flying. Even if something goes wrong during training, you won't be in any danger. So you can just go for it, try all sorts of flight maneuvers with Daming, and you'll quickly master the essentials of riding." Ying. It was so sudden. Jing was basically saying, you can understand Daming, and you're not afraid of falling from the sky, so just go try it. You'll learn to ride Daming in no time. No wonder she was so confident that Daming would graduate in at most a week. Ying looked at Daming. "Shall we give it a try?" Daming nodded eagerly, its little crest standing up with excitement. It quickly crouched down and lowered its head, striking a perfect, please mount up pose. Unfortunately, while Daming was a trained pro, Ying was a total newbie at riding griffins, and her mounting was a bit clumsy. Luckily, she was used to moving through trees, had great balance, and was agile. Otherwise, she might not have managed to get on at all. After finally climbing up, Ying slid back down on her own. That wasn't very cool. Let me try again. As she was climbing up again, she suddenly realized, why was she climbing at all? She was an elf who could leap from tree to tree, with amazing jumping ability. This time, she backed up several meters, took a running start, leapt, and in the blink of an eye was standing steadily on Daming's back, then sat down gracefully. Daming let out a joyful cry. Its master was awesome. Jing was dumbfounded. See? She knew she didn't need to teach her anything. She hadn't even brought over the mounting ladder, and Ying was already up there, and in such a cool way. That's definitely not in the beast taming manuals. Daming. Let's take off. Ying stroked the feathers on Daming's neck, her spirits high. Daming soared into the sky. mewing, at 3#and 2. Daming really did look cool as it flew. All it wanted was to show off its superb flying skills to its master, darting through the air like a bolt of lightning. But its poor master was caught completely off guard, her mouth filled with wind, hair whipping painfully against her face, unable to utter a word. And although Daming's back was broad, staying steady on it at high speed was no easy feat. Mewing clung tightly to Daming's neck, but could only half wrap her arms around it, her whole body pressed against its back. Even so, she constantly felt like she was about to fall off. There was nothing she could do, Daming was just too excited, and its feathers were far too smooth. Mewing didn't dare grip too tightly, afraid of hurting it or pulling out its feathers. One of Daming's claws was missing a toe. Usually, in the griffin stables, it was always the boldest, training hard and leading the others. But deep down, it was a bit insecure, always worrying it was too weak and that Mewing wouldn't like it. After discovering Mewing liked fluffy things, it became extra careful with its feathers, keeping them sleek and glossy. Losing even a single feather would make it sad for ages. It was the most image-conscious griffin in the whole stable. Only now did Mewing understand why Zhang Jing had asked her to accompany Daming for some training. Riding a griffin was a world apart from sitting on a flying carpet or broomstick. Right now, just staying on Daming's back was a challenge, let alone casting spells. She could sense how happy and excited Daming was, and didn't want to dampen its enthusiasm. But when it performed a difficult ground-skimming maneuver, she lost her balance and tumbled off. Fortunately, she now had several ways to fly. The moment she fell, she transformed herself into a little scopsole. Daming felt its back suddenly lighten, its attention instantly distracted. It panicked, its confident flying posture falling apart as it dove rapidly toward the ground. If this kept up, it would crash. Gaha Mewing, now an owl, quickly called out to signal she was safe. Daming calmed down, quickly regained control, and landed steadily. Mewing landed as well and returned to human form. After this first failed flight, Daming was completely dejected, even its little cowlick drooping. Mewing patted it. This is just the beginning. Falling off is totally normal. Let's go again. Daming nodded. It realized it hadn't taken proper care of its master last time, so it would be more careful now. Mewing stepped back to prepare for another run-up. From a distance, Zhang Jing finally reacted and rushed over. Hey, wait. You haven't put the saddle on yet. The usual procedure was to set up a mounting frame and use a special saddle. But their lord had mounted so stylishly just now that Zhang Jing hadn't had time to say anything before they took off. Luckily, the lord could fly herself, so there was no safety incident. Saddle. Mewing suddenly remembered seeing something about custom saddles in the ranch's work reports. We mostly have pod-style saddles prepared, Zhang Jing explained, not many riding saddles. Pod saddles are almost fully enclosed and can be fixed to a griffin's back for transporting goods or passengers. Riding saddles are open, more like horse saddles. They secure the rider to the griffin's back to prevent slipping off. With a saddle, riding is much easier. Jing led her to a nearby warehouse and picked out a simple single-person riding saddle. These are all made from fairly ordinary materials, good value, but not very pretty. Later, you can have a custom saddle made just for you. Mewing looked at the leg straps and all the buckles. Won't Daming find this thing annoying if we strap it on? Zhang Jing nodded. It does slow the griffin down a little, but it's not a big problem. Griffins fly so fast, and riding saddles are different from pod saddles. They're more affected by high-altitude winds. If you don't use a saddle to secure the rider, there's a big risk of falling off. Mewing thought about it and decided, let me try staying steady on Daming's back without a saddle first. If it doesn't work, I'll use this. The saddle would add extra weight to Daming and affect its agility, even if only a little. But she didn't see Daming as just a mount for travel. It was supposed to help her fight in the air. She could cast spells while sitting on a magic carpet, and it was good for hiding from non-witches, useful against deadly enemies like the frost deer. But sometimes she needed to show herself in battle, like on the Orc Plains or in group fights, and in those cases, the carpet wasn't ideal. Besides, she didn't want to reveal the magic carpet's existence too soon. Casting spells required focus, and controlling the carpet's direction took mental effort. When casting on the carpet, she had to finish the spell before staring again. She couldn't do both at once. Ying could make up for this weakness. Since she needed to fight in sync with it, its agility was crucial. If her legs were strapped to the saddle, it might actually be a hindrance if she needed to dismount quickly in battle. So if she could avoid using the saddle, she would. The wind at high speed makes it really hard to stay on. Jing tried to persuade her. Ying waved her hand. Don't worry, I have a solution. A simple windshielding spell would fix it. Both the magic carpet and flying broom had traces of this spell. She just rushed into the test flight without thinking it through, but not this time. Ying jumped onto Ying's back again, a dark red thorny wand appearing in her hand. She traced it through the air, casting a windshielding spell around them. All right, Ying, let's go again. Ying was ready. Ying nodded and took off once more, but this time it wasn't as wild and reckless as before. Its takeoff was much slower, and instead of focusing solely on showing off its flying skills, it devoted part of its attention to Ying on its back. It never wanted its master to fall off again without even realizing it. Its master could fly on her own, but as her mount, it had to ensure her safety. This time, Ying was much steadier. Without the buffeting wind, her balance and body control were enough to keep her steady on Ying's back. All she had to do was adjust her center of gravity according to Ying's movements. It was like the difference between riding a motorcycle and driving a car. Now she was finally in a proper riding posture, not lying flat on Ying's back, afraid to even lift her head. Only now did she truly feel the joy of riding a giant griffin. Honestly, it was even more exhilarating than riding a flying carpet. Ying's windshielding spell didn't completely block out the breeze. Some gentle wind still slipped through. The cool air brushed against her face and body, lifting her spirits. Warm sunlight bathed Ying, making every feather shimmer with a golden glow. He looked especially beautiful. Before long, Ying couldn't hold back her excitement. Ying, let's speed up. I can handle it now. Ying chirped in response, gradually picking up speed. Once he saw his rider was steady, he flew faster and faster until he reached his top speed. Oh my god. The Lord really did it. Jing craned her neck to watch the sky. The other griffins were getting restless too. Why weren't they invited to today's warm-up? They anxiously called out to Jing. Go on, Jing said. The griffins immediately spread their wings and soared up, flying after the figure in the sky, falling in behind Ying. Ying glanced back at the griffins obediently following, keeping a set distance and forming a fixed triangular formation. It looked so impressive. Ying carried Ying, with a group of little brothers trailing behind, circling above the griffin enclosure again and again. Ying was having so much fun she almost forgot herself. Ying cried out joyfully. A chorus of griffin calls followed. Everyone in the breeding camp could hear them. Look, the griffins are warming up again. I heard the first batch of griffins will be ready to ride this year. I can't wait, I have to try it. Huh? Is there someone on Ying's back? There really is. They squinted for a long time, but it was too far to make out who it was. Ying was rescued by the Lord. I heard he's already recognized her as his master. It must be the Lord. So cool. By now, Ying was no longer content with just circling smoothly. Ying, let's try some advanced maneuvers. Ying hesitated a little. Don't be afraid of falling, Ying. The more we practice now, the smoother we'll be when we really have to fight together. Just fly as you like, Ying said. If I fall, just catch me in time. That's something we need to practice too. Ying understood, but still let out a cry to warn her he was about to dive. Ying leaned forward, adjusting her center of gravity with him. Together, they pulled off a difficult move, a low dive skimming the ground, then shooting back up into the sky. There were moments when Ying felt unsteady, but with Ying's cooperation and her own adjustments, they made it through safely. This success greatly boosted Ying's confidence. He began trying even more difficult maneuvers. But before each new move, he always gave Ying a heads up. At first, Ying struggled with many of the new maneuvers. Several times, things got pretty dicey. Sometimes she lost her balance and slipped off. But instead of immediately transforming into a screech owl, or using her floating spell, magic carpet, or flying broom, she let herself fall, giving Deming the chance to catch her. Deming did great. Even if she slipped, he always managed to catch her in time. They even practiced aerial catches several times on purpose. Muing overcame her fear of falling, and Deming got better and better at catching her. They flew for hours, and only when it was time for lunch did Deming finally, a little reluctantly, lead the griffin flock back down. Clap, clap, clap. Jing applauded enthusiastically. That was amazing. Looks like you won't even need a week to get used to this. Muing was proud too. Deming is incredible. The griffin's lunch was fresh beef and mutton. There was plenty, and every griffin could eat their fill. After the morning's flight, Muing had really grown fond of these beautiful griffins. She even conjured a giant water orb to feed them, pouring in all of today's supply of Spring of Recovery. The first batch of griffins, who'd hatched earlier, remembered this familiar water orb. They ignored their meat and crowded around, eager to drink from it. Muing was instantly surrounded by griffins. Jiao! Deming pecked at a particularly rough griffin who nearly bumped into his master. The griffins immediately fell in line, queuing up obediently.